What if an icy darkness threatened everything you held dear? Welcome to a dark fantasy filled with magic, resilience, and heart-stopping adventures. Meet Aveline, a young mage on the brink of discovering her true powers amid an impending war against the merciless Frost King. With the fate of her village hanging in the balance, she must forge unbreakable bonds with her allies and confront her deepest fears. Will she rise to the challenge and protect everything and everyone she loves? Get ready to embark on a thrilling journey through the enchanted realm of Eldoria as we dive into the heart of the Frosted Flame. This is Chapter 1. Let the adventure begin.
Chapter 1. The Heart of the Frosted Flame. Aveline stood in a serene forest glade, surrounded by towering trees that filtered the sunlight, illuminating her fiery red hair. As she focused intently, flames danced around her fingertips, each flicker a testament to the power she sought to harness. The quiet rustle of leaves contrasted with her vibrant magic, creating an atmosphere filled with potential and excitement. But then, as she attempted a more complex spell, the flame sputtered and vanished, leaving her momentarily engulfed in shadows. Frustration welled within her as she fumbled with her magic, muttering under her breath about wanting to master her powers and not make the same mistakes again. A feeling of embarrassment, mixed with frustration, surged through her as she stood alone in the glade, yearning to prove herself capable and worthy in her family's long lineage of mages. From a distance, she caught sight of Eldric, her mentor, observing her attempts with a proud yet concerned expression etched on his face. As she prepared to give it another go, she noticed him step forward, ready to offer his guidance. Aveline took a deep breath, centering herself as she prepared to summon her fire once more, determined to get it right this time. Aveline returned home, stepping into the lively marketplace of Eldoria, where vendors called out their wares and townsfolk bustled about. Colourful stalls lined the streets, adorned with fruits, herbs, and glimmering trinkets, filling the air with vibrant energy. As she walked, Aveline spotted Rowan, her childhood friend, leaning against a stall and grinning mischievously. He waved her over, teasing her about her earlier magical mishap, the warmth of their laughter echoing through the market. Their rapport was palpable. They shared an effortless bond forged through years of friendship. Aveline felt a wave of comfort wash over her, grateful for the normalcy amidst her magical ambitions. As they strolled through the market, Aveline shared her desire to master her skills, hungry for recognition as not just a girl with fiery magic, but as a true mage. Rowan listened intently, though a flicker of concern danced in his eyes as he cautioned her about the dangers that came with such lofty aspirations. Aveline brushed off his worries, her determination ablaze. She had ambitions to fulfill, and was resolute in proving herself worthy of her lineage. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill swept through the market, sending a shiver down her spine and interrupting their light-hearted banter, hinting at the trouble brewing on the horizon. In the fading afternoon light, Aveline ventured to the family's ancestral castle. The familiar path leading to the towering stone structure now felt heavier with expectation. As she stepped inside, the scent of old parchment and polished wood enveloped her, a comforting reminder of her heritage. Aveline wandered through the grand hall, her gaze drawn to the portraits lining the walls, mages, warriors, and ancients who had once walked the same halls. Each face gazed down with a sense of pride and power, but it also weighed upon her, igniting a fierce desire to uphold their legacy. The deep resonance of her own footsteps echoed as she approached the portrait of her grandmother, a legendary mage revered for her strength and wisdom. Aveline traced her fingers over the ornate frame, recalling tales of her grandmother's bravery in battling dark forces threatening their kingdom. Just then, Lyra, Aveline's younger sibling, dashed into the room, her youthful energy bringing brightness to the somber atmosphere. "Aveline!" she exclaimed excitedly, grasping her sister's hand. "You're back! Can you teach me some magic today?" Aveline smiled, her heart softening at Lyra's admiration. She knelt to her sister's level. "Of course, but remember, magic requires practice and patience," she replied, the weight of her own journey softening in this moment of connection. Lyra's eyes sparkled with eagerness. But as they talked, she revealed a troubling dream she had, a vision of darkness creeping into their world, casting shadows over their home. Aveline's smile faltered at the implication. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her mind racing with unease, wondering if those shadows were more than just the fabric of a child's imagination. In the stillness of the castle, Aveline felt a shiver run down her spine at Lyra's words. The warmth of their earlier conversation began to dissipate, replaced by an unsettling chill that echoed in the vastness of the hall. "Tell me more about your dream," Aveline encouraged gently, kneeling down to meet her sister's earnest gaze. Lyra's brows knitted together as she spoke. "It was dark, and I could hear whispers. They said something was coming for our magic, for you." Aveline's heart raced. The thought of anything threatening her sister or their family ignited a flicker of fear within her. "It's just a dream," she reassured, though uncertainty crept into her voice. "Dreams can be strange." "But what if it's a warning?" Lyra pressed, her eyes wide with concern. Aveline's resolve wavered, the weight of her responsibilities pressing down on her as she thought of her training and the lessons learned. "I promise to keep you safe, Lyra." "I won't let anything happen to you," she said firmly, wrapping her arms around her sister. With reassurance given, Aveline rose and glanced at her grandmother's portrait once more. A feeling of duty washed over her, igniting a spark of determination. She had to learn to control her magic, to understand it, and to prepare for whatever darkness loomed on the horizon. As she looked out the window, a chill breeze swept through the castle, rustling the curtains and sending a shiver through her. The whispers of her dream echoed in her mind, interweaving with her grandmother's legacy, driving her towards the realization that each moment counted. "I need to train more," she murmured to herself, igniting a fire within her heart. "And I need to know if what you saw is real." With a firm nod, she pulled away from the comforting embrace of her sister, steeling herself for the journey ahead, and resolved that no shadows would take them unprepared. Aveline moved swiftly through the castle, determination fueling her steps as she sought out Eldrick. The familiar stone walls felt both comforting and oppressive, each echo of her footsteps a reminder of her lineage and expectations. Finding him in the courtyard, she watched as Eldrick practiced a spell, strands of water shimmering in his control, illuminated by the afternoon sun. She cleared her throat, catching his attention. "Aveline!" he called, a warm smile spreading across his face. "What brings you here?" "I need to talk to you about my training," she replied, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "There's too much at stake, and I want to master my magic faster." Eldrick nodded, sensing the weight of her resolve. "You've shown great promise, but mastery takes time. What troubles you?" A short silence followed as she debated how much to reveal. Lyra had a dream, a troubling one. She believes something dark is coming for our magic, something that could threaten us. Eldrick's expression shifted, concern evident in his eyes. Dreams can hold remnants of truth, but they are often cloaked in fear. You must be cautious not to let your imagination fuel your urgency. "But I can't ignore it," Aveline insisted, passion swelling within her. "I want to be prepared. I want to protect my family." Eldrick regarded her thoughtfully. "Very well. If you wish to accelerate your training, we can introduce more rigorous exercises and focus on the elemental control you've been developing." Aveline felt the spark of hope reignite. "I'll do whatever it takes." "Then come, let us begin," Eldrick said, gesturing toward the training grounds. As they moved to the open space, Aveline felt the anticipation build within her. The wind wrapped around her, as if encouraging her to push beyond her limits. And she resolved that this time she would not merely practice, she would conquer. In the training grounds, Aveline faced Eldrick, the air thick with anticipation. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows as she prepared to push her limits. "Let's start with the fire control," Eldrick instructed, gesturing for her to focus. "This time, remember to channel your emotions into the spell, allowing them to guide the flames." Aveline nodded, centering herself and taking a deep breath. She visualized the warmth of fire rising within her, feeling the energy course through her veins. As she conjured the flames, they danced in her palms, brighter than ever before, but wavered slightly, reflecting her inner doubts. "Good," Eldrick encouraged, observing her intently. "Now, combine it with wind. Envision how the two elements can synchronize rather than clash." Aveline focused, merging the fire with the invisible currents of air around her. It took effort, but she pushed through the wavering confidence, imagining the fire spiraling outward, entwined with the wind, creating a vortex of warmth and light. "Excellent! Keep it steady!" Eldrick cheered as the flames surged, but suddenly the wind shifted. The spell began to spiral out of control, the flames licking the air aggressively as they threatened to overtake her. Panic crept in, but she remembered Lyra's words. How could she protect those she loved if she couldn't control her magic? With a surge of determination, Aveline focused on her breathing, willing the fire to settle. She adjusted her stance, grounding herself and redirecting her energy. Slowly, the spell calmed, the fiery whirlwind enveloping her gently instead of crashing wildly. "Very well done, Aveline," Eldrick said, his voice a mix of pride and relief as he witnessed the transformation in her focus. "You've learned to harness your strength and adapt to the chaos." Aveline smiled, exhilarated by the progress she could feel within herself. This was more than just a lesson in magic. It was a reaffirmation of her path forward. With each step, she felt increasingly ready to confront whatever darkness lay ahead, more determined than ever to protect those she cherished. Chapter 2. Rallying the Flames. Aveline stood at the edge of the training grounds, a sense of urgency coursing through her veins as she prepared for the upcoming confrontation. The surrounding village buzzed with activity as everyone went about their daily tasks, but her mind remained focused on the task at hand. Gathering her allies, she called for a meeting, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. A palpable tension filled the air as Aveline reviewed their previous strategies. highlighting their recent successes and the lessons learned along the way. We need to solidify our plans for the upcoming attack on the Frost King's stronghold. She addressed the group, her voice steady. We cannot underestimate the enemy. As she spoke, she noticed the subtle fidgeting of her friends, particularly Kale, who shifted his weight and glanced around, unsure. Aveline took a breath, remembering how essential it was to reassure her allies while also fostering a sense of unity. We need to gather more intel, she continued, and I've devised a plan to divide our efforts. If we mobilize our scouts in smaller groups, we can cover more ground without drawing too much attention. Some murmured in agreement, while others, including Kale, expressed hesitation, fearing that splitting up might leave them vulnerable to ambushes. Sensing the discord, Aveline acknowledged their concerns, emphasizing the importance of trust in her leadership. Throughout our journey, we have faced many challenges, and we've come through stronger as a team, she said, her eyes locking onto theirs. It's essential we move forward together, using every advantage we've gained. With her words, a wave of confidence washed over the group. They shared hesitant yet determined glances, ready to work as a unit. As they strategized, Aveline felt her resolve solidify. She was committed to leading her team into the heart of danger with the strength of their bond as her foundation. Aveline felt her resolve solidify. She was committed to leading her team into the heart of danger with the strength of their bond as her foundation. As they strategized, everyone hesitant yet determined, fearing that splitting up might leave them vulnerable to ambushes. Some murmured as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue across the village. Aveline and her team gathered their supplies for the mission. She moved swiftly through the encampment, checking in with each member to ensure everything was in order. "Rowan, have you secured the healing potions?" Aveline called out, her voice steady but laced with urgency. Rowan emerged from their supply tent, a small bag clinking with vials in his hands. "I have 4, just as you requested. We should be prepared for any injuries we might encounter." He approached her with a determined expression, showcasing his readiness to follow through on their plans. "Good, that should be enough, but let's hope we won't need them," she replied, a hint of tension lingering in her voice. Aveline moved on to Kale, who was double-checking their magical traps. "Kale, how are we on the traps? Are they ready for deployment during our scouting?" Kale glanced up, his brow furrowed. "I'm almost finished, but are you sure about splitting up the teams? I still think it's risky." Aveline met his gaze, recognizing the concern behind his words. "Risks are often the price of progress, Kale. But with your traps in place, we'll gain the upper hand," she assured him, feeling the pressure of her decision weighing heavily. As the evening grew darker, Aveline rallied everyone for one final strategy discussion before they set off. She felt the tension in the air, the unspoken worries of her allies mingling with their resolve. "Remember, if any part of the plan goes awry, stay adaptable and communicate," she instructed, her voice echoing in the night. The squabbles and doubts faded slightly, replaced by the focused determination of her friends. Aveline felt a swell of pride at their effort to work together in spite of the risks, knowing they were preparing for something greater than themselves. "Let's move out," she declared, leading her team into the shadows of the gathering night, her heart steady, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it as one. As the group ventured deeper into the woods, the atmosphere shifted. The sounds of the village faded behind them, replaced by the quiet whispers of the trees and the crunch of leaves underfoot. The path became more treacherous, lined with twisted roots and slippery rocks, increasing the tension among Aveline's team. Aveline led the way, her senses heightened as she scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger. The cold air bit at her skin, and she felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety, each step bringing them closer to the unknown. "Stay alert," she instructed, glancing back at Rowan and Cale, who were closely following. "We have to be ready for anything." Rowan nodded, keeping a watchful eye on the path ahead, while Cale lagged slightly, scanning the trees for any movement. Aveline noticed his hesitance and felt the need to reassure him. "We'll go in quickly, scout the area, and retreat if necessary," she promised. "We won't take unnecessary risks." Cale took a deep breath, nodding, but Aveline could see the traces of doubt lingering in his eyes. She knew he was still concerned about their decision to split up during the scouting, and she silently vowed to prove that their tactical plan would work. A sudden gust of wind rustled the trees, sending shivers down Aveline's spine. She paused, the feeling of being watched creeping over her. "Did anyone else feel that?" she questioned. Aveline nodded, keeping a watchful eye on the path ahead, while Cale lagged slightly, scanning the trees for any movement. Aveline noticed his hesitance and felt the need to reassure him. "Did anyone else feel that?" she questioned. "We won't take unnecessary risks." Cale took a deep breath, nodding, but Aveline could see the traces of doubt lingering in his eyes. She knew he was still concerned, her voice low. The team exchanged glances, a palpable tension rising. Rowan stepped forward, trying to dispel the unease. "It's just the wind. We're fine. We just need to focus on our mission." "Right," Aveline confirmed, shaking off the feeling and pressing forward. But internally, she felt the weight of responsibility. She needed to keep her team safe and focused, even as doubts began to dance in the corners of her mind. Pushing aside her worries, her voice low. The team exchanged glances, a palpable tension rising. Rowan stepped forward, trying to dispel the unease. "It's just the wind. We're fine. We just need to focus on our mission." Aveline took command of the situation, calling for a moment of silence to listen for any further disturbances. The stillness around them magnified her heartbeat, But as the minutes passed without incident, her confidence started to return. "Let's keep moving," she finally urged, determination hardening her resolve. They continued their trek, the darkness closing in around them, filled with the knowledge that they were stepping onto a path filled with uncertainty and unseen dangers. As they pressed deeper into the woods, the shadows lengthened around them, and Aveline felt a growing sense of unease. She had led them into a dense thicket where branches snagged at their clothes, and the underbrush crackled with unseen creatures. Suddenly, a low growl echoed in the distance. Aveline's heart raced as she halted the group, signaling them to crouch behind a cluster of bushes. The sound drew nearer, jagged breaths mingling with the rustling leaves. "Stay quiet," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. From behind the foliage, they watched as a hulking Frost King minion stalked into the clearing, its icy armor shimmering as it moved. The beast sniffed the air, scanning for intruders with a predatory intensity. Aveline's mind raced. They had hoped to scout the area unnoticed, but now they were in danger of being discovered. The plan to draw the minions away for reconnaissance was already slipping away from her grip. Rowan shifted beside her, his grip tightening on his weapon. "We have to do something. We can't just wait until it leaves," he urged, concern etched on his face. Aveline considered the options quickly, knowing that a hasty decision could jeopardize their safety. "If we strike, we can lead it away from our path, but we must do it quietly to avoid alerting others." Cale's expression shifted into one of reluctance. "What if we're outnumbered? We could find ourselves cornered." "I understand the risk," Aveline replied, meeting Cale's gaze with determination. "But if we let it pass, we lose our chance to gather important intel. We can't afford to be passive." With a deep breath to gather her courage, Aveline made her decision. "We're not abandoning this mission. Rowan, you take the left flank, and Cale, you'll enter from the right. I'll distract it with fire magic. On my signal, move quickly and quietly." Her team nodded, and with shared resolve, they prepared their positions. The moment felt charged with a blend of anxiety and excitement. Aveline knew the effectiveness of their attack rested not only on her strategy, but on their unity. As she focused her energy, the glow of fire began to flicker in her palm, illuminating their hidden corner. She felt the warmth radiate through her, channeling her determination and reflecting her growth as a leader. "Now," Aveline called, unleashing the burst of fire into the clearing, the flames dancing as they caught the minion's attention. It wheeled around in surprise, leaving a momentary opening for her allies to act. "Let's go!" she shouted, racing into the action alongside her team, her heart pounding with the thrill of their collective courage. As Aveline unleashed the burst of fire, the flames arced through the air, radiant and fierce. The Frost King minion turned, its eyes narrowing at the sudden light, confusion and rage intermingling, as it instinctively advanced toward the source. "Now! Move!" Aveline yelled, urgency flooding her voice. She dashed toward the flank, heart racing as she glanced over her shoulder to check on Rowan and Cale, watching them spring into action alongside her. Rowan darted to the left, expertly rolling into position as he readied a spell of his own. Cale, on the right, launched a flurry of icy shards, aiming to distract the creature further and create openings for their escape. The minion bellowed in anger, swinging its massive claw toward Aveline, but she was quicker, using her agility and determination to evade the blow. The adrenaline surged within her, a powerful reminder of the stakes at hand. "Keep it distracted," Aveline called out, focusing her energy as she summoned a second wave of flame, directing it towards the ground near the creature, creating a barrier of heat that forced it to recoil. Her heart swelled with confidence. Each magical incantation felt surer than the last, her courage igniting as she adapted to the rhythm of battle. The teamwork flowed effortlessly. They were operating as one unit, investing their trust in one another. Suddenly, Kale shouted a warning as 2 additional minions emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. The dynamic shifted in an instant. Aveline's resolve was no longer just about distraction, but about survival. "Regroup!" Aveline commanded, her mind racing as she quickly assessed their options. The encounter had shifted considerably, and they needed a new strategy to manage the unexpected threat. Rowan, breathing heavily, met her gaze. "We need to fall back to the trees and regroup. We can ambush them from there." Aveline nodded, rallying her team as they maneuvered toward the trees, gripping their weapons tightly. She led the way, thoughts racing on how to leverage their surroundings against the minions. As they reached the tree line, Aveline was acutely aware of her surroundings, the cool air filling her lungs, heightening her senses. She turned to her allies, recognizing their commitment to each other and feeling a sense of purpose solidify within her. "On my count, we unleash everything we have," Aveline declared, determination firmly grounding her voice. "This time, let's do this together." As they huddled behind the thick tree trunks, Aveline's heart raced with adrenaline and uncertainty. She could feel the power of the approaching minions vibrating in the air, urging her to stand firm and fight. "Count us down," Kale urged, glancing at her, determination etched on his face. The tension in the air was palpable, and they could hear the heavy footfalls of the minions drawing nearer. Aveline lifted her chin, steadying herself. 3, 2, 1. With a fierce shout, she sprang from behind the tree, igniting flames in her hands. As the fiery light illuminated the clearing, she released the magic towards the nearest minion, catching it off guard and pushing it back with a wave of roaring fire. Rowan, right at her side, followed suit. He conjured forth a gust of wind, combining it with Aveline's flames to amplify their attack. The minion shrieked, momentarily stunned as it staggered backwards, opening a path for the others. "Now!" Aveline shouted, rallying her team forward. They charged into the fray, the energy of their combined spells creating a fierce front against the encroaching minions. But as they fought, the second wave of minions arrived, and the battle quickly grew chaotic. One of the new minions lunged at Kale, narrowly missing as he rolled away. "Watch out!" Aveline yelled, feeling fear for her ally deepen the intensity of her attack. She redirected her focus, sending a barrier of fire toward the new threat, while simultaneously keeping tabs on Kale and Rowan. Kale regained his footing, his face set with determination, as he dodged another swipe and retaliated with a surge of ice magic, forcing the creature back. Aveline called out tactical orders, directing where each member should regroup and attack, her confidence growing with every command. She guided her friends with decisive authority, seamlessly blending offense and defense into their strategy. In the midst of the battle, Aveline felt the collective effort of the group binding them together, influencing her ability to adapt to the wild changes of combat. Each successful spell hit, and each defensive maneuver strengthened their resolve. As they fought as a unit, Aveline realized how deeply her experiences had shaped her understanding of leadership and trust. She felt the weight of responsibility, but it was buoyed by the knowledge that every firefight they weathered brought them closer together. With a final surge of energy, Aveline led her team in one last attack against the minions, her heart swelling with pride and purpose as they pushed through, determined to reclaim their mission and reaffirm their unity against whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 3. Mending Bonds. Aveline stood in the village square, the sun barely cresting the horizon, casting a soft glow over the familiar cobblestones. The town bustled with early morning activity, vendors setting up their stalls, neighbors exchanging greetings, and children laughing as they raced past her. As she inhaled the comforting scents of baked bread and fresh herbs, Aveline felt the weight of recent battles lingering in her mind. It was a comforting routine. Yet she sensed that something had shifted within her. The echoes of her journey had irrevocably changed her perspective. Determined to make the most of her newfound understanding, Aveline began to help the villagers as they prepared for the day. She moved through the market, lending a hand to those who needed it, her presence more assertive as she navigated conversations with renewed purpose. As she assisted a vendor in arranging fruits, Aveline's thoughts drifted back to the tension of the previous day's battle. She recalled the frantic energy, the lessons learned, and how critical trust and collaboration had become in their struggle against the Frost King. A few familiar faces glanced her way, and she noticed their uncertain expressions. News of the recent skirmish had spread, and whispers shadowed her movements. Some villagers approached her, curiosity mingling with caution. "How are you faring after that battle?" one elderly woman asked, genuine concern etched onto her face. Aveline offered a reassuring smile, more confident than she used to be. "We stood our ground. I'm grateful to have fought alongside my friends. We're ready for whatever comes next." The woman nodded, but doubt flickered in her eyes. "And what if it's not enough?" Aveline hesitated for a moment, her thoughts echoing the apprehensions she faced. "We'll adapt. We always do." Together, her resolve resonated in the air as she noticed a group of children looking up at her, filled with admiration. They saw her not just as Aveline, the girl from their village, but as a protector, a budding leader ready to take action. With a gentle wave, she encouraged their play, knowing that the bonds formed in her community could be just as strong as those forged in battle. As she continued her tasks, Aveline felt a deeper connection to her surroundings. The routine tasks of daily life became more than mundane. They were threads that wove their community together, reinforcing the unity she had grown to cherish. As the sun climbed higher, Aveline headed toward the village library, the place that had always been her refuge and source of knowledge. The scent of old books and parchment greeted her as she pushed open the heavy door, her heart filling with purpose. Inside, the library was quiet, rows of books lining the walls like guardians of ancient wisdom. Aveline felt a rush of determination. She had learned so much in her recent travels. But now it was time to reinforce her understanding and gather even more tools for her journey ahead. She made her way to a table stacked with leather-bound tomes, flipping through pages filled with spells and histories of magical practices. Each word seemed to resonate with her recent experiences, illuminating her path for the challenges yet to come. Suddenly, Eldrick appeared from an adjoining room, a stack of scrolls in his arms. His expression shifting from surprise to a warm smile upon seeing her. "Aveline, I didn't expect to see you here so soon after your return." "I know," she replied, "but I need to deepen my knowledge. The Frost King is a real threat, and I want to be prepared." Eldrick nodded, sensing the seriousness in her tone. "That is wise. Understanding your enemies is crucial. What are you looking for specifically?" "I'm interested in spells that can bind or contain rival magic," Aveline stated, her eagerness shining through. "If we can counter the Frost King's ice abilities, we might better protect ourselves." Eldrick's interest peaked as he placed the scrolls on the table. "I think I have just the thing." He pulled out an ornate scroll with intricate designs, revealing powerful binding spells and magical wards. These techniques can contain and disrupt the flow of opposing magic. Aveline's eyes widened with excitement, and she leaned in closer, absorbing every detail. This could change everything. As she began to practice the spells, she felt a sense of empowerment build inside her. Eldrick watched with a mix of pride and concern, noting how quickly Aveline adapted to the new knowledge, yet also recognizing the gravity of what lay ahead. "Just remember to maintain your focus," he warned gently, "and be aware of the intentions behind the magic you wield." Aveline nodded, fully aware that with power came responsibility. As she practiced, the spells began to take shape under her hands, each flicker of magic a testament to her determination to protect her community. This experience solidified her understanding that every lesson learned would serve as a foundation for what was to come, and she felt an unyielding resolve to carry that knowledge into the battles awaiting her. As Aveline continued to practice the binding spells, the rhythmic movements of her hands began to feel increasingly natural. Each flicker of magic ignited a sense of confidence within her, affirming the growth she had achieved through her training. Eldrick observed closely, offering subtle encouragement as she molded the spells with intent. "Good, Aveline. Hold that focus. Imagine how you would contain the Frost King's ice, how it could be confined," he instructed, his voice steady and supportive. Feeling the pulse of magic flowing through her, Aveline visualized the icy tendrils of the Frost King's power, and how she could encase them in warmth and light. With each attempt, she pushed against the boundaries of her abilities, determined to harness the magic that had once felt out of reach. But as she practiced, a flicker of doubt surfaced. What if she couldn't control it when it mattered most? Shaking off the thought, she redirected her energy, channeling it towards the spell until it ignited into a dazzling display of light and warmth. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a group of rogue mages entered, discussing plans for their next mission. Among them was Kale, whose presence shifted the tone in the room. He spotted Aveline and approached, his brow furrowed with concern. "Aveline, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be resting after everything?" Kale asked, a hint of reproach in his voice as he assessed her energy level. "I know you're worried, but I need to prepare," Aveline replied, standing tall. "We're facing the Frost King soon, and we can't afford to be unready." Kale crossed his arms, skepticism creeping into his expression. "You shouldn't overexert yourself. There are risks involved. This isn't just a game." Aveline felt frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "I understand the risks, Kale, but I also understand what we're up against. We need every advantage we can get." The tension hung in the air as they exchanged determined looks, Aveline's resolve pushing against Kale's protectiveness. Eldrick intervened, sensing the brewing conflict. "Aveline's right to train, but it is essential to balance preparation with self-care," he advised, his authoritative presence guiding the situation toward resolution. Kale's expression softened slightly, though his doubts remained. "Fine, but if you feel unwell at any moment, you need to promise to stop," he said, his protective instinct surfacing. "I promise," Aveline replied, feeling grateful for his concern, but also yearning for him to recognize her growth. As the rogue mages began to discuss plans, Aveline integrated their insights, considering combinations of strategies that could enhance their chances against the Frost King. This back and forth not only deepened her understanding of her abilities, but also highlighted some of the dynamics within her group, revealing the balance between confidence and caution. She felt invigorated, knowing that her journey would require both strength and adaptability to confront the path that lay ahead. The atmosphere around Aveline shifted when the group of rogue mages began discussing the impending battle with the Frost King. Plans were shared, ideas bounced between allies, and excitement built. But Aveline sensed the underlying tensions that had developed since the earlier confrontation. As they strategized, Kale began to express his concerns more vocally, reiterating the risks involved in confronting the Frost King directly. We can't just charge in without a solid plan. We barely escaped last time, he asserted, his voice laced with anxiety. Aveline felt frustration boil within her. She appreciated Cale's caution, but also recognized the necessity of decisiveness in their approach. We need to make a move, Cale. The longer we wait, the stronger the Frost King becomes, she argued, her conviction palpable. Rowan watched the exchange closely, sensing the tension between the two friends. What if we develop a backup plan, he suggested, attempting to ease the fracture but threaten to divide them further. Let's prepare for both offensive and defensive strategies. Cale crossed his arms, still hesitant, but he regarded Aveline's determination with a subtle shift in his demeanor. Fine, but if things go south, we need to retreat and regroup. We can't afford casualties, he replied, still firm in his protective instincts while acknowledging Aveline's influence. Aveline felt the weight of leadership settle on her shoulders. I promise we'll prioritize safety, but we also need to be assertive. If we have new intel, we must use it to our advantage. Every moment counts. The group nodded in agreement, sensing the necessary balance of caution and daring that Aveline was cultivating in their strategy. As they discussed specific roles for each mage, Aveline felt a rush of confidence. She was finally evolving into the kind of leader who could balance ambition with responsibility. Let's train together this evening, she proposed, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. We can enhance our skills and prepare for unexpected scenarios based on what we learned from the last encounter. The room buzzed with agreement, the mages abandoning their earlier hesitations as the idea took root. Cale's expression softened, and he signed off on Aveline's resolve. Recognizing her growth, not only in skill, but in leadership. As they finalized their strategies, Aveline felt a sense of unity growing among them. She glanced around at her allies, knowing this moment could define their journey ahead. With each step forward, she understood that her evolving leadership would play a crucial role in the battles to come. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the training grounds, Aveline felt a surge of anticipation coursing through her veins. The air crackled with energy as the gathered mages prepared for their evening training session. She moved among them, offering encouragement and adjusting techniques where necessary. Aveline showcased the fire and wind technique Eldrick had taught her, demonstrating its practical application in defense and offense. The flames danced playfully along her fingertips, illuminating her determined expression. Remember to visualize the connection between the elements, Aveline reminded one of the younger mages, struggling to weave fire into wind. It's about harmony, not just power. With each spell cast, Aveline saw sparks of confidence igniting in her allies. Encouraging glances and murmurs of approval filled the air, providing a buoyant atmosphere that lifted the group's spirits. She felt the tight-knit unity forming as shared practice drew them closer together. Yet as they trained, Aveline couldn't shake the undercurrent of worry about their upcoming confrontation. She noticed the glances exchanged between Cale and Rowan when they believed she wasn't watching, hints of skepticism still lingering despite her recent growth. "Let's try a group formation," Aveline proposed, sensing the need for cohesion in their techniques. "By combining our spells, we can create a stronger front against the Frost King's forces." The group responded with renewed enthusiasm, eager to implement Aveline's suggestion. As they aligned themselves into pairs and practiced, Aveline felt the weight of leadership settle upon her shoulders, yet it invigorated her rather than burdened her. During the practice, Aveline observed varying levels of skill and confidence among her teammates. She approached Cale, who had been sparring with Rowan, brow furrowed in concentration. "You've improved," she noted, a genuine smile breaking her usually serious demeanor. Kale looked up, surprised by the compliment. "Thanks, but I still feel unsure about leading in a real battle," he admitted, his vulnerability surfacing as he wiped sweat from his brow. Aveline took a step closer. "We'll face it together. That's why we're training now, to grow stronger as a team, each of us trustworthy in our roles." Kale nodded. Taking her words to heart, Aveline could see the shift in his demeanor, slowly accepting her leadership and vision for the mission. As they continued to practice, Aveline felt a sense of clarity unfold before her. The physical exercises and the bonds being forged amidst the training sessions were preparing them not just for battle, but for the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Aveline recognized that their successes and struggles were entwined, each molded by the collective effort, setting a strong foundation for whatever awaited them. As the practice session concluded, Aveline gathered her team in a huddle, feeling a surge of camaraderie and shared purpose. The sun lowered in the sky, painting the horizon with a palette of oranges and purples, signaling that their time to prepare was drawing to a close. "Great work today, everyone," she began, her voice resonating with genuine pride. "I can see how far we've come, and I believe we're ready for whatever the Frost King throws at us next." The group murmured in agreement, a collective strength pulsing through them. Aveline's heart swelled. This unity felt different from before, reinforced through their dedication to training and each other. Rowan suggested holding a strategy review to finalize their approaches for the upcoming confrontation. "We should recap everything we learned today. Make sure we're all on the same page," he said, his tone thoughtful. Aveline nodded. "Yes, let's go over our roles and how we'll use our combined magic. Communication will be key." As they discussed tactics, she sensed a shift in dynamics. Kale, previously hesitant, was now engaging more actively, offering constructive ideas and supporting his teammates. Aveline appreciated the changes she'd witnessed in him, their earlier conflicts seemingly fading into the background. However, as the meeting progressed and plans solidified, a sense of unease filtered through her mind. The memory of Varen's earlier betrayal gnawed at her, injecting a flicker of doubt about their mission's success. "Focus on the strengths we've identified and how we can leverage them," Aveline urged, scanning the faces of her allies for reassurance. "This isn't just about magic. It's about trust and teamwork." The group nodded, reacting positively to her rallying words. As they set their strategies into action, Aveline felt her previous fears slowly dissipate. Her experiences had fortified her resolve and sharpened her purpose. They shared a final moment of solidarity, raising hands in a circle, uniting them in shared commitment to fight together. "For each other and for our home," Aveline declared, feeling the energy pulse among them. With their spirits lifted, Aveline led the way back toward their temporary lodgings, the glow of the setting sun painting their path ahead. A reminder of the battles fought and the road yet traveled. She felt a renewed sense of determination. Together, they would confront the Frost King, united in both power and purpose. Chapter 4: Temptations of Retreat. Aveline and her team stood at the edge of a misty forest, where shadows danced among the trees, cloaking the path ahead in uncertainty. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a stark contrast to the camaraderie they had just shared. As they prepared to enter, Aveline felt the heaviness of their mission weigh upon her. A jagged sense of anticipation coursed through her. The forest loomed ominously, harboring secrets and potential dangers. "Stay close and keep your guard up," she instructed, her voice firm yet steady, eliciting nods from her allies. The air grew colder as they stepped into the underbrush, the daylight fading overhead, creating an eerie twilight that pressed in around them. Aveline scanned their surroundings, acutely aware of her heightened senses. Every rustle and creak was amplified in the stillness of the forest. "Did you hear that?" whispered Rowan, glancing nervously over his shoulder, his eyes wide with apprehension. Aveline held her breath, attuned to the forest's pulse. "It's nothing," she reassured, though a flicker of unease settled in her stomach. "Just the wind." Suddenly they heard a low growl, reverberating through the trees, emphasizing the danger lurking beneath the surface. The team halted, their bodies tense, gripping their weapons tightly. "Get ready," Aveline commanded, heart racing as she focused her energy, preparing for whatever might emerge from the shadows. "We need to be prepared for an ambush." Just then a dark shape dashed through the brush, and Aveline instinctively summoned a barrier of flames. But it turned out to be one of their allies, a rogue mage who had ventured out for reconnaissance. "Aveline, we've got trouble!" the mage shouted, breathless and wide-eyed. "The Frost King's minions are close, moving faster than we expected." Frustration welled within Aveline. She had anticipated ambush, but hadn't expected their enemies to locate them so soon. This was a critical moment, one that could derail their plans if she didn't act swiftly. "Regroup!" she yelled, directing her team to form a defensive perimeter, her voice rising above the growl of approaching threats. "We need to prepare for a fight." The group rallied around her, their movements synchronized as fear turned to determination. Aveline felt the surge of energy as they prepared for battle, her resolve hardening. They would not back down. Together, they would face the Frost King's minions and protect one another in the chaos ahead. As the sounds of growling grew louder, Aveline took a deep breath, grounding herself in the moment. She quickly assessed her surroundings, noting the dense foliage that encircled them, contemplating how to use it to their advantage. "Kale, you take the left flank and cover our retreat path," she commanded, her tone firm but calm. "Rowan, stay close to the center and prepare to channel a wind spell to aid us if we need to disperse quickly." The others nodded, their faces set with determination, but Aveline could sense the undercurrents of anxiety weaving through the group. She pushed through her own apprehension, focusing on the strategies they had practiced. Suddenly, a large beast burst through the thicket, a Frost King minion, its icy armor glinting menacingly in the half-light. It snarled, baring its sharp teeth as it charged toward them. "Now!" Aveline shouted, conjuring a barrier of flames that flickered brightly against the dim backdrop of the forest. The fire roared to life, illuminating her allies' faces and momentarily stunning the beast in its tracks. Rowan unleashed his wind spell, sending a gust that swept across the clearing and propelled the flames toward the minion, reinforcing Aveline's attack. "Keep it moving! Move to the right!" Aveline called, trying to maintain control of the battle as the minion recovered and lunged forward again. They worked as a cohesive unit, Aveline channeling her fire, while Rowan created diversions. But each strike of the minion's claws brought danger closer. The creature was relentless, trying to break through their defenses. Kale's ice magic joined the fray. He maneuvered to flank the beast alongside Aveline, sealing off its escape routes, while enhancing the team's combined efforts. Aveline felt invigorated, their earlier doubts melting away as they executed her commands effectively. But the battle was rapidly escalating. The team needed to think on their feet as the Frost King's forces grew bolder. "Focus," Aveline encouraged, forcing her own fears down as she summoned more magic, preparing for their next striking action. "We will not let fear dictate our fate." Her confidence sparked a fire within her allies, bolstering their desire to stand firm against the threat. Aveline knew they could adapt and overcome together, each action building trust and strength as the confrontation unfolded. As the battle raged on, Aveline could feel the fatigue settling into her limbs, the weight of her magic pressing hard against her. The Frost King's minions seemed relentless, charging forward with a ferocity that made her pulse quicken. Aveline dodged as the beast swiped at her, the chill in the air intensifying with each clash. She glanced to her right at Kale, who was locking eyes with her, a silent question on his face. Now might be the time for that distraction. He shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Aveline nodded, knowing that they needed to create an opening to gain the advantage. Rowan, prepare for a wind blast. Kale, flank it from the left. With their roles assigned, Aveline focused her energy, channeling it into a concentrated fireball that flickered dangerously in her palm. She felt the magic surge, her heart racing as she prepared for the attack. On 3. 1, 2, 3. With a quick motion, Aveline hurled the fireball toward the minion as Rowan unleashed his wind blast at the same time. The fire ignited, swirling with the wind, creating a tempest of flames that enveloped the beast. It howled in fury, staggering back as Aveline's spell caught it off guard. Kale capitalized on the confusion, launching his own icy shards to further weaken the creature, focusing on precision and timing. Keep moving, Aveline yelled, adrenaline firing through her veins as she directed the others. They had to keep up the momentum if they wanted to win. Yet as the creature retaliated with a desperate swipe, Aveline felt a flicker of doubt creep in. What if their plan unraveled again? But she shook off the uncertainty, recalling the strength of her allies and their shared mission. Don't let up. Together. Encouraged by her words, the team rallied. Their spirits lifted. They pushed through the onslaught as Aveline reinforced their defenses while strategizing their next steps. The battle felt like a dance, a chaotic rhythm where each move relied on trust and instinct. Aveline's adaptability allowed her to direct her magic in response to the evolving fight, and she sensed her leadership solidifying with every decision made. Focus on your individual strengths. We'll bring this beast down, Aveline commanded, her voice rising above the fray, displaying the evolution of her confidence under pressure. With a final surge of energy, Aveline channeled her magic, ready to lead the charge, prepared to confront whatever challenges lay ahead in this relentless battle. As the battle intensified, Aveline felt the strain of using her magic begin to take its toll. The minion they faced was fierce and relentless, and she could see fatigue creeping into the faces of her allies. Regroup! Aveline shouted, raising her arms to signal her team to fall back to a more defensible position among the trees. They needed to catch their breath, refocus, and reassess their strategy. Kale and Rowan hastily maneuvered to her side, urgency in their movements as the frost beast continued to lurch forward, its icy breath hissing against the cooler air. Are we really going to retreat now? Kale asked, brows furrowed with doubt and frustration. We're so close! Aveline met his gaze, determined, but understanding the stakes involved. We need to stabilize our position before charging back in. We can't afford to exhibit recklessness and put everyone at risk. Rowan chimed in, nodding in agreement. Aveline is right. If we push ourselves too hard, we'll lose our advantage. Kale hesitated, torn between his desire to fight and his sense of self-preservation. But Aveline's fierce resolve began to reassure him. Fine, but we need to come up with a plan, he conceded, his voice softening as he recognized the importance of a coordinated effort. Aveline felt a flicker of relief as the camaraderie began to intensify once more, each member's commitment fueling her own ambition. She took a moment to breathe, recalling the strategies they had practiced and the lessons learned from earlier encounters. "Let's use the environment to our advantage," she proposed, pointing to the thick trees surrounding the clearing. "If we create barriers with the landscape, we can channel the minions' attacks and isolate it for a final strike," Aveline suggested, laying out her idea with clarity. Kale's eyes lit up as he caught her vision. "And I can help create icy walls to block its escape," he added, drawing on his experience to articulate a plan. "Good," Aveline responded, feeling the momentum build. She began directing the others to gather tools from their surroundings, branches for barricades, stones for leverage, as energy returned to the team. With the group working in harmony, Aveline felt a renewed confidence bloom within her. This was the strength of leadership she aimed for. Adapting to changing circumstances instead of rigidly sticking to a single plan. The team, motivated by Aveline's determination and the collaborative effort, quickly set about fortifying their position. They shared glances and nods of understanding, each member attuned to the importance of unity. As the situation settled, Aveline realized the moment of retreat had evolved into a strategic regrouping, solidifying their chance for success. She felt invigorated, awareness of her growth blooming as she prepared for the next phase of their quest. With the plan in motion, Aveline felt a surge of determination as her team moved with purpose. They assembled makeshift barriers from branches and stones, fortifying their position against the threat that loomed just outside the clearing. "Keep it steady," she instructed, her voice firm as she directed the positioning of the last barrier. Every movement counted, and she aimed to create the strongest defense they could muster. As they worked together, Aveline glanced at Rowan, who was adjusting one of the traps they had set earlier. His focus was unwavering, but she could see the exhaustion etched on his face. "Rowan, are you all right?" she asked, stepping closer to him, the concern in her voice evident. "I'll be fine," he replied with a faint smile, though weariness laced his words. "Just trying to make sure everything's perfect." Aveline placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You're doing great. Your magic will be instrumental in the next phase of our plan. Just remember to save some energy for when we need it most." The tension in the air transformed as the team members exchanged encouraging words, their worries momentarily eased. They were relying on one another, and Aveline felt the bonds they had forged strengthened with every passing moment. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the forest, piercing the quiet and injecting a fresh wave of urgency. The Frost King's minion was approaching, emboldened and aggressive, ready to strike. "Get into formation!" Aveline commanded, her voice steady, cutting through the rising panic. She took her place at the front line, ready to face whatever came their way. As the icy creature emerged, Aveline could see the tension in her allies' stances. Some were caught off guard, while others readied their spells. The fear was palpable, but she felt a flicker of confidence stabilizing her resolve. "Trust each other. We've prepared for this. We will not falter," she shouted, drawing on the lessons learned in previous encounters, an embodiment of the leadership qualities that had blossomed within her. As the minion lunged, Aveline summoned her fire magic, the flames igniting fiercely in her hands. Together, they would face the creature. Together, they would overcome the challenges ahead. Aveline stood firm as the minion charged, her heart racing, fire crackling in her palms. The moment stretched, and she could feel the energy in the air intensify as the creature approached, its hollow eyes locked onto her. "Now! Together!" she shouted, urging her team to unleash their magic. Rowan and Kale responded without hesitation. Rowan summoned a gust of wind that swirled around the minion, disorienting it, while Aveline directed her flames forward, striking the creature with a blast of fire that momentarily illuminated the darkening woods. The minion howled in pain, staggered by the unexpected assault, but quickly regained its footing and lunged toward them again. Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline as she glanced at her allies. Determination glinted in their eyes, and they fought valiantly at her side. "Kale, flank it! Rowan, prepare to divert its path!" Aveline directed, her voice cutting through the chaos. The orders fell from her lips as though they were instinctual, showcasing her evolving command in the heat of the moment. Kale sprinted to the side, channeling his icy magic to create barriers that would restrict the minions' movements. Meanwhile, Rowan prepared to unleash his wind spell once more, focusing on creating a powerful gust to redirect the beast towards the traps they had set earlier. Aveline maintained her focus, fighting back against the fear that crept at the edges of her mind. Each bolt of flame she hurled was imbued with the strength of her resolve, training, and the belief in her team that had developed over their journey together. "Keep it focused on me," she called, stepping forward to further draw the minions' attention, her heart pounding as she put herself at the forefront. As they fought in concert, Aveline marveled at how far they had come. The trust and connection forged in training spilled over into combat, each spell and maneuver flowing harmoniously. They were no longer just reacting. They were executing a plan collaboratively, evolving as a unit. Just when victory seemed within reach, the minion roared and surged forth, knocking Kale off balance. A wave of panic washed over Aveline, but she took a deep breath, calling on her magic once more. She summoned a flame spire that erupted at the minion's feet, forcing it to re-evaluate its attack. With the group holding strong against the assault, Aveline felt reinvigorated, their leadership and unity glaringly evident in the face of danger. Her actions demonstrated not only adaptability as they executed their strategy, but also a deeper understanding of her role as a leader. "Now, strike!" she commanded, feeling the connection between them strengthen as they surged forward together to deliver the final blow against the foe that had threatened to tear them apart. Chapter 5. Gathering Allies. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Aveline gathered her team once more, this time in a clearing just beyond the village. The air was charged with anticipation, and the scent of morning dew hung heavy around them. "Today, we will reach out for alliances," Aveline declared, her voice steady as her eyes met those of her allies. "We need to reinforce our numbers before we confront the Frost King again." The group nodded, a mix of determination and anxiety etched across their faces. Aveline recognized that building connections would be as vital as their training had been, but the stakes felt higher now. She paced the clearing, mentally preparing them for the negotiations ahead. "We must present ourselves as a united front. Trust and strength are key. If we come together, we can create a powerful alliance against our common enemy." Rowan stepped forward, excitement igniting his usual calm demeanor. "I've heard of a faction that has been working against the Frost King. They might be willing to join forces." "Yes," Aveline replied, feeling a surge of hope. "We need to convince them that our combined strength can prevail over individual struggles." Kale, standing at the edge of the group, expressed uncertainty. "But what if they're not interested? What if they think we're too small to matter?" Aveline met his gaze, recognizing the importance of acknowledging his concerns. "Then we prove our strength by showing our solidarity and commitment to the cause. I promise to listen, but we must also be prepared to demonstrate our worth." The team felt the tension ease slightly as Aveline's confidence spread among them. With a renewed sense of purpose, they organized a plan to meet the rumored faction, determined to present their case clearly. As they moved out, Aveline felt the flutter of anxiety in her stomach, but also a firm belief in their mission. Her heart raced as she mentally rehearsed what they would say, knowing the importance of this moment could shape their fate against the Frost King. Let's show them what we're made of, she encouraged. The group began to march forward, energized by the notion of unity and shared goals, stepping into the uncertainty ahead with a sense of collective determination. As they traversed the rugged path to the faction's stronghold, Aveline felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation washing over her. The trees loomed tall and dense around them, shadows flickering as the wind rustled the leaves, masking the sounds of their footsteps. "Keep your voices low," Aveline instructed, her tone steady, reminding them of the need for caution. They rounded a bend, and just ahead, a collection of tents and makeshift structures came into view, revealing the heart of the rogue faction. Aveline's heart raced. This was their opportunity to solidify new alliances. She glanced back at her team, their expressions a mix of determination and uncertainty, and raised her chin slightly, encouraging them to stay resolute. "Follow my lead," she said, her voice steadying the group. They approached the central tent, decorated with banners that fluttered in the breeze, colorful yet worn, a testament to the struggles of the people within. As they entered the tent, an older mage with a commanding presence stood up, eyeing them warily. "What brings you here?" he demanded, a hint of skepticism coloring his tone. Aveline stepped forward, taking a deep breath to center herself. "We come seeking your alliance against the Frost King. We know his power grows, and we believe that together we can stand a chance." The mage crossed his arms, clearly unimpressed. "You think you're strong enough to take him on? What makes you different from the rest who have failed?" Aveline felt the weight of his scrutiny, but stood her ground. "We've faced him before, and we've learned valuable lessons. We are not just a small group. We possess skills and a resolve to protect our home." A glance at her team provided an invigorating boost of confidence. Rowan stepped up beside her, chiming in. "We fought valiantly. And we're willing to share our knowledge, our resources. We need your support to turn the tide." The mage's expression softened slightly, but suspicion lingered. "Talk is cheap. Show me what you can do," he challenged. Aveline exchanged glances with her comrades, her mind racing as she thought about how to demonstrate their capabilities in a way that would win over skeptics. The pressure mounted as she realized this was a moment that could either solidify an alliance or extinguish their hopes. "Let us demonstrate our skills," Aveline proposed. "If you allow us the chance, we will prove our worth through a trial, together." A flicker of interest crossed the mage's face. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the challenge posed, but also leaving the door open for a potential alliance. Aveline's heart soared with both fear and excitement. This was their opportunity to show not only their strength, but the unity that had developed within her team. With a renewed sense of purpose, Aveline felt ready to step forward into the test that would define their chances against the Frost King and solidify their role within this larger battle. Aveline felt ready to step forward into the test that would define their chances against the Frost King and solidify their role within this larger battle. The mage's expression softened slightly, but suspicion lingered. "Talk is cheap. Show me what you can do," he challenged. Aveline felt ready to step forward into the test that would define their chances in a way that would win over skeptics. By learning their chances, Aveline's heart soared with both fear and excitement. The moment that she realized this, the mage's eyes scanned relief within the present. He flinched, watching as Aveline prepared for the trial. Her heart pounded with a mix of anticipation and nerves. The stakes felt impossibly high, and she understood that success could mean solidifying a crucial alliance, while failure could sow further doubt among her allies. The older mage surveyed her team, noting the palpable tension among them. "What exactly do you propose?" he asked, his skepticism still evident. Aveline stepped forward, gathering her thoughts. "Let us demonstrate our combined magic in a controlled display. We'll create a shield against an ice attack, showcasing not just our individual strengths, but our coordination as a team." Rowan and Kale exchanged glances, and Aveline sensed their shared determination to make this work. There was silence for a moment, as the mage considered her proposition, gauging the strength of her resolve. "Very well. Show me what you've got," he replied finally. A flicker of intrigue in his voice. Aveline nodded, feeling a rush of adrenaline surging through her. "We'll need an open area, somewhere with enough space to maneuver." The mage led them outside to a clearing, where sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the ground. Aveline positioned her team, directing Rowan to one side, while Kale took the other, ensuring they had sufficient room to implement their plan. "On my mark," she instructed, glancing at each of her teammates, feeling the thrill of collaboration spark between them. "We'll work in tandem, aiming to create a barrier against whatever I conjure." As the mage stepped back, Aveline conjured a burst of fiery magic, sending it toward a frozen target nearby. The flames ignited against the ice, creating an explosion of heat that caused steam to rise and obscure the target momentarily. "Now!" Aveline shouted. Redirecting her focus to her allies, Rowan unleashed a powerful gust of wind, pushing the flames toward the target while maintaining balance against the surrounding air. Kale followed suit, casting his icy magic to refine the edges of Aveline's fire, integrating their powers in a seamless display of strength. As the warmth of their combined magic radiated outward, Aveline felt the exhilaration of their unity. This was strength forged through trust and cooperation. But then, unexpectedly, the mage barked a command for a counterattack, and Aveline knew they had to be ready. "Prepare to defend," she called out, her heart racing as she stood ready to adapt quickly. Kale shouted, "Keep focused. Aveline, channel your fire toward forming the shield." With determination bolstering her, Aveline quickly shifted her spell, weaving the fire and ice into a protective barrier that shimmered in the fading light. The flames danced alongside the frost. Forming a dazzling display of color. The mage's expression shifted from skepticism to admiration as he watched their display, and the gathered spectators murmured in appreciation. With emotions running high, Aveline felt her confidence solidify. They had worked together to achieve something significant, molding their individual skills into a formidable alliance. This success marked a transformation for her, not just as a mage, but as a leader ready to confront the Frost King with the unified strength of her allies. "Together, we are strong," she declared, the weight of her words resonating across the clearing, fostering a shared commitment among the group as they prepared for whatever challenges awaited them next. As Aveline and her team completed their demonstration, the older mage stepped forward, his expression shifting from cautious skepticism to genuine respect. "Well done," he said, nodding appreciatively. "Your teamwork and coordination are impressive." Aveline felt a rush of pride wash over her as the rest of the group began to murmur their approval. Rowan clapped Cale on the back, and even Cale himself couldn't help but smile at their success, finally recognizing the strength of their collective efforts. However, the relief was short-lived. As the dust settled, the mage crossed his arms, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "But you must understand," he began, drawing Aveline's attention back to the reality of their situation. "This is merely a skirmish. The Frost King will not take kindly to this, and he will retaliate." The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. Aveline felt a knot forming in her stomach. The challenge ahead was far greater than just a single battle. "We're ready for whatever he throws at us," Cale interjected, defensively. "We've trained hard for this. Confidence is vital," the mage replied. "But overconfidence can lead to folly. You need to prepare for his full strength." Aveline felt the mounting pressure from his words. Her earlier surge of confidence began to waver as she considered the possibility of impending doom. "What do you suggest we do?" she asked, trying to maintain her composure. "I suggest that you gather more intelligence, understand the Frost King's tactics, and strike when you least expect it. Allies alone will not ensure your victory," he stated, his tone serious. Aveline exchanged glances with her team, feeling the weight of their earlier triumph slip into uncertainty. They had tasted victory, and yet the fear of losing it motivated their next actions. "All right, we'll gather what intel we can," Aveline agreed, taking a deep breath to steady herself. "We'll split into smaller teams to cover more ground." The team nodded in approval, each member ready to act on her command. Aveline felt renewed determination creeping back as she mapped out the next steps in her mind. They were capable of more than they realized, and she was prepared to harness that potential. As they prepared to disperse, Aveline turned to them. "Remember, the Frost King's forces may be lurking. Stay alert and report back any findings immediately." They moved forward, tension simmering beneath their surface, but Aveline felt a budding sense of resilience return. This challenge would test not only her leadership, but also their unity, and she was ready to face it. The next phase of their journey was about to begin, and Aveline was determined to push through, bolstered by the lessons learned and the allies by her side. As Aveline moved forward with her team, an atmosphere of determination enveloped them. She felt the resolve building as they prepared to embark on their mission to gather intelligence on the Frost King's movements. Each mage had a role to play, and their shared focus stoked the flames of confidence within her. They split into smaller groups, Aveline leading one headed toward a nearby village, rumored to have witnessed recent Frost King activity. "Stay sharp," she reminded her team, her voice steady as they advanced down the winding path. The crisp wind rustled the leaves, offering a new sense of adventure mixed with caution. As they approached the village, Aveline could feel the tension in the air. Whispers flooded around them, hints of fear and uncertainty causing the villagers to cast wary glances. Aveline's heart quickened, knowing she had to be the beacon of confidence amidst the unease. She stepped forward, initiating contact with a few villagers huddled together, sharing hushed concerns. "We're here to help," she said, raising her hands to show that she meant no harm. "What have you seen? We want to protect you from the Frost King." One elder woman glanced up, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and skepticism. "The king's minions have been prowling closer," she replied, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "We've heard whispers of an invasion, and the last travelers who dared near were never seen again." Aveline's heart sank, the stakes now clearer than before. "We need details," she pressed, her tone authoritative, yet empathetic. Any information could save lives. As they gathered intel, tension amongst her group began to ease. Aveline showcased her ability to adapt and engage with the locals, which inspired trust not only from the villagers, but from her allies as well. The more they learned, the stronger their plan became. But whispers of doubt still lingered. Kale, who had served as her shadow during the discussions, remained watchful. New concerns etched onto his brow. "Do you think we can really defend against an invasion?" he questioned, casting a wary glance at the villagers. "We have to believe in our strength," Aveline replied, her resolve hardening. "Together, we're more powerful than we realize. This mission is just the beginning." Rowan added his support, voicing how they could utilize the information to forge better defenses and strategize effectively. The unity among them began to solidify, each member rallying around Aveline's unwavering confidence and decisive leadership. As they prepared to leave the village and return to the encampment, Aveline felt a sense of purpose flow through her. Each word of encouragement ignited her resolve, reinforcing her understanding that every step forward was not just about survival. It was about growing as a leader and protecting those she cared about most. It was about growing as a leader and protecting those she cared about most. Secrets of peace and survival. It was about growing as a leader and protecting those she cared about most. And so, Aveline felt a sense of purpose flowing through her. Although her unwavering confidence, deep inside her, the energy of every member flowed from Aveline's fear. Secrets of peace and survival. And so Aveline felt a sense of purpose flowing through her. It was about growing as a leader and protecting those she cared about most. We have to believe in our strength and protecting those she cared about most. As they prepared to leave the village and return to the encampment, Aveline felt a sense of purpose flowing through her. Each word of encouragement ignited her resolve, reinforcing her understanding. As Aveline and her team made their way back to the encampment, the weight of their mission hung heavy in the air. The village was now behind them, its whispers fading into the distance, but her mind was abuzz with the new information they had gathered. The path back led through thick underbrush, and Aveline remained acutely aware of her surroundings, her senses heightened by the recent tension. She could still feel the uncertainty among her team, and she knew they needed to solidify their plan using the intel they had acquired. "All right, everyone, let's reconvene and analyze what we learned," Aveline instructed, her voice cutting through the ambient sounds of nature. The group nodded, the urgency in her tone encouraging cooperative energy as they arrived at the campsite. Once settled, Aveline laid out the details they had gathered, emphasizing the urgent need to strategize. "We've heard reports of increased Frost King activity, and we need to calculate our next steps carefully," she stated, her determination echoing. As she outlined her thoughts, Aveline noticed Kale's lingering apprehension. He seemed prepared to voice his concerns again. "Are we really equipped to handle a larger threat? I still think we need more support," he challenged, the doubt flickering in his eyes. Aveline took a breath, recognizing the validity of his concerns, but also the necessity of committing to a course of action. "I understand your fear, Kale," she responded, meeting his gaze with steady resolve. "But we have to make use of our skills now. We've faced challenges together and become stronger." Rowan chimed in, affirming Aveline's words, noting how they had successfully coalesced as a team during their last confrontation. "We trained for this. Trust that we'll adapt and evolve as circumstances change." Encouraged by the support from Rowan, Aveline felt a renewed sense of confidence. She quickly mapped out a practical plan, dividing the group's strengths among several strategies, optimizing their chances against the Frost King, while addressing Kale's need for additional backup. "Let's reach out for more allies, but we cannot wait too long to act. We need to demonstrate that we're prepared to protect our community," she concluded, her tone firm. With their new plan taking shape and faith in her leadership reflected in their eyes, Aveline sensed a shift in the group's dynamic. Her ability to navigate the challenges of leadership had matured, and as they rallied behind her, she felt a deep sense of purpose. The scene drew to a close, with Aveline standing tall among her allies. Ready to carry forth their plans and determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead, confident in both her skills and the strength of her companions. Ready to carry forth their plans and determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Rowan chimed in, affirming Aveline's words, noting how they had successfully coalesced as a team. With their new plan taking shape and faith in her leadership reflected in their eyes, Aveline sensed a shift in the group's dynamic. Her ability to navigate the challenges of leadership had matured, and as they rallied behind her, she felt a deep sense of purpose, embodying faces of love that set gentle and compassionate. Rowan echoed the charms of his teams. The scene drew to a close, with Aveline standing tall among her allies. She felt a deep sense of purpose, emboning faces of love. All ready to carry forth their plans, and determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 6. The Crucial Decision. The village lay quiet under the pale morning light as Aveline prepared for the day ahead. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fresh dew and blooming flowers. But within her, a tempest of emotions swirled. Aveline stood at the threshold of her cottage, her heart pounding with determination as she gathered her supplies. She had resolved to confront the Frost King, a daunting task that now felt like a true pivotal point in her journey. Today is the day, she whispered to herself, her voice barely escaping her lips as she held tightly to a handful of spell scrolls. The essence of each scroll reflected her resolve, each one a piece of knowledge acquired through hard-fought battles and lessons learned. As she stepped into the bustling village square, Aveline felt the weight of her responsibilities settle on her shoulders. Villagers went about their morning routines, laughter and shouts of greeting filling the air. Yet their faces shifted when they saw her, gazes filled with a mix of admiration and unease, reminding her of the stakes ahead. With a deep breath, Aveline approached the vendor stalls, stopping to buy fresh provisions and necessary materials for what lay ahead. "I'll take 3 of those healing potions," she said to a friendly apothecary, her voice firm and intentional. The vendor nodded, but uncertainty flickered in her eyes. "Are you sure you'll need them?" The last traveler spoke of dangerous creatures prowling near the Frost King's domain. Aveline met her gaze, determination rising. "We will face our fears. We need every resource to challenge him, not just for ourselves, but for our community," she asserted, the weight of her words grounding her thoughts. Accepting the potions with gratitude, Aveline moved through the market, feeling more empowered as she continued her preparations. Each interaction reinforced her growing resolve, solidifying her commitment to protecting her home. With supplies in hand, she turned to head back, her heart racing not with fear, but with excitement. She could feel the energy shifting within her. This was no longer just about her ambitions, it was about the greater cause they stood for. As Aveline approached the center of the village, she gathered the group of mages that had formed around her in recent months. "We're ready to take the next step," she announced, a surge of confidence cracking through her usual stoicism. Her allies looked to her with a blend of trust and anticipation. Today, she would solidify her role as a leader, setting the stage for the challenges that lay ahead, with a heart full of determination and a spirit ready to confront danger. Aveline stood before her assembled team in the village square, the early morning light bathing them in warmth and hope. A palpable sense of urgency filled the air. The time for action was drawing near. "Today we rally together for our confrontation with the Frost King," she began, her voice steady as she surveyed the faces of her allies, gauging their readiness. "We have trained hard and gathered our resources. Now we must execute our plan." The group murmured in agreement. But Aveline could sense the undercurrent of anxiety threading through them. Cale crossed his arms, a furrow in his brow, and she recognized his lingering doubts about their readiness. "We can't afford to underestimate the Frost King's power," he said, his voice firm but laced with concern. "We need to know our limits." Aveline nodded, appreciating his caution. "And we will," she assured him. "But we've prepared for this. Together, we can overcome any obstacle." As she called for ideas on their upcoming approach, Aveline realized the importance of encouraging each voice in the group. She wanted everyone to feel invested in the mission ahead. "Rowan," she said, catching his eye, "what do you think? How can we maximize our strengths?" Rowan stepped forward, his confidence solidifying as he suggested an ambush strategy utilizing the terrain to their advantage. The other mages listened intently, nodding in agreement as they began to see the potential of his plan. "Great idea," Aveline responded, feeling renewed energy flooding through her team. "Let's set the traps along the main pathway. We can create distractions to draw them in." The planning session intensified as ideas flowed back and forth. Aveline felt the camaraderie solidify. They were no longer just following her orders, but actively engaging in strategy formation. Amidst the discussions, however, Aveline noticed a bystander lurking nearby, a skeptical rogue mage who had joined their encampment previously. His raised eyebrows and folded arms clearly indicated his distrust of their mission. Aveline took a breath, consciously balancing her assertiveness with openness. "If you have concerns, we want to hear them," she called out, addressing him directly. He stepped closer, skepticism palpable in the air. "You're putting a lot of faith in this plan," he said. "What if it fails? You'll put all of us in danger." Aveline met his gaze, feeling the weight of his challenge. "Every plan carries risks, but without taking action, we allow the Frost King to grow stronger unopposed," she replied, her voice unwavering. This moment forced her to confront her own uncertainties and reaffirm her commitment. Aveline felt the magnitude of her journey reflected in her response. It wasn't just about her goal anymore, but the lives that relied on their collective success. With the discussions beginning to reach a consensus, Aveline was filled with a sense of purpose. She was confident in their abilities as a team, solidifying her role not just as a leader, but as a catalyst for unity. As the plan took final shape, Aveline prepared herself for the journey ahead, feeling the determination of her allies reinforcing her own. They would face the Frost King together, and she was resolved to protect them all, taking decisive steps into the unknown with renewed hope. As the sun climbed higher, Aveline gathered her team once more for their final preparations. They huddled in the village square, the scent of fresh bread and the excitement in the air fueling their anticipation for the confrontation with the Frost King. "Everyone listen up," Aveline said, her tone firm, yet encouraging. "This is it. We've trained hard, and now we need to put our plan into action." She felt their eyes on her, filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension, an acknowledgement of the weight of their mission. Just before they could discuss the details, a distant rumble of thunder echoed, casting shadows across the square, as if forewarning them of a storm ahead. "Let's break into our assigned groups," Aveline instructed, her heart racing as she recalled the earlier conversations about the approach they would take. "Rowan, you and Kale lead the scouting team. Gather as much intel as you can. We need precise information about the Frost King's forces." Rowan nodded, the spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Kale moved beside him, his expression serious but resolute, indicating he was ready to manage any turbulence that might arise. "Make sure to communicate back quickly," Aveline added, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. "If there are any changes or if things go sideways, we need to regroup immediately." As they prepared to disperse, a lingering uncertainty swept through the team. One of the younger mages, Mira, stepped forward, hesitation etched on her face. "What if they find us first? I'm scared," she admitted, vulnerability spilling forth. Aveline approached her, kneeling down to meet her eyes. "We're stronger together, and that strength comes from facing our fears," she said gently. "Trust in your training and trust in each other." Mira nodded, taking a deep breath as she stood taller. Buoyed by Aveline's encouragement, Aveline felt pride swell within her. She recognized how her words inspired others and how essential it was for them to support one another. As the teams began to split off, Aveline prepared for her own group, reminding herself of the importance of leadership. She would be the anchor for her allies amidst the storm of uncertainty. "Let's move out," Aveline called, the urgency propelling her team into action. They stepped onto the path leading toward the Frost King's territory, a mix of determination and fear coursing through them. With every step, Aveline felt the weight of her journey, a growing understanding of what it meant to lead, to adapt, and to forge ahead with honor and courage. She was ready to confront whatever lay ahead, reinforcing her promise to protect her allies and fulfill their shared mission. The goal was clear, and she was prepared to embrace it fully. The path to the Frost King's territory twisted through dense thickets and rocky outcrops, the air thickening with a sense of foreboding. Aveline led her team forward, every step marked by determination, but a rising tension hummed in the air. As they pressed deeper into the territory, the atmosphere shifted. Dark clouds loomed overhead, casting ominous shadows across the landscape. A chill pierced the air, as if something sinister was creeping closer. "Stay alert," Aveline cautioned, her instincts sharpening. She scanned the surrounding woods, recalling her previous encounters and bracing herself for the unexpected. Just as they reached a clearing, a low growl echoed from the trees. The group fell silent, the sound reverberating in the stillness. Aveline held her breath, her heart pounding. She could sense the danger before it emerged from the shadows. Suddenly, a group of Frost King minions surged into view, their icy forms glinting menacingly in the dim light. Aveline quickly raised her arm, flames flickering to life in her palm as she prepared for the oncoming confrontation. "Get into position!" she yelled, signaling her team to spread out and take defensive stances. The adrenaline coursed through her, sharpening her focus as she issued commands. Rowan moved to her side, launching an initial gust of wind to propel the shadows back, while Kale cast protective barriers, channeling his ice magic to strengthen their defenses. The synergy between them felt electric, the training they had undergone surfacing in the heat of battle. Aveline sensed the urgency. They couldn't afford to falter now. "We've prepared for this. Watch each other's backs," she called out, her voice rising above the chaos as the minions approached menacingly. As the battle erupted, Aveline's mind raced, requiring her to strategize on the fly. She combined her fire spells with Rowan's wind attacks, creating fiery whirlwinds that pushed the minions back, but also required careful management of their energy. Through the clash of magic and ferocity, Aveline felt the weight of her leadership solidify. She called out directives, encouraging her team to adapt their tactics, proving her ability to confront challenges head-on. Yet amidst the chaos, doubt flickered as she battled against the minions. The relentless onslaught forced her to continually adjust her strategy, pair up with different allies, and respond dynamically to the shifting tides of battle. "Kale, behind you!" she shouted as she spotted a minion creeping toward him. Her voice cut through the noise, rallying him to react as she redirected her flames to assist in his defense. They fought not just as individuals, but as a team. With each command she gave, Aveline felt the growth of their collective confidence and trust in her leadership. They would not be defeated easily. Aveline's resolve burned brightly as she navigated the tumult, ready to secure their victory and protect her allies amidst the storm of battle. Through the chaos of the battle, Aveline fought desperately to maintain control over her spells and the team. The Frost King's minions were relentless, and despite their preparation, doubt crept into her mind as another wave of icy creatures surged forward. Aveline deflected an incoming attack, flames bursting forth in a brilliant display. But as she turned to coordinate with Rowan, she noticed the fatigue setting into her allies. They were growing weary under the unyielding assault. "Regroup," she shouted, reminding the team to form a defensive front. "Let's create a barrier to catch our breath." Amidst the fray, Kale hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Are you sure? We can't let them get too close," he challenged, his voice strained as he blocked a blow from a minion. "Trust in each other," Aveline replied, urgency sharpening her tone. "We need to stabilize before we can push forward." As they rallied together, Aveline quickly conjured a protective wall of fire, encircling her allies as they recovered. The warmth grew around them, providing not only a physical barrier, but also an emotional boost as the flames flickered with their resolve. Seeing Cale's fight alongside Rowan, she felt a sense of unity forming once more. Aveline's mind raced through the lessons she had learned in the heat of battle, recalling the importance of adapting to shifting circumstances. "Now, let's push them back. Cale, use your ice to fortify our wall," she commanded, invigorated by the trust building in the team. Cale complied without hesitation, his ice shields reinforcing the barrier, creating a formidable front against the attackers. Aveline felt pride swell within her. They were functioning as a cohesive unit, each member stepping up in the face of adversity. As the tide began to turn, the minions stumbled back momentarily, their faces twisted in confusion. Aveline capitalized on this moment, her voice ringing through the clearing. "We can take them! Let's show them our strength!" The team surged forward, emboldened by her leadership, their combined magic forging a path through the chaos. Aveline realized that her ability to lead did not just stem from her power, but from fostering trust and collaboration within her group. With each clash and spell cast, her confidence surged. She wasn't just fighting, she was guiding her allies through the battle, embodying the growth she had experienced throughout their journey. They pressed on, their spirits unbroken, motivated by the collective determination shared among them. Aveline felt invigorated, the culmination of her experiences carving a path toward victory as they continued their fight against the Frost King's forces. As Aveline and her team advanced, the battlefield became their canvas, each spell cast painting a vibrant picture of collaboration and strength. The Frost King's minions began to retreat, their numbers dwindling under the relentless assault of combined magic. Aveline could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins, empowering her as she led the charge with renewed confidence. The fiery wall she had conjured illuminated the clearing, casting shadows of determination on her allies' faces. "Keep pushing," she shouted, urging her team onward as they regrouped and prepared to follow through on their tactical advantage. But just as they pressed the attack, a fissure of uncertainty rippled through the remaining minions. They launched a final desperate assault, howling in fury, and Aveline realized this would be a test of not just her power, but her leadership. "Cale, flank left! Rowan, create another gust!" she called out, seamlessly orchestrating their movements as they adjusted to the ever-changing dynamics of the battle. Cale moved swiftly, conjuring a wall of ice to block incoming attacks, while Rowan utilized his wind magic to redirect projectiles away from their allies, reminding Aveline of their collective strength in the chaos. With each new wave of minions, Aveline felt the weight of her decisions pressing upon her. They couldn't falter now. Every spell cast and every movement made was crucial to their survival. She trusted her team, fueled by the bonds they had forged over time. It was a testament to the growth they had all experienced. As the last of the minions fell back, Aveline could see the light of hope breaking through the clouds above, illuminating the clearing as if acknowledging their victory. But even in this moment of triumph, she remained vigilant. "Let's fortify our position," she commanded, harnessing her authority with confidence as the group moved to secure the area. "We don't know if this is the end of their forces. Stay alert." Aveline scanned the horizon, her heart still racing, not just from the battle, but from the realization of her evolution as a leader. She had turned fear into action, rallying her allies and adapting to the ever-shifting circumstances. As they continued to strategize their next steps, Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose settle within her. She understood that her journey had shaped her not only into a capable mage, but into a resilient leader who would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 7. Rallying for Battle. Aveline and her team stood together at the foot of the Frost King's territory, the air charged with anticipation as they prepared for the impending mission to gather allies. The atmosphere was tense, each mage feeling the weight of the task ahead. "Today is crucial," Aveline addressed her team, her voice unwavering despite the cold winds that whipped around them. "We need to gain support from the nearby rogue factions if we're going to stand a chance against the Frost King." She could see the determination in their eyes, but the unease lingered, simmering just beneath the surface. As they began their journey, Aveline led the way, her heart pounding with purpose as she mentally rehearsed their approach. The terrain shifted, rocky outcrops giving way to sprawling patches of ice. As they navigated the treacherous landscape, Aveline's mind flickered back to their previous encounters. The lessons learned and the allies forged would be central to their success. "Stay close and be ready to adapt," she instructed, keeping her focus sharp. Rowan walked beside her, glancing sideways with an encouraging smile, his presence uplifting her spirits as they pressed on. Suddenly, they encountered a small cluster of rogue mages gathered by a fire, their faces hardened by the struggles of their own battles against the Frost King. Aveline felt an initial wave of uncertainty, but pushed forward, determined to represent her team's intentions sincerely. "Greetings. We come seeking allies to strengthen our force against the Frost King," Aveline announced, her voice steady as she presented her case. She could feel the eyes of the gathered mages assessing her, both intrigued and guarded. One of the mages, a stern-looking woman named Celine, crossed her arms, skepticism flickering in her expression. "What makes you think you're worth the risk? Many have tried to confront him and failed," she challenged, causing an uneasy silence to fall. Aveline met Celine's gaze directly, feeling the weight of her response. "We have faced the Frost King before. We've learned and grown stronger because of it. Together, we can outmaneuver his plans." As murmurs of doubt circulated among the rogue mages, Aveline sensed the tension rising. She reminded herself of the lessons she had absorbed through their struggles and the importance of adaptability. "If we join forces, we can better protect our homes and take the fight to him." Kale stepped forward to support her, adding, "We possess unique strengths and spent years training. This isn't just another attempt. It's our chance to forge a lasting alliance." The group of rogue mages exchanged glances, their expressions caught between skepticism and intrigue as they weighed the potential of collaboration with Aveline's determination igniting their curiosity. Aveline continued to articulate their mission, pouring her heart into the words, knowing that persistence was key. In that moment, she understood that this wasn't merely about strategy. It was about solidarity and forging connections that would carry them through the hardships to come. As Aveline stood before the gathered rogue mages, a palpable tension lingered in the air. She saw the flickering firelight illuminating their wary faces, each mage weighing the risks of collaboration against the icy grip of the Frost King's threat. Celine remained unconvinced, her arms crossed tightly. "Talk is easy when there's no impending danger," she stated, her tone sharp. "What if you lead us into a trap?" Aveline took a steadying breath, determined to ease the skepticism. "We are prepared to face the Frost King, and we believe together we can succeed where others have failed. Our past experiences have taught us valuable lessons about unity and strength," she replied, looking at each mage earnestly. The murmurs among the rogue mages swelled, some nodding in agreement with Aveline's passion, while others remained hesitant. This was not merely a conversation. It was a negotiation of trust. "Where did you come from? And what makes you think we wouldn't be setting ourselves up for another failure?" A younger mage interjected, a hint of anger in her voice. Aveline met her gaze, recognizing the fear masked as anger. "I understand your wariness. We've all lost in one form or another. But I ask you to consider what we can achieve together," she responded, her voice firm yet empathetic. Realizing the need for tangible evidence of their capabilities, she quickly suggested they demonstrate their magical prowess through a combined display. "If you'll allow us, we can show you what we're bringing to the table," Aveline urged, feeling the flicker of hope rise within her. Rowan stepped in, supportive as he added, "We'll show you the strength of our combined magic. It's easy to question, but seeing our synergy will offer a clearer perspective on our potential." The rogue mages huddled together, exchanging glances while considering Aveline's proposition. Aveline could feel the push and pull of their uncertainty, and she steeled herself to maintain the dialogue. "It's not just about what you'll take in," Aveline elaborated. "It's about what we can achieve together in facing the challenges ahead. United, we're stronger." Finally, the mages nodded, allowing Aveline and her team to demonstrate their magic. With a newfound resolve, Aveline felt a wave of anticipation. They were opening a door to collaboration, an opportunity for mutual benefit. This moment could redefine their upcoming battles against the Frost King. As they moved to prepare for the demonstration, Aveline understood that it was not just her magic they were showcasing, but the hope of what they could build together. Her heart raced with excitement, knowing that this was a pivotal moment in their fight against the shadows threatening their realm. As the group gathered in the clearing, Aveline felt the excitement pulsing through the air, mingled with the tension of uncertainty. The rogue mages formed a semicircle around her team, curiosity and skepticism evident in their eyes as they prepared to witness the demonstration. Aveline exchanged a glance with Rowan, their shared anticipation rooting them firmly in the moment. "Let's show them what we can do," she said, a confident smile spreading across her face. She stepped forward, gathering her focus as she summoned her fire magic, visualizing the flame dancing along her fingertips. With each flicker, she felt the warmth of her element, a powerful reminder of her journey as a mage. "Ready?" she called to Rowan, who positioned himself beside her, drawing in his wind energy to assist in their combined spells. "Always," Rowan replied, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. At Aveline's signal, they released their magic, a swirling inferno of fire entwined with a gust of wind, creating a breathtaking display of elemental harmony that surged forward and illuminated the encampment. Gasps rippled through the crowd of rogue mages, some stepping back in awe, while others leaned closer, eager to witness the spectacle. Aveline's heart raced, fueled by the acceptance they had earned. "Now, Kale," Aveline directed, as she sensed an opening for him to demonstrate his ice magic, merging it with their flames to create a dazzling spectacle of steam and color. The combination produced a shimmering mist that enveloped the clearing, capturing the attention of every mage present. While the display unfolded, Celine's expression shifted from skepticism to intrigue, her arms uncrossing as she took a step forward. "Impressive," she remarked, admiration creeping into her tone. "You've all trained well." Encouraged by the reaction, Aveline directed the energy, feeling a surge of confidence as she realized they were not just performing magic, they were weaving a narrative of unity and strength. But as the performance reached its crescendo, Aveline felt a sudden chill, a reminder that the Frost King was still a looming threat. She quickly returned her focus to the crowd, addressing them with renewed urgency. This is only a glimpse of what we can achieve together. Imagine the power we can hold as allies." While some of the mages cheered, Aveline noticed a few still appeared hesitant, wrestling with their doubts. She understood that trust would not be awarded freely, but something in the atmosphere had shifted. With a final flourish of magic, Aveline ceased the demonstration, the flames dissipating into the cool air. "Together, we can face whatever challenges the Frost King throws at us," she declared, hoping to inspire a lasting commitment within her new allies. As murmurs of agreement began to rise among the gathered mages, Aveline felt a wave of determination surging through her. The bonds they were forming today would help reinforce their collective goal, paving the way for a united front against the darkness. The magic of this moment resonated deep within her, and she smiled, knowing they could forge a path toward victory together. As the crowd's excitement simmered, Celine stepped forward, her gaze intense as she regarded Aveline and her team. "While impressive, can you guarantee that our collaboration will yield success against the Frost King?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with skepticism. Aveline felt the weight of her words. She understood the gravity of the question. "We cannot predict every outcome, but what I can promise is our dedication to this cause. Together, our combined strengths can change the tide of this conflict," she asserted, hoping to strengthen the alliance forming around them. Kale, sensing the underlying tension, chimed in. "Joining forces means sharing not just power but our vulnerabilities. We all stand to lose if we don't unite against this threat." His voice was firm, punctuating Aveline's point, though she could see Celine still weighing their words. "Talk is easy," Celine countered, folding her arms. "What proof do we have that you understand the Frost King's strategies well enough to overcome him?" With a quick glance at her team, Aveline felt an urge to demonstrate their preparedness once more. "We spent weeks training, adapting to various combat scenarios. We know we cannot rely on brute force alone. We must use strategy and cunning," she replied, determination shining in her eyes. "A demonstration, then?" Celine suggested, raising an eyebrow, challenging the validity of Aveline's confidence. "Absolutely," Aveline responded, without hesitation, her courage ignited. "We'll show you how our skills can work in harmony." As they moved to a practice area, the team prepared to showcase their coordination. Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline. She was ready to turn doubt into belief. They began, each mage falling into rhythm as Aveline orchestrated their actions, guiding the flow of magic in a display of fire, wind, and ice. With each maneuver, she watched how Rowan and Kale complemented her spells, their synergy embodying the spirit they had built together. But even amidst the performance, Celine's scrutiny remained. Aveline could sense her doubts, but she refused to let them shake her confidence. Every spell cast, every word spoken was a demonstration of their commitment. When they finished, Aveline felt the weight of the room shift. Whispers of admiration surged through the crowd. But Celine's expression remained cautiously optimistic. "Impressive," she conceded, "but alliances are not born from words or displays alone. They require trust, and trust is established over time." Aveline nodded, understanding that this was the groundwork of their future collaboration. "Then let us build that trust through actions, together," she replied, determined to foster the bonds needed to face the Frost King. Seeing the momentum build among her allies, Aveline realized that this encounter had deepened her understanding of leadership. She felt the shifting dynamics solidifying her place within the group, her growth evident not just in magic, but in handling relationships and inspiring confidence. The path forward was clearer than ever, and she was prepared to lead them into the unknown challenges that awaited. As the discussions continued, Aveline took a moment to catch her breath. The excitement of forging alliances still swirled within her, but the intensity of the negotiations began to weigh heavily on her shoulders. With the rogue mages gathered around, she could feel the electric energy between them, bolstered by the promise of collaboration against the Frost King. Each mage shared stories of their own encounters with the foe, painting a backdrop of ferocity and loss. "Together, we stand a much better chance," Aveline asserted, her voice cutting through the chatter, rising strongly in the midst of the gathering. "We've seen firsthand how powerful the Frost King is, and we must be strategic." Kale nodded, stepping forward to elaborate. "We can't afford to underestimate him. This is not just another enemy. He is a master of both ice and manipulation." His tone was serious, and Aveline could sense the weight of shared understanding passing among the group. Aveline looked at Kale, recognizing the vulnerability hidden beneath his bravado. "That's why our unity is key," she emphasized, hoping to fortify the alliances being formed before her. Just then, a mage from their ranks, Jorin, interjected, his arms crossed firmly. "Words and strategies mean nothing if we don't take action. Talking about solidarity won't bring us victory," he challenged, clouding the moment with doubt. The tension thickened, and Aveline felt her stomach tighten. She pushed past her anxiety, knowing they needed to address these concerns head-on. "Jorin, you're right," she replied, her voice steady. "Action is essential, but so is preparation. We need to be ready to move swiftly." She felt the eyes of her allies on her, the weight of their hopes resting on her shoulders. "Let's map out both offensive and defensive strategies."
This idea es que no tenemos otra con des, no el brinde a. This idea es que no tenemos. This idea es que no tenemos. This idea es que no tenemos.
"This is ensuring that we can react to whatever the Frost King has planned," Aveline proposed, redirecting the conversation toward actionable steps. Rowan offered his support, suggesting they conduct reconnaissance on the Frost King's stronghold before committing to a full-scale attack. "We could gather intelligence on their forces, identify any weaknesses," he said, his voice infused with resolve. Jorin nodded slowly, seeming to accept Aveline's leadership as she formulated a concrete plan. The other mages began to share ideas, engaging eagerly in the conversation. Aveline's ability to foster connection and collaboration was blossoming. As the team began to solidify their roles in the reconnaissance mission, Aveline felt a rush of pride at their collective commitment to each other. This was more than just a strategy. It was a testament to the bonds they had forged through trials and triumphs. Her confidence surged as they prepared for action. Aveline knew that their plan would be dynamic, allowing them the flexibility to adapt as needed. She looked around at her allies, recognizing that with each decision they made, they were weaving a stronger network of trust and collaboration. Stepping forward, Aveline raised her voice. "Together." "Together, we will gather the intelligence needed to face the Frost King. Let's move with purpose." With her heart filled with determination, Aveline felt ready to lead them into the unknown, each ally walking alongside her as they stepped forward into their shared journey. We will gather the intelligence needed to face the Frost King. The atmosphere crackled with determination as Aveline and her team set out toward the Frost King's stronghold, the weight of their mission heavy on their shoulders. The path twisted through ominous woods, strands of fog weaving between the trees as they navigated the terrain. Aveline felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the moment they had all prepared for. She glanced back at her team, her heart swelling with pride at the sight of their newfound unity, each member representing a pillar of strength beside her. "Stay tight and watch each other's backs," she urged, her voice firm as they transitioned into a more cautious pace. "We must remain aware of our surroundings." As they advanced, the air grew colder, and Aveline brushed off the chill creeping down her spine. She channeled her focus, recalling the lessons learned from their previous encounters. Trust and communication would be their greatest assets. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush caught Aveline's attention. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled as she signaled for silence, gesturing to her team to halt. The tension in the air was palpable, and she could feel her heart pounding in her chest. "What was that?" Rowan whispered, his eyes darting around. "Let's not jump to conclusions," Aveline replied, straining to listen. "It could be a wildlife, or perhaps one of Varen's tricks playing on our minds." Before she could finish her thought, a frost sprite burst from the foliage, shimmering and flickering in the dim light. The tiny creature flitted around them, giggling mischievously, before darting back into the shadows. "We need to move," Aveline urged, adrenaline kicking in once more, knowing that distractions could lead to greater dangers. "Keep your focus. We're close." As they resumed their trek, a sense of urgency filled the group. And Aveline felt the camaraderie among her allies strengthen with each shared tension. They were in this together, and the collective resolve was unmistakable. Once they reached a clearing that overlooked the Frost King's stronghold, they paused to assess their surroundings carefully. Aveline breathed deeply, taking in the sight. The fortress loomed ominously in the distance, the chill radiating from it, almost palpable. "Let's set our traps here," Aveline directed, her mind racing back to the strategies they had discussed. She began pointing out key locations for their magical devices, looking to create a tactical advantage. Kale moved forward to assist her, offering suggestions about where to place the traps for maximum effectiveness. His insights reflected the trust that had developed between them, and Aveline felt grateful for his partnership. As they worked, Aveline noticed the quiet resolve in her team. The moments of doubt that had once permeated their interactions began to fade into the background. Each spell cast and trap set was a testament to their growth, further solidifying the bonds they had built. Once everything was in place, Aveline stood back and surveyed their work, her heart racing in anticipation. "Now, we wait for the Frost King's minions to appear," she said, her voice steady. In this moment, Aveline felt a profound sense of purpose as they prepared to face the danger ahead. She had grown through every trial and challenge, and today was no different. With her team beside her, she felt ready to lead them into the heart of the conflict, determined to protect not only themselves, but the lives of everyone they cared for.
Chapter 8.
The Quest for Trust.
Aveline crouched low in the underbrush,
her eyes fixed on the Frost King's stronghold looming in the distance. The air felt charged with energy, every heartbeat echoing in her ears as she prepared to observe the enemy's movements. The tension among her team was palpable, but Aveline felt strangely centered. She knew they had worked hard to reach this point, each lesson learned leading them to this crucial moment.
"Stay quiet," she whispered,
urging her allies to focus as the ancient fortress became the centerpiece of their mission. The icy spires cast long shadows, and the ground was layered with frost, glimmering in the weak light, creating a surreal but threatening vista. Rowan calculated their approach from beside her. "I can sense some movement in the watchtowers," he murmured, squinting into the distance. "They might be on high alert today." Aveline nodded, acknowledging his astute observation. "We need to figure out a way to create a distraction. We can't let them spot us before we make our move." Kale, leaning against a nearby tree, crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "What if we use the traps we set? Draw someone into the forest and ambush them? It might give us the intel we need, while keeping the element of surprise." Aveline considered his suggestion, feeling a spark of inspiration igniting within her. "Exactly. If we can lure a few guards away, we can gather the information we need without revealing ourselves." As they discussed details, Aveline took charge, carefully outlining the plan. "Rowan and I will set up a fake trap a little further in. Kale, you'll be positioned here to provide cover." The team began to move, each person falling into their roles as they meticulously executed Aveline's plan. She felt a renewed sense of confidence, each command falling from her lips with clarity as their unity flourished. As they prepared to set the bait, Aveline felt her heart race. The stakes were high, but the belief in their collective strength bolstered her determination. She understood that they were not only seeking to gather intel, but also to unravel the Frost King's strategies, digging deeper into his plans. "Remember, it's crucial that we stay adaptable," she reminded her team, recalling the lessons from their previous encounters with unpredictability. "Stay vigilant for any unexpected variables, and we'll make adjustments as we go." With the strategy in place and spirits lifted, Aveline felt a surge of purpose propel her forward. She was ready to take the fight to the Frost King, armed not just with magic, but with the strength of her allies and the lessons learned through their journey together. The time for action had arrived, and Aveline was prepared to seize it. Aveline and her team settled into their positions, hearts pounding with anticipation. The landscape before them was a tapestry of shadows and light, the Frost King's stronghold standing ominously against the horizon. With a final glance around, Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline course through her. She focused on the trap they had set up, a clever illusion designed to lure a guard away from the fortifications. The plan was simple, yet fraught with potential complications. "Once the guard approaches, we'll spring the trap," Aveline instructed, her voice steady despite the growing tension. "Remember to stay quiet and follow my lead." Rowan nodded, adjusting his grip on his wand as he scanned the area. Kale positioned himself within the trees, his expression determined yet cautious, ready to act at a moment's notice. As they waited, Aveline's heart raced. She reminded herself of their earlier discussions, breathing deeply to calm her nerves. They had trained for this, practiced their strategies, and built a bond that could face the Frost King. Moments passed, and the anticipation hung thick in the air. A source of motion caught Aveline's eye. A guard emerged from the shadows, striding toward their trap with confidence, unaware of the snare. "Now," Aveline whispered urgently, her voice cutting through the stillness as she prepared to counter the enemy. As the guard approached, Aveline flicked her wrist, activating the magical illusory trap. Flames erupted around the guard, forming a swirl of light and heat that stunned him. "Go!" she shouted, diving from her cover as Rowan and Kale sprang into action. Rowan unleashed a gust of wind, propelling the guard backward, while Kale closed in from the flank, ice forming around the guard's feet to immobilize him. The ambush worked flawlessly, but as Aveline engaged the guard, she felt the weight of the moment. This was her chance to assess the enemy's strengths, to gather the intel they desperately needed. As the guard struggled, Aveline stepped forward, demanding information. "What are the Frost King's plans? Where are his forces positioned?" she asked, her voice fierce but controlled, illustrating her thirst for knowledge. Panic gleamed in the guard's eyes, and in his desperation, he attempted to bluff. "You'll never take him down. He has power beyond your comprehension." Aveline noted the fear behind his bravado, recognizing the truth. It was a sign of the ongoing threat they faced. "Tell us, or face the consequences," she pressed, the fire in her eyes reflecting her determination. At that moment, a rustling from the trees sent a chill through her. It was a reminder that the confrontation was still fraught with danger. She glanced at Rowan and Kale, silently gauging their readiness while trying to keep her focus on the guard. "Speak," Aveline demanded, her resolve steady. This was no longer just about winning a skirmish. It was about uncovering the deeper truths that lay hidden within the Frost King's grasp. It was a pivotal moment, one that could shape their approach moving forward. Aveline tightened her grip on her weapon, focusing on the guard as he shifted nervously under their control. "You underestimate the power of unity," she said, her voice firm, resonating with the strength that had been forged through her experiences. The guard's bravado faltered as he glanced at the two mages surrounding him, their expressions reflecting a blend of determination and readiness for whatever he might say. "You don't understand the Frost King's reach," he stammered, glancing back at the direction he had come from, unease creeping into his demeanor. "He has eyes everywhere. You'll be caught before you can strike." Aveline narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean by that? Who else is watching us?" The guard hesitated, weighing his choices as he caught Aveline's fierce gaze. "If you attack, you'll be leading your friends to their doom," he warned, desperation bleeding into his tone. "He has placed spies all around, and if you're not careful, it's not just me you'll have to worry about." Kale stepped closer, forcefully. "Are you trying to turn us against our own? Or are you simply afraid? We will not back down." A slight flicker of something shifted in the guard's eyes. Fear, perhaps, and it spurred Aveline's urgency. The longer this standoff continued, the more their window of opportunity would close. "Enough games," Aveline said, her voice steady and commanding. "Give us the information we need to strike back effectively, or I will ensure you regret not cooperating." Seeing the resolve in her allies and sensing the guard's uncertainty, she felt her confidence surge. "We will not let fear dictate our actions. Tell us where the Frost King's minions will be next." The guard took a deep breath, fear mixed with the realization that he was outmatched. "He's planning a raid at the village on the next full moon. You need to warn your people." Aveline's heart raced with the newfound intel, feeling the intensity of the moment deepen. "Thank you," she said, pivoting quickly. "We won't let this happen." As she turned to her team, she sensed the urgency and responsibility of their next steps. The tension in the air began to shift as they prepared to leave the clearing, Aveline leading the charge with a newfound clarity about their imminent battle. Kale exchanged a look of respect with Aveline, recognizing her ability to navigate the complexities of the situation. "Let's regroup and warm the village," he said, the tension dissipating under her growing leadership. With determination in her stride, Aveline felt reinvigorated. She was ready to confront the challenge of protecting her home and her people, emboldened by the knowledge that together they could face whatever lay ahead. Their mission was clear, and her newfound confidence in her leadership would guide them into the battle that awaited. As Aveline and her team made their way back toward the village, the urgency of their mission buzzed in the air. The shadows of the trees loomed large, but now it was the weight of the new information that pressed heavily on their shoulders. Aveline led the charge, her heart racing as they approached the village entrance. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow that contrasted sharply with the anxiety building within her. The attack was imminent, and they had to warn the villagers. "Spread the word," Aveline instructed, glancing over her shoulder at her team. "We need everyone prepared for the raid. Gather up the defenses." Rowan hurried ahead to find the town leader, knowing the urgency required instant action. Aveline and Kale took to the village square, rallying the townsfolk who were beginning to disperse. "Everyone, listen up," Aveline called, raising her voice to command attention. The villagers paused, their eyes turning toward her, curiosity and concern etched on their faces. "We have information regarding a raid planned by the Frost King's forces. It's essential that we prepare immediately." Whispers rippled through the crowd. Some looked skeptical, unsure whether to believe her words. A woman stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly. "How do we know you're not mistaken? We've had enough false alarms." Aveline felt the undercurrent of doubt, but she pressed on, her voice steady. "We have first-hand intelligence from one of the Frost King's own. This is serious." In that moment of tension, Kale approached, having overheard the conversation. "She's right. We can't afford to dismiss this threat. We just came from the heart of danger," he said, his voice ringing with strength. Aveline sensed the shift in the crowd's demeanor as Kale's reinforcement bolstered her credibility. Recognizing the growing fear among the villagers, she gathered her thoughts. "We need volunteers to help fortify the village, set up defenses, prepare the magic barriers, and organize everyone to stand united." Slowly, the skeptics began to nod, realizing the importance of action. One by one, villagers stepped forward to offer their strength and skills, igniting a flame of cooperation in the face of adversity. Aveline felt a rush of relief. Together, they would face this threat. With the realization of the stakes looming above them, Aveline stood tall, embodying her role as a leader. The tension transformed into motivation as the villagers began to take action, gathering supplies and rallying together. Seeing the unity forming, Aveline felt her confidence deepen and evolve. This experience of confronting fears through collaboration reinforced her belief in their collective strength, shaping the course of their mission ahead. As she coordinated their efforts, Aveline recognized that the foundation they built today would pave the way for a unified defense against the Frost King. The challenges ahead would only fortify their resolve, proving that together they would think strategically and adapt to whatever came next. As the villagers mobilized, Aveline felt a palpable energy coursing through the square. The previous doubts that had clouded her momentarily began to dissipate, replaced by a fierce determination shared among the community. Rows of allies gathered supplies, wood, stones, and magical components, ready to fortify the village's defenses against the impending raid. Aveline moved among them, her hands guiding the villagers on how to set up magical wards and barriers, each instruction bolstering their confidence. "Make sure to place the barriers at critical points where the Frost King's minions are likely to breach," she directed, her voice ringing clear against the fading light of evening. "We need to anticipate their movements." Rowan worked diligently beside her, reinforcing the barriers with his wind magic, creating gusts that would disrupt any incoming attacks. "We should set additional traps nearby," he suggested, eager to expand on her instructions. Kale volunteered to check on the vulnerable areas of the village, his earlier skepticism replaced by a burgeoning sense of purpose. "I'll make sure we cover every entrance and double-check the traps," he stated, determination fueling his words. Aveline felt relief wash over her as they executed their tasks with newfound urgency. Yet beneath this camaraderie, there lay an undercurrent of anxiety as they prepared for the potential conflict ahead. "Don't forget to communicate," Aveline reminded the group, her gaze sweeping over her allies, each face a reminder of why they were fighting. "If anything feels off, or we spot the Frost King's forces, we need to be ready to adjust our plans immediately." The villagers nodded, and Aveline could sense their trust in her blooming further. She felt the weight of leadership, not as a burden, but as a shared responsibility. Each completed task solidified their alliance, and her conviction about their shared strength deepened. After finishing the barriers, Aveline gathered her team for a final briefing before the battle. "We've prepared as best we can. Whatever happens next is a test of our unity, our strength, and our resolve," she said, the fire of determination igniting in her eyes. As night began to fall, Aveline could feel the adrenaline building. She understood that this moment was not just about survival. It was about proving that together they could face the darkness that threatened their world. Their transformation, from individuals to a united front, was palpable, and she embraced the role she had cultivated as their leader. With a final glance at the village, Aveline felt the surge of hope rise within her. They would defend their home, and she was ready to lead them into whatever came next. Confident that their combined strengths would prevail against the shadows. Aveline stood at the forefront of the village as night enveloped them, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and determination. Flickering torchlight illuminated her allies' faces, casting shadows that reflected the rising tension surrounding their impending confrontation with the Frost King's forces. Together, they formed a united front, a tapestry of differing strengths woven together through trust and shared purpose. She took a deep breath, positioning her team in the strategic spots they had mapped out earlier. "Remember our plan," Aveline instructed, her tone steady as she looked each person in the eye. "We stand together, and if things change, we adapt. We need to be ready for anything." The tension in the air tightened, and as the first signs of movement emerged from the forest, Aveline felt a shiver run down her spine. The voices of the mages around her hushed, anticipation hanging thick as the darkness shifted. "Here they come," Kale called out, his voice taut with urgency. Aveline felt the adrenaline surge as the Frost King's minions emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing coldly in the dim light. They moved with purpose, an army intent on spreading fear and chaos. Aveline's earlier doubts began to peek into her mind, but she pushed them back, reminding herself of the strength harnessed within her allies. "Now!" she shouted, conjuring flames that ignited at her command, sending fiery arcs toward the encroaching minions. The fire blazed brilliantly, illuminating the battlefield as her team sprang into action. Rowan unleashed his wind spell, directing a gust that swirled in tandem with her flames, creating an explosive distraction that caught the minions off guard. Aveline felt the exhilaration of their combined forces, each member pulling their weight through the chaos of battle. But as the minions retaliated with icy blasts, Aveline had to quickly adapt her strategy. "Defensive positions! Hold the line!" she commanded. redirecting her magic to erect barriers as the onslaught increased. The fight grew fierce, the forest echoing with shouts and the clash of magic. Aveline coordinated her allies, her voice ringing clear through the tumult. "Focus on the larger groups. We can't let them breach our defenses." As they maneuvered, Aveline glanced at Kale, who was coordinating with a group of mages further down the line. He faced a particularly strong minion, but with Aveline's shout of encouragement, he managed to fend it off with a well-timed ice blast. "Keep it together," Aveline urged, igniting her magic further, breathing life into her flames. The energy surged around her, her resolve solidifying with each successful collaboration. She could feel her confidence building as they executed their tactics fluidly. With a final push, Aveline directed a wave of fire toward a cluster of minions, determined to protect her team and reclaim their ground against the Frost King's forces. The heat radiated from her palms, reflecting her inner strength as she embraced her role as their leader. "This is our home. We will not let it fall," she shouted, feeling her words resonate with the fighters around her, uniting them as they persevered against the threats that sought to engulf them. Chapter 9. New Beginnings. Aveline stood at the edge of the village, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon and casting a soft glow on the familiar landscape. The events of the previous day weighed heavily on her heart. The battle against the Frost King had left its mark, both in triumph and loss. As she stepped onto the cobblestone path, memories of the chaos rushed back, flames roaring, allies fighting side by side, and the lingering chill of uncertainty. Yet, amidst the turmoil, she found solace in the routine of the village, a return to the normalcy she cherished. A velvety silence enveloped the streets. As she made her way through the marketplace, vendors slowly setting up their stalls. The aroma of fresh bread wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of herbs and spices. She smiled at a few of the merchants, their warm greetings reminding her of the community that had supported her through the trials. Aveline paused at a familiar stall, a lively woman arranging colourful fruits, her face lighting up as she saw Aveline approach. "You're back! How did the mission go?" "It went well, but we faced challenges," Aveline replied, the weight of her words resting heavily in the air. "We lost some good people, but we made allies too." The woman's smile faded slightly, replaced by concern. "The Frost King's minions won't stop. You must be careful." "I will," Aveline assured her, feeling a renewed sense of responsibility wash over her. "We've learned to stand together. I'll protect the village." As she continued through the market, Aveline's heart swelled with determination. Her experience in the fight against the Frost King had transformed her. She now embraced her role as not just a protector, but as a leader determined to unite her community against impending threats. Yet as she moved deeper into the heart of the village, she couldn't shake the feeling that even in moments of peace, shadows lingered nearby. The exhilaration of victory was tempered by the knowledge of the challenges yet to come, and Aveline felt a fire ignite within her, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. As Aveline moved through the market, she observed the villagers settling back into their routines, but something felt different. The atmosphere was infused with an underlying tension, a reminder of the danger they had recently faced. When she reached the village square, she noticed groups of villagers whispering among themselves, their expressions tinged with unease. Aveline's heart sank. They were still processing the aftermath of the attack. Approaching them, she could hear snippets of conversation about the Frost King's imminent threat, fears swirling about what might come next. The realization struck her. Her earlier assurances of safety weren't enough to quell the rising tide of anxiety. "Everyone!" Aveline called out, her voice ringing clear across the square. The murmurs faded, and a few heads turned in her direction. She stepped closer, wanting to connect with them. "I know it's hard after yesterday's events," she began, the vulnerability of her own emotions surfacing, yet she pressed on. "But we can't let fear dictate how we move forward." A villager, an older man named Gareth, stepped forward, his brow wrinkled with concern. "And what if the Frost King's forces come for us again? How can we possibly defend ourselves?" Aveline felt a pang of sympathy. She understood their fears all too well. "That's why we must unite. I've seen what we can accomplish as a team. Together, we have the strength to protect our home," she asserted, her voice rising with passion. Gareth looked skeptical, still harboring doubts about their ability to confront such a powerful enemy. "And what if you lead us into more danger? We've already lost good people." The doubt in his voice struck a chord, and Aveline felt the pressure of leadership weigh heavily upon her. "I promise to lead with transparency and care, considering everyone's safety," she said earnestly. "But we must act. The longer we wait, the more the Frost King gathers strength." The hesitation in the crowd lingered, but Rowan stepped forward, standing by Aveline's side. "I trust Aveline. She's proven herself time and again. If we come together, we can stand strong against him." A ripple of agreement spread, some villagers nodding as others exchanged looks of understanding. Aveline felt a surge of gratitude toward Rowan's support, bolstering her resolve as she continued to address the crowd. "Let's hold a town meeting. We need to share information, organize our defenses, and prepare for whatever comes next," Aveline declared, sensing hope beginning to spark among her fellow villagers. The villagers started to converse with one another, the earlier tension easing as plans began to form under Aveline's leadership. She could see a shift in their perception, each word spoken a testament to her growth. As Aveline stepped back, she recognized that this moment was not just about rallying her community. It was about learning to trust in their strengths and the bonds they were forging. Their journey was just beginning, and she was ready to lead them toward a brighter future. As the villagers rallied behind Aveline's call to action, the mood shifted from uncertainty to a burgeoning sense of purpose. They quickly assembled in the village square, their faces reflecting a mix of determination and lingering anxiety about the challenges ahead. Aveline felt the energy in the air. Her heart swelled as she watched families and friends come together, united by the shared resolve to protect their home from the Frost King's threat. It was a beautiful sight, yet the gravity of the situation hung over them like a dark cloud. "Let's gather supplies and form teams," Aveline instructed, her voice steady and encouraging. "We need to fortify our defenses, but we must also share information about the Frost King's movements." As the villagers began to disperse, Aveline noticed a few familiar faces among the crowd, those she had trained with, allies from the rogue faction, and their expressions now mirrored her own determination. It felt as if they were weaving an intricate tapestry of support that stretched beyond their individual fears. "Can I help with the defenses?" a young villager named Mira asked, her voice full of eagerness. "I want to make sure our home is safe." Aveline smiled, appreciating the bravery in her eyes. "Absolutely, Mira. Your energy will inspire others, and we need all hands on deck." Meanwhile, Cale positioned himself near Aveline, his brow still furrowed with concern. "Are you sure we can hold off the Frost King's forces? What if they come for us first?" he voiced, apprehension lacing his words. Aveline turned to him, recognizing the weight of his worries. "We need to believe in our strength, Cale. If we unite and prepare together, we stand a better chance. Trust has to be part of this," she said, the conviction in her voice firm and unwavering. With renewed determination, Aveline moved through the square, ensuring each person felt heard as they set their plans into motion. She felt a surge of purpose, flowing through her with every supportive conversation, reinforcing the bonds of trust and unity throughout the community. As supplies piled up, Aveline took a step back to assess their progress. She witnessed the transformation slowly taking place. Characters who had once been hesitant were now engaged and enthusiastic, each contributing to the cause in their own way. With each decision made and every doubt addressed, Aveline recognized that their collective strength would not only protect the village, but also forge deeper connections among them. Her capacity for leadership blossomed, and she felt a spark of hope surge within her. No matter how dark it seems, together we can bring light. Aveline proclaimed as she gathered everyone around, her voice rising above the chatter. The villagers, filled with newfound resolve, echoed her spirit, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Aveline gathered the villagers under the shade of an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches providing a protective cover against the encroaching darkness. The energy in the square shifted. All eyes were on her as she prepared to address their fears and aspirations for the coming battle. "Thank you all for your commitment," she began, her voice clear and steady. "I know the threat we face is daunting, but we must stand united. The Frost King seeks to undermine our strength, but together we can become something greater." Murmurs of agreement buzzed through the crowd, and Aveline could see a mix of emotions reflected in their faces: anticipation, anxiety, and determination. She understood the weight of her words. This moment could bolster their resolve or fracture it, and she was determined to inspire unity. "I need each of you to share your skills. Whether you're a mage, a healer, or a craftsman, everyone has a role to play," Aveline continued, her urgency pulling the group in closer. "We will be stronger because of our diversity, and we must learn to rely on one another." At the edge of the group, Celine stepped forward, her expression resolute. "And what if someone falters? How will we deal with that?" she challenged, a hint of skepticism lingering in the air. Aveline met Celine's gaze, recognizing the necessity of her question. "If someone falters, we will lift them up. That is the essence of our community. We'll face our fears together, support one another through challenges," she replied, her confidence unwavering. Aveline's assurance seemed to ripple through the crowd, and Kale chimed in, enhancing the discussion. "What we've learned so far through our training prepares us for this. If we fail, it's not the end. It's just a pathway to understanding and growth." The villagers nodded. The layers of doubt gradually peeling away as they began to engage in discussions about their roles, sharing ideas and strategies among themselves. Aveline felt the dynamic within the group strengthen, a tangible sense of hope rising like the dawn. Let's start creating defense mechanisms now. We can begin reinforcing our magical barriers, Aveline suggested, eager to put their new strategies into action. As they dispersed to gather materials and ready themselves, Aveline felt a surge of pride at what they were building together. Her heart swelled with purpose, the echoes of past insecurities fading into a resolute belief in their collective strength. Moving through the crowd, Aveline provided encouragement, motivating her comrades as she saw them actively embracing their roles. This was a defining moment for her. Her journey had not only transformed her abilities, but had also deepened her understanding of what it meant to be a leader. As the preparations began, Aveline felt the unshakable bonds of trust forming among them, each member contributing to their mission. She recognized that their commitment to one another, born from shared experiences, would be their strongest weapon against the Frost King and whatever challenges lay ahead. As the villagers moved to set up their defenses, Aveline felt a mix of excitement and anxiety bubbling within her. The sounds of shuffling feet and the chatter of preparation filled the air, each movement resonating with a sense of purpose. She stepped back to observe, her heart swelling with pride as she watched the community banding together, united against the looming threat. The scent of wood and earth mingled with the brisk air, invigorating her senses as she took in the sight of her friends and neighbours working side by side. But even amidst the burgeoning hope, Aveline sensed the lingering doubts from some of her allies. A few villagers still exchanged uncertain glances, casting sidelong looks at the preparations, as if questioning their feasibility. She approached a group of young mages, who were painstakingly fusing branches and magic to craft makeshift barriers. "How's it going?" Aveline asked, kneeling beside them to lend a hand with the task, her voice encouraging. "Slow, but we're trying," one replied, frustration creasing her brow. "What if we can't hold the barriers? What if they breach our defences?" Aveline paused for a moment, considering their fears. "Every effort counts. Even if the barriers falter, we have each other to rely on," she reassured them, remembering the lessons of trust and collaboration they had forged over time. "Let's build this together. United, we are stronger." With her encouragement, the aura among the young mages shifted. Their spirits lifted as they returned to work, each spell cast with greater determination. As Aveline stood to survey the broader scene, she caught sight of Woan coordinating with several villagers to enchant the barriers, his leadership evident in the way they responded to his directions. Kale was nearby, helping a small group of fighters practice their defensive stances, his earlier doubts now replaced with a sense of responsibility. A warmth spread through Aveline as she recognized how far they had all come, learning to trust each other through every trial. "Let's regroup for a moment," Aveline called to the team, ready to cement their shared goals. The villagers gathered around her, anticipation shimmering in the air as they collectively paused to focus. "I know we all have fears about what's coming," she began, her voice steady. "But look how far we've come together. Each of you brings something unique to this fight, and that's what will carry us through." Their responses were filled with renewed energy, the crowd nodding in agreement, the bonds among them strengthening with every word Aveline spoke. Feeling empowered by their unity, Aveline realized that their collective effort, every raw emotion, every hesitation, had forged a new identity for them all. She was no longer just a mage. She was a leader, ready to face the darkness ahead, committed to fighting together with her friends and family for the safety of their home. As the preparations continued, Aveline felt a sense of urgency in the air. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the village. Each moment counted, and the mounting tension around her reminded her of the stakes they faced. With the villagers now engaged and committed, Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose. She moved confidently through the square, checking in with the various groups to ensure everyone was on task. The makeshift barriers were taking shape, and already a sense of solidarity was growing. "Rowan, how are the potions coming?" she inquired as she spotted him sharing supplies with a few other mages. "We're almost done," he replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Just a few more healing potions, and Mattis is helping with the defensive wards." Aveline nodded, her heart swelling with pride, knowing that their combined efforts would be pivotal in the confrontation ahead. She turned her attention to the gathering crowd of villagers preparing for the fight. The bond they were forming filled her with optimism. She recognized how the fear they had faced together had united them. "Remember to stay close and trust one another," Aveline encouraged, as she stepped onto a crate, raising her voice to reach everyone. "We are here to protect our home and our loved ones. We fight together." As she spoke, the villagers reacted with a mixture of determination and lingering apprehension. Kale stood nearby, keeping a watchful eye on their progress, and Aveline could feel the tension radiating from him. "Aveline," he called out, his tone serious. "Is everyone really ready for this? What if the Frost King strikes first?" The words stung, but Aveline felt a flicker of resolve igniting within her. She approached him, maintaining eye contact. "We must trust in what we've built together. We've trained hard, and our unity is our greatest strength." Kale's demeanor softened, and he nodded slowly, understanding blooming in his expression. "All right, if you think we're ready, I trust you." With Kale's support solidifying her confidence, Aveline felt the weight lift slightly, replaced by a focus on the task at hand. She returned to her preparations, moving amongst the villagers as they discussed strategies, reinforcing the bonds forged in their fight against the Frost King. The sky darkened, and Aveline felt a familiar determination take root in her heart. She was no longer just Aveline of the village. She was a leader, channeling the strength of her community into a force that would confront the looming darkness with resilience and unity. As the final prepared potion was handed out, she kindled the fire of hope within them, ready to face the unknown challenges that awaited. Chapter 10. Moment of Clarity. The dawn broke slowly over the village, casting a gentle light that illuminated the bustling preparations around Aveline. As she stepped outside, the familiar sounds of the marketplace filtered through the air, but there was an undercurrent of tension that hung heavily, a reminder of the threat lurking just beyond the horizon. Gathering her thoughts, Aveline moved toward the village square, her heart racing with the weight of responsibility. The proximity of the Frost King's forces felt like a shadow over her shoulder, pushing her to act decisively. Today would be different. She had a plan. Aveline had spent sleepless nights considering their next steps and knew it was crucial to take action that reflected the journey she had traveled. As she arrived at the square, she noticed villagers preparing supply carts laden with food, weapons, and healing potions. Each familiar face carried a mix of determination and fear, and Aveline felt her resolve strengthen at the sight. It wasn't just her mission anymore. It was a collective effort, a concerted stand against the Frost King. "Everyone!" Aveline called out, gathering the villagers' attention. "We have learned that the Frost King is planning a raid. Now is the time to unify our strengths and prepare ourselves for what lies ahead." The crowd responded with a mixture of murmurs and nods, their expressions reflecting the urgency of her words. Aveline felt empowered, channeling the energy around her as she continued. "We've trained, we've prepared, and now we must execute our plans. Together." As she spoke, she could see the villagers begin to rally, a resolve igniting in their hearts as they moved to fulfill their roles. Aveline felt the connection among them grow stronger. This was not just about survival. It was about trust and community. While some began to set up defenses, Aveline moved through the crowd, offering words of encouragement. She stopped by a group of young mages, reminding them of their training and the importance of establishing their resilience in the face of danger. Use your magic wisely. Remember, the bond we share will amplify our strength, she advised, her voice steady and reassuring. Aveline's heart swelled as she observed the commitment and enthusiasm within the villagers, invigorated by a sense of purpose. Recognizing her role as a leader, she took a moment to breathe deeply, prepared to adapt to any challenges they may face. With each task completed, her confidence solidified. She understood that today was not just about facing the Frost King. It was about demonstrating their collective spirit through action. As the sun rose higher, brightening the day, Aveline felt the fire within her igniting. She was ready to confront whatever came next, determined to protect her friends and family and uphold the legacy that had been entrusted to her. Today, she would lead them into battle, ready to face the darkness together as one unified force. As preparations intensified, Aveline felt a shift in the atmosphere. The villagers organized themselves into groups, each person bustling with purpose. There was an undeniable energy that filled the air, and Aveline reveled in the unity forming around her. She moved through different teams, checking that everyone understood their roles. The sound of laughter mingled with the clatter of tools as they set up defenses and stockpiled supplies. The underlying tension from earlier was slowly giving way to determination, the collective spirit lifting Aveline's own confidence. Remember to keep communication clear, she reminded a group of young mages busy fortifying barriers. If something feels off or you see anything unusual, let us know immediately. They nodded, their expressions serious yet focused, recalling the importance of preparation. Aveline felt pride in her comrades. Their willingness to engage showed the growth of the community and the trust they had developed. In the midst of the activity, a new voice broke through. One of the villagers, a tall man named Thom, stepped forward, his brows furrowed. Aveline, we appreciate your leadership, but what if we face retaliation for our preparations? What if this makes the Frost King come for us sooner? Aveline met his gaze, recognizing the fear that lingered beneath his words. I share your concern, Thom, she replied carefully. However, we must take action. If we hide in fear, we only give him the advantage. Our goal is to stand our ground and prevent him from taking what is ours. The expression of mixed emotions among the villagers resonated in the air. Some nodded, encouraged by her words, while others exchanged glances of uncertainty. Rowan stepped in, backing Aveline's perspective. We faced him before, and we know what he is capable of. We can't let fear dictate our response. We have to be proactive. Aveline could see the tension in Thom's expression begin to ease as the conversation unfolded, supported by Rowan's solid support. The more they discussed, the more the balance began to shift toward planning and cooperation. Aveline felt a surge of gratitude, realizing her role extended beyond casting spells to weaving together their trust and camaraderie. Let's ensure we're ready for everything then. She said, clarifying their approach. We'll combine our knowledge and skills, using our strengths to shield the village and prepare for any potential threat. The energy in the square transformed, attitudes pivoting from doubt to determination. Aveline's confidence grew as she witnessed the villagers re-engaging with their preparations, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose. Understanding that today was crucial, not just for their defense, but for their unity, motivated Aveline as they moved forward. She knew that confronting their fears together would help solidify their resilience in the face of whatever challenges the Frost King might bring. Understanding that today was crucial, not just for their defense, but for their unity, motivated Aveline as they moved forward. She knew that confronting their fears together would help solidify their resilience in the face of whatever challenges the Frost King might bring. The energy in the square transformed, attitudes pivoting from doubt to determination. Aveline's confidence grew as she witnessed the villagers re-engaging with their preparations, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that confronting their fears together would help solidify their resilience in the face of whatever challenges the Frost King might bring. As the preparations progressed, Aveline felt a moment of clarity wash over her. The villagers were working tirelessly, and useful energy filled the air. Yet there were still lingering doubts within the group. In the center of the square, Aveline raised her voice, calling for everyone's attention. Let's take a moment to assess our strategy. We need to be sure we're all aligned and ready for what's to come. The crowd gathered around, and Aveline sensed the varying degrees of confidence and uncertainty among her allies. She scanned their faces, noting how some shone with enthusiasm, while others concealed fears behind guarded expressions. After our recent battle, we've learnt that unity is our greatest weapon, she began, placing a hand on her heart. Every voice matters, and together we can formulate a plan that not only protects us, but also showcases our strength. Rowan raised a hand. What if the Frost King anticipates our actions? How can we ensure we're not just reacting, but also staying one step ahead? Aveline nodded, reflecting on the wisdom of his question. What we need is an adaptable strategy. If we prepare for contingencies, we can react without losing our footing in the chaos. Just as she finished speaking, Cale interjected, his brow furrowed with concern. Are we really equipped for another confrontation? We can't keep throwing ourselves into danger without proper backup. Aveline understood the gravity of his words, realizing that while she had grown comfortable leading, the well-being of her team remained paramount. You're right, Cale, she acknowledged, her voice steady. That's why we're gathering all potential allies. The more we collaborate, the stronger our position. A hum of agreement rippled through the gathered group as they discussed their various strengths and the allies they could reach out to, embracing the collaborative spirit Aveline had cultivated. With each suggestion, Aveline felt her leadership deepen, seeing how her decisions influenced the collective effort. As they brainstormed, the gears began to turn, and the team felt buoyed by the realization that they were bound together by trust and purpose. By the time they finalized their plan, Aveline felt an uncontrollable sense of excitement. This mission was not simply about confronting an enemy. It was about the power of unity and the strength of their bond. As they prepared to reach out to allies and fortify their defenses, Aveline stood at the helm, ready to lead her team into the challenges that awaited. Each interaction from that point forward served as a reminder of how far they had come. and how their shared experiences had prepared them for the storm ahead. As Aveline and her team broke from their huddle, the tension in the air shifted once more. They were now preparing to put their plan into action, but the lingering uncertainty of what lay ahead was palpable among the group. The sun hung lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the village as they distributed tasks. Aveline moved with purpose, checking in with each member as they gathered supplies and began to set up defenses. "Rowan, I need you to coordinate the scouts. Make sure they're ready to report back any movements from the Frost King's forces," she instructed, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. "Got it," he replied, the weight of responsibility visible on his face. Aveline turned to Kale, who was tending to the traps. "Kale, ensure everything is rigged and ready. Every direct offense can turn the tide in our favor," she encouraged, her confidence bolstering his resolve. As they worked, Kale's brow remained furrowed, and Aveline caught a glimpse of the conflict within him. "Are we really ready for this?" he asked, unable to shake the skepticism. "We've trained for this moment, Kale. Trust in what we've prepared together," she responded, attempting to quell his doubts with her conviction. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the edge of the village, drawing everyone's attention. A villager rushed in, breathless and wild-eyed, delivering news of enemy scouts seen prowling nearby. The news sent a ripple of anxiety through the team, but Aveline felt steeliness grip her heart. "This is our chance to prove we can adapt," she said, looking at her allies with fierce intensity. "We need to move quickly. The scouts can be redirected to our traps if we act now." As they bolted into action, Aveline's confidence soared. She sensed an evolution not only within herself, but also among her team. Each member now executed their roles with determination, a testament to their preparation and growth. "Let's stagger our positions, allowing for flexible movements," Aveline shouted over the din, her voice strong as they progressed to their assigned areas. She could feel the synergy among them, the trust built through shared experiences emerging as they raced against time. Aveline embraced the support, channeling her leadership into their unified effort, allowing her awareness of the bigger picture to guide her. With contingency plans in place and every member engaged in their tasks, Aveline felt ready to confront whatever challenges awaited them. Today marked not just a confrontation with the Frost King, but a significant step towards solidifying the bonds they had formed, reinforcing her conviction that together they could face the darkness as one. As Aveline and her team settled into their positions, the tension in the air was palpable. Each ally's face reflected a mixture of determination and apprehension as the sun began to sink beneath the horizon, casting deep shadows across the land. They could hear the distant sounds of the Frost King's minions stirring, their growls echoing through the trees, heightening the urgency of the moment. Aveline felt her heart race, the stakes of their mission pressing down upon her. "Stay focused," she reminded them, her voice steady. "We've prepared for this moment, and we must trust in our training." The rest of the team nodded, a sense of solidarity rising among them. Rowan stood vigilant at her side, his eyes sharp as he scanned the perimeter for any movement. Kale, positioned on the flank, glanced back at Aveline. "Ready when you are," he said, his tone a mix of excitement and lingering doubt. Aveline took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her responsibilities settle, as she closed her eyes for a brief moment, channeling her energy. "On my count, we'll spring the traps and flank their reinforcements. We do this together." 3, 2, 1, Aveline shouted, her voice ringing out clear across the clearing, as their carefully laid plans sprang into action. The team moved as one, Rowan unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept over the area, funneling the noise and chaos into a shared distraction as Aveline ignited her flames, illuminating the clearing in fierce light. But just as they prepared to confront the encroaching minions, a sudden blast of icy wind blew in from the shadows, throwing their timing off and sending a rush of cold through Aveline. It was an unexpected wave of magic from the Frost King's forces, catching her team off guard. "Reassess," Aveline called, quickly adjusting her stance as she redirected her flames to create a barrier of heat around them, protecting her allies against the chilling assault. In the midst of the chaos, she felt a surge of doubt. Had their preparations been enough? But she quickly shook off the uncertainty, reminded of the strength they had cultivated together. "Kale, can you freeze the wind? Rowan, angle your gusts toward the minions," she shouted, her confidence manifesting through clear direction. Her team responded with focused determination, adapting on the fly as they executed her commands. Kale summoned his ice magic to create a defensive barrier around their backs, while Rowan directed the wind to push the icy attackers backward. Aveline felt the ebb and flow of the battle shift as they worked together, overcoming the initial surprise. Each spell cast and every shield raised became a testament to how far they had come, reinforcing the bonds forged in their shared journey. "Now let's push forward," Aveline shouted, igniting her resolve as they advanced against the Frost King's forces. The battlefield became a tapestry of light and elemental magic, a vivid display of their collective strength and determination. The chaos that had once threatened to consume them now transformed into an opportunity to demonstrate their growth and unity. Aveline took a step forward, feeling the blend of fire and wind swirl around her as she led her allies into the heart of combat, ready to face whatever awaited them. With the clash of magic and elemental forces swirling around them, Aveline pressed forward, her heart pounding. The battlefield was a chaotic dance of fire, wind, and ice, each spell cast by her allies echoing their collective determination against the Frost King's forces. As the minions staggered under their combined onslaught, Aveline felt a surge of confidence. They were executing her strategies with precision, adapting seamlessly to the unfolding chaos. It was a testament to their growth and the strength of their bond. "Keep pushing! We can't give them a moment to regroup," Aveline shouted, her voice a rallying cry amidst the chaos. Each command she issued further anchored her role as a leader, and she could feel her team responding to her energy. Kale launched a series of ice shards toward a cluster of enemies, expertly blanketing the area in a shimmer of frost. Aveline watched as the minions faltered, their icy forms struggling to maintain balance against the sudden shift in temperature. "Now's our chance," she called, feeling the adrenaline pumping through her veins. She channeled her fire magic into a concentrated blast, directing it toward the center of the enemy ranks, creating a dazzling explosion that illuminated the battlefield. Rowan, sensing the opening, blasted a gust of wind that grabbed Aveline's flames, sending them coursing towards the minion that had been cornered. The eruption of fire and air intertwined, creating a spectacle that drew the attention of every combatant. Cheers erupted from her allies, the sound echoing as their morale surged. They were fighting not just for survival, but for something deeper, a cause that transcended individual fears. Aveline relished this sense of unity as she harnessed the energy of their victory, propelling them forward. But the chaos was far from over. Another wave of icy attackers surged in from the shadows, their growls cutting through the elation. Aveline's heart sank, and she quickly reassessed. They had to be ready for anything. "Regroup and refine our strategy," she commanded, her tone sharp yet steady. "We need to maintain our defensive positions and get everyone back in sync." Her teammates quickly adjusted, each individual utilizing their magic to create barriers and veils of protection. Aveline led by example, directing her flames to create a protective wall, showcasing her adaptability even amidst the chaos. "Together we will prevail," she shouted, feeling the thrill of leadership push her onward. Their victories would only serve to embolden them in the face of darkness. The warmth of their unity ignited a growing light within her. As they finally pushed through the waves of the Frost King's minions, Aveline felt invigorated by their bond. The lessons learned during their journey shaped her approach. It was not just about strength in magic, but strength in their unity. With a final resounding roar of determination, she rallied her comrades, preparing for the next part of their journey. The battle had instilled in her a profound realization. They were not merely allies. They were a family forged in the fires of adversity. Together, they would face whatever challenges awaited. Chapter 11. The Test of Trust. The air was thick with tension as Aveline and her team regrouped after the chaos of battle. Their breath visible in the chill that lingered from the unfolding confrontation. The aftermath was stark, the remnants of their fight scattered around them. A mixture of hope and loss painted across the landscape. Aveline took stock of her team, the weariness evident on their faces. They had just faced the Frost King's minions, yet optimism still glimmered in their eyes, despite the bruises and aches each carried. "We need to assess our supplies and make sure everyone is accounted for," she said, her voice steady as she directed her team to gather. The urgency of their situation propelled them into motion, a reminder of the stakes they faced. Kale moved beside her, a shadow of doubt creeping back into his demeanor. "What if the Frost King strikes again while we're still weak?" "We need to solidify our defenses," he urged, concern lacing his tone. Aveline understood his fears. The battle had taken its toll on them. "You're right. Our defense needs to be our priority," she acknowledged. "But we also need to understand what we're up against. We need to gather intel on their movements. That's how we'll protect ourselves." As the group began diligently piecing together their supplies, Aveline noticed Rowan sharing information with a few of the younger mages. He was explaining tactics to them, his enthusiasm evident even in the aftermath of their struggles. "Rowan, how are they managing?" Aveline asked, a sense of pride surfacing as she saw him taking on a mentoring role. "They're eager to learn," he replied, glancing back at the group with a smile. "It's great to see them so motivated. They want to contribute, just like we did." Aveline felt her heart swell with gratitude. This was the community they had built together, and Rowan's encouragement was vital to instill a sense of purpose in the next generation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the edge of their camp. A group of rogue mages had returned, breathless with urgency. "We saw movement! There are scouts from the Frost King!" one mage exclaimed, panic tinged in her voice. Aveline's stomach dropped. The looming threat was more real than ever. Solidifying the gravity of their preparations. "We need to implement our defenses immediately," she commanded, her authority shining through. As they scrambled to reinforce their barriers, Aveline felt the pressure of leadership weigh upon her. The mix of determination and fear among her allies fueled her focus. She was no longer just a young mage. She had become a leader who was responsible for those who trusted her. "Let's move quickly. We'll use our strengths to maintain our defenses while gathering more intelligence on the enemy," she urged, rallying her team with clear direction. In that moment, she recognized the journey that had transformed her ability to lead amidst chaos. Her confidence ignited not just by success, but by the unwavering support she received from her allies. Together, they would face whatever came next, pushing through fear and uncertainty into the light of hope. With the urgency of their situation setting a frantic pace, Aveline watched as her team swiftly organized themselves in response to the warning about the Frost King's scouts. Each member moved with purpose, gathering weapons and positioning themselves to create a formidable defensive line. Aveline took a moment to assess their layout. Their training was paying off as they executed their roles with increasing confidence. She felt a rush of pride course through her as she moved among them, offering words of encouragement. "Kale, can you reinforce the northern barrier? I want it fortified and ready to withstand any potential attack," she instructed, her voice steady and authoritative. "On it," Kale replied, determination etched on his features. He quickly joined a group of mages tasked with reinforcing the magical barriers, while ensuring that communication stayed strong among them. Aveline then turned her attention to Rowan, who was coordinating the scouts. "Gather any intel they may have on the Frost King's movements. We need to know what we're up against," she urged, the urgency in her tone amplifying the weight of her responsibility. "We'll be quick," Rowan assured her, moving with purpose as he rallied the scouts to gather vital information, while she knew that time was of the essence. As her team moved to implement the defenses and gather intelligence, Aveline felt a wave of unease settle in her stomach. The unpredictability of their enemies loomed over her thoughts like a shadow. In the midst of the chaos, a rogue mage approached Aveline, a wary look in his eyes. "What if this is all in vain? We may not be strong enough to face him," he questioned, the doubt evident in his voice. Aveline met his gaze, fighting against the frustration that bubbled within her. "We are stronger than we've ever been, because we learn from our experiences. We can't allow fear to dictate our actions," she firmly replied, her conviction ringing clear. As she spoke, Aveline felt the shift in the atmosphere around her. Kale's earlier skepticism subsided slightly, and she could see the team responding to her unwavering resolve. "Let's focus on what we can control," she continued, rallying her team. "If we stand together, we increase our chances of success with every step we take." The rogue mage nodded, a flicker of respect crossing his face. Aveline sensed the renewed energy between them, their shared mission rekindling trust within the group. With their plans rapidly unfolding, Aveline felt the weight of her growth as a leader solidify, shaping her response to every challenge that lay before them. They would not only defend their home, but redefine what it meant to fight against the shadows encroaching upon them. Together, they were ready to face whatever dangers awaited. With the preparations underway, Aveline felt a weight lift as her team began to forge their collective strategy against the Frost King's impending threat. They worked efficiently, mages forming teams, gathering supplies, and reinforcing barriers, all powered by the urgency of their mission. Rowan approached her, urgency radiating from his posture. "I just spoke with one of the scouts," he said, catching his breath. "The Frost King's forces are amassing nearby, but they're unaware of our preparations." Aveline nodded, appreciating the speed of their reconnaissance. "Good. We need to use that to our advantage. Let's set traps in the surrounding forest to catch any minions off guard." Just then, Kale joined them, a grim expression on his face. "If they're starting to anticipate our movements, we may be walking into a trap of our own," he warned, crossing his arms. Aveline felt the tension rising once again. We have to take calculated risks, Kale. If we wait too long, we give them the advantage. We need to move. But how do we know we can trust the information? Kale challenged, his doubt lingering like a shadow over their efforts. Aveline took a step closer, feeling the heat of her convictions. Trust must be earned, but we don't have time for uncertainty. There's too much at stake. The words hung in the air as the team exchanged glances. The weight of their shared experiences began to solidify their bond. They had fought alongside one another, and now their trust was evident. I believe in this plan, Rowan interjected, his voice steady. We've come too far to turn back now. We're ready to stand together. Encouraged by Rowan's support, Aveline felt her determination igniting. Then let's proceed. We'll secure the perimeter and set our traps. She quickly organized them into specific groups, assigning tasks with confidence. Each mage moved with purpose, each interaction reinforcing the growing trust within the group. Aveline felt the energy shift in the air. They were more than a team. They were a united front, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As they hurried to implement the next steps of their plan, Aveline sensed the culmination of her journey coming into focus. This was her moment. The embodiment of her growth reflected not only in her abilities, but in the very spirit of her allies. Together, they would challenge the Frost King and protect their home, forging a path toward victory that began with the trust they had built along the way. Aveline stood at the forefront of her team as they prepared to execute their plan, a sense of purpose surging through her. The air was thick with tension. The impending confrontation with the Frost King loomed on the horizon, and she felt the weight of their mission pressing on her shoulders. "Let's review the plan one last time," Aveline called out, gathering everyone's attention. She looked around at her allies, their faces illuminated by the glowing embers of the campfire, reflecting a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The mages gathered closer, exchanging quiet murmurs as Aveline outlined their strategy one final time. "We'll set our traps here and here," she pointed to the map laid out before them. "When the Frost King's forces arrive, Rowan and Kale will be on distraction duty, while the rest of us wait for the signal." As she spoke, Aveline felt her confidence solidify. She had learned to adapt her leadership style, encouraging input from every member, while ensuring the group felt empowered in their roles. However, amid the focus, she could still sense Kale's lingering doubts as he shifted uneasily. "What if the plan doesn't work? What if we're caught off guard again?" he asked, concern evident in his tone. Aveline stepped closer to him, her determination unwavering. "Then we adapt, just as we have before. We won't let fear of failure hold us back. We learned valuable lessons, and will use them to overcome whatever challenges await us." Her words resonated, and she noticed the other mages nodding, their belief in her leadership instilling a sense of collective confidence. "Everything is set," Rowan chimed in, his usual calmness highlighting the clarity of their situation. "We just need to stay sharp and work together." As the moment of confrontation drew near, Aveline and her team moved into their assigned positions, the weight of anticipation heavy in the air. The landscape buzzed with energy, and Aveline took a deep breath, focusing on the task ahead. "Get ready," she instructed, her voice calm, yet filled with purpose. Each mage settled into their role, the earlier doubts lingering in the backs of their minds, slowly fading as adrenaline surged. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, growing closer as the Frost King's minions approached. A chill ran through Aveline's spine, but she quickly shook off the fear, drawing strength from her allies around her. "Remember the plan," she reiterated, scanning the faces of her teammates, determination shining in her eyes. We will execute our distractions first, then converge. Rowan stood beside her, ready, confidence radiating from him as he prepared to unleash his wind magic. Aveline recognized the trust that had formed between them, watching as he glanced toward the direction of the approaching enemy. Suddenly, the enemy emerged, dark figures silhouetted against the grey sky, their menacing forms moving with purpose. Aveline felt her heart race, the reality of battle hitting her like a wave. "Now," she commanded, signaling Rowan and Kale to initiate their spells. A sudden blast of wind surged from Rowan, shooting toward the front line of minions, creating a diversion that sent some of them reeling. Aveline seized the moment, channeling her fire energy and directing it at the closest minion, bright flames illuminating the chaos around her. Kale's icy barriers quickly formed behind her, fortifying their position and protecting her allies as they pushed forward against the relentless onslaught. The palpable energy of her team surged, unity fueling their determination. As the battle unfolded, Aveline felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. It was exhilarating to fight side by side, yet the ever-present danger reminded her of the stakes at hand. "Aveline, to your right!" Kale shouted, warning her just in time to dodge an icy blast that soared past. Aveline turned, gritting her teeth as she conjured a wall of flames to counter the attack, an instinctual reaction honed through her experiences. Focused on their surroundings, Aveline continued to lead them as they executed their plan, adapting to the changing tides of battle. Her heart swelled with pride as she witnessed her team responding to her commands, their trust evident in the way they executed their roles seamlessly. "Stay together," Aveline shouted, feeling the weight of her leadership settling firmly as they pushed through the chaos. Every spell cast was imbued with the lessons learned from their journey, reinforcing their collective strength in the face of danger. With her mind focused on the mission and her allies by her side, Aveline felt the power of their bond surge. This was their moment to redefine their fate, and she was determined to lead them through the storm. The clash of magic and the cries of battle filled the air as Aveline and her team fought valiantly against the Frost King's minions. Each spell cast and each mighty blow delivered reinforced the strength of their unity, carving a path toward victory amidst the chaos. Aveline felt the adrenaline coursing through her veins, heightening her senses as she navigated the fray. Her heart raced with a mixture of fear and excitement, a potent reminder of why they had come together in the first place. "Rally to me!" she shouted, her voice piercing through the din of combat as she directed her allies toward a cluster of minions that had begun to encircle them. Rowan unleashed a powerful gust of wind just as Aveline ignited a wave of fire, their combined forces pushing back the attackers and creating an opening for their escape. The surge of energy felt exhilarating. They were synchronizing as one cohesive unit, the fear of their recent doubt dissipating into the determination of the moment. "Kale, now!" Aveline commanded, summoning him to execute the next phase of their strategy. Kale responded without hesitation, conjuring icy shields that absorbed incoming blasts from the enemies, providing a momentary reprieve. The team quickly regrouped, and Aveline felt the mental shift among them as they embraced their roles with renewed vigor. "Stay focused, we've each got our part to play," she reminded them, resolving to combat any emerging doubts with her unwavering courage. Just then, a particularly fierce minion lunged at her, icy claws outstretched. Aveline reacted instinctively, summoning a wall of flames in front of her. The minion staggered back, and in that split second, Aveline seized the opportunity to counterattack. "Let's finish this," she yelled, urging her team on as they pressed forward, their determination invigorating her leadership. With each step into the battle, Aveline felt the culmination of her journey resonate within her. They were in the thick of it, and while doubt had previously clouded some of their interactions, the trust they had built was now a powerful force driving them forward. Aveline's growing confidence in herself and her team allowed her to make impactful decisions, paving a way not just for survival, but for the triumph they sought. As the battle crescendoed, Aveline witnessed the fruits of their efforts unfolding. Their meticulous planning and teamwork were proving effective, and the Frost King's forces began to falter. She rallied her comrades, feeling the surge of hope and unity among them. "This is our moment," Aveline shouted, her voice strong and unwavering as they faced the final push against the minions. Together, they would reclaim their fate. "And I never forget that moment," Aveline shouted, her voice strong and unwavering as they faced the final push against the minions. "This is our moment," Aveline shouted, her voice strong and unwavering. As the battle crescendoed, Aveline witnessed the fruits of their efforts unfolding. Their meticulous planning and teamwork were proving effective, and the Frost King's forces began to falter. She rallied her comrades, feeling the surge of hope and unity among them. They were in the thick of it, and while doubt had previously clouded some of their interactions, the trust they had built was now a powerful force driving them forward. Aveline's growing confidence in herself and her team allowed her to make impactful decisions, paving a way, and she was determined to lead them through to victory. Chapter 12. The Turning Point. Aveline stood at the edge of camp, the fire crackling softly as twilight descended upon the village. The victory against the Frost King's minions felt bittersweet, and the gravity of their mission weighed heavily on her shoulders. As she took stock of the aftermath, she noticed the scattered remnants of battle, the battered supplies, the weariness etched on her allies' faces, and the haunted expressions of those who had witnessed the chaos. Each detail reminded her of the cost they had borne, igniting a sense of responsibility within her. "Let's regroup and evaluate our next steps," Aveline called, her voice steady, and the group gathered around the fire. They exchanged knowing glances, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken sense of urgency as the embers glowed softly in the darkening air. "After everything we faced, we can't let our guard down," Kale spoke up, his tone serious as he shared his concerns about potential retaliations from the Frost King. Aveline nodded, acknowledging his fears. "We need to understand how to adapt to any upcoming threats. We've learned valuable lessons through each encounter, and we can't let today's victory make us complacent." Rowan chimed in, reinforcing Aveline's sentiment. "We should gather intelligence about the Frost King's next moves. The community might have eyes and ears we can utilize." As they discussed their plans, Aveline realized the importance of keeping morale high. "We also need to ensure our defenses are fortified. Let's not forget the lessons of trust we've cultivated," she stated, feeling the bonds among her allies strengthen at her reassurances. Together they delved into strategizing, breaking down resources, and identifying who could scout or speak with the villagers for more information. Aveline felt the growth within her, the confident leader emerging from the shadows of uncertainty. Through the discussion, they began to forge a path forward, illuminating the areas that required focus and reinforcing the need for unity. Aveline's heart swelled with pride. She was no longer just a participant in this fight, but a leader guiding them toward victory. But as they finalized their plans, Aveline couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows of the Frost King loomed larger than ever. Gathering her courage, she rallied her team, reminding them that every step they took together would lay the groundwork for their future battles. Together, we'll uncover the Frost King's strategy and prepare ourselves, she declared, her voice ringing with conviction as they prepared to take action. The sense of purpose ignited within her. The lessons learned, the bonds forged, and the sacrifices made would guide them as they faced whatever lay ahead. As the discussion settled, Aveline gathered her team members and began formulating a plan of action. She felt the urgency in the air, and the stakes could not be higher as they prepared to investigate the Frost King's movements and gather intelligence. First, we need to secure more magical resources, Aveline said, pointing to a nearby cart filled with ingredients for potion making. Rowan, can you work with the villagers to replenish our supplies? And where we are, the stakes are high. We need potions ready for healing and protection. Rowan nodded, that spark of determination lighting up his eyes. I'll ensure we have everything we need, and I'll also ask around for any news on enemy movements. Aveline turned to Kale. We need you to scout the borders of the village and set up additional defensive wards, especially in areas that may be targeted next. Kale shifted, crossing his arms. That means I'll likely be alone for a while. Are you sure we should be splitting up again? Yes, but we need to balance our strengths, Aveline replied, meeting his gaze with earnestness. Each of us has a role that contributes to our overall strategy. Staying passive isn't an option. Kale considered her words, then slowly nodded. All right, I'll do it. Just be careful while you're out scouting. Aveline acknowledged his concerns, but felt a surge of confidence in her plans. We will stay in constant communication. If anything happens, we regroup. Trust your training and trust each other. As the team began to disperse, Aveline felt the cool evening breeze brush against her skin, invigorating her resolve. She understood the importance of adaptability in their strategies. Each step had consequences, and her ability to lead depended on their collective momentum. With each member on a mission, Aveline took a moment to breathe deeply. She reflected on how her leadership had evolved. She was no longer simply an apprentice, but someone confidently guiding her friends into the unknown. The gathering twilight served as a reminder of the challenges ahead. Aveline shifted her focus back to the task at hand, and began to mentally prepare for the lingering threat of the Frost King. She felt the determination ignite inside her, ready to face whatever might come next. The journey was far from over, but with her trusted allies beside her, they would confront adversity head-on. As Aveline's team set off to fulfill their tasks, she felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety knotting her stomach. The success of their mission hinged on gathering accurate information and resources, and she was acutely aware of the risks involved. Once the team was divided, Aveline noticed Lyric moving toward a group of villagers, discussing what they had seen along the borders. His presence brought a wave of familiarity and comfort. "I'll join you," Aveline said.
"I'll join you," Aveline said,
stepping forward with intent. "I want to hear everything they have to say." The villagers welcomed her, their expressions a blend of concern and curiosity. Aveline felt the responsibility of their trust wash over her. "What can you tell us about any strange occurrences recently?" she prompted, focusing on one elder who appeared more knowledgeable. The elder, a stooped figure with weathered skin, took a moment to gather his thoughts. "There have been sightings of scouts." They're moving closer to the village. Much closer than before, he said, his voice shaky. We fear they're planning something. Aveline's heart sank, the elder's words echoing warnings she had hoped to avoid. She exchanged glances with Lyric, who nodded encouragingly, and the tension between them shifted into a collaborative spirit. What types of creatures have you seen? She asked, keeping her tone steady, determined to extract useful details. The ice creatures. And I think I saw some of the Frost King's shadows lurking near the old well, the elder explained, worry etched on his features. It's hard to tell who's with him now and who's just lurking in the shadows. While Aveline processed this information, she felt a pang of frustration. They had fought hard for their safety, and yet the threat of the Frost King persisted. She knew this news would shake her team's already fragile morale. Thank you for your honesty, Aveline said, trying to maintain the flicker of trust in the elder's eyes. We will use this information to prepare and protect our village. We won't let fear dictate our actions. Lyric leaned closer to Aveline. We need to ensure that everyone feels informed and ready for what lies ahead. It might be worth holding a town meeting to discuss defense strategies, he suggested, demonstrating the insight of someone invested in their collective safety. Aveline felt reassured by his perspective. That's a great idea, she replied, strong in her conviction that their community needed to unite against the encroaching threat. Let's gather everyone together. Strong, informed defense is our best weapon. As they discussed their plans further, Aveline experienced a realization about the importance of communication. The alliance they were forging extended beyond magic and strength. It was about trust and shared objectives. This moment solidified her understanding of leadership. Aveline felt an emotional shift within herself. She was not just a participant in this battle, but a vital part of something greater, a leader capable of rallying her community and turning fear into proactive strength. With her heart resolved, Aveline led the way back, prepared to speak out and gather her allies. They would face whatever darkness approached with unity, and this knowledge motivated her as they began to set the wheels in motion for the impending challenges. Wait a bit further, and then Aveline felt the realization about the impending challenges. As Aveline hurried back to the village, the weight of her conversation with the villagers pulsed in her mind. She felt the urgency of their predicament more keenly than ever, each step echoing her resolve to act on their concerns. Upon reaching the village square, she gathered everyone, their faces reflecting a mix of anxiety and determination. The sun hung low, casting warm light that contrasted sharply with the growing anxiety within her chest. Thank you for coming, Aveline began, her voice steady as she addressed the crowd. We've received troubling news about the Frost King's forces encroaching on our village. It's vital that we come together now more than ever. A murmur spread through the crowd, uncertainty lingering in the air like a thick fog. Aveline could see the worry etched on familiar faces, villagers she had grown up with, whose lives were woven into the fabric of her community. One elder stepped forward, his voice heavy with experience. We have faced danger before, but this feels different. How can we trust that we can withstand another attack? Aveline's heart sank at the elder's question, but she recognized it as an opportunity to foster trust. I understand your fears, but we cannot let that dictate our course, she replied, her tone firm yet understanding. We've prepared, and I believe in the strength of our unity. Talk isn't going to save us. his voice heavy with experience. "We have faced danger before, but this feels different. How can we trust that we can withstand another attack?" Aveline's heart sank at the elder's question, but she recognized it as an opportunity to foster trust. "I understand your fears, but we cannot let that dictate our course." Aveline's heart sank at the elder's question, but she recognized it as an opportunity. Another villager interjected, "What if we end up with more losses than before?" The tension in the air thickened, but Aveline stood tall, determined to dissipate the doubt. "We will not act recklessly. We'll reinforce our defenses, gather resources, and prepare our community for whatever may come," she declared. Rowan moved closer, supporting her stance. "We've trained together and built trust. We will be a formidable force against the Frost King." Feeling their eyes on her, Aveline's heart raced. This was a critical moment. If she faltered, fear could spiral out of control. "We need to create a plan that includes everyone's input, allowing us all to share responsibility and actively fight for our futures," she urged, appealing to their collective spirit. As discussions began to flow, Aveline felt a glimmer of hope rise within her. Villagers started to contribute their ideas. Suggesting strategies that could fortify their defenses and enhance their magical barriers. It was clear to Aveline that her journey had shaped more than just her skills. It had transformed her into a figure of leadership, whose decisions could inspire action and unity. The rune shifted from doubt to determination, each voice intertwining to create a symphony of shared purpose. Watching her community engage, Aveline knew they were laying the groundwork for their resistance against the Frost King. The bonds they were forming now would echo through the trials they would face together, and she felt a burning anticipation for what was to come. In her heart, Aveline recognized that her commitment to facing the looming darkness was resolute, and each decision made today would guide them toward victory in the battles ahead. As the group began to implement their plans, Aveline could feel a sense of urgency driving them forward. The village square became a hive of activity, with villagers collecting supplies, gathering their families, and reinforcing defenses. Aveline moved among them, offering encouragement and direction. Her heart swelling with pride as she witnessed their commitment to protecting their home. Each interaction reinforced her belief in their collective strength. "Kale, how's the barrier coming along?" she asked, spotting him overseeing the placement of ice shields. "Almost done," Kale replied, his brow furrowed in concentration as he manipulated the magic with precision. "But with all this talk of the Frost King, it feels like we're just delaying the inevitable." Aveline paused, recognizing the struggle behind his words. "I know it's daunting, but we have the upper hand now. Our strength lies in our unity, and adapting to any challenge is our best defense," she encouraged, hoping to instill confidence. Kale nodded slightly, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. Aveline felt the weight of responsibility settle deeper as she continued to push them forward. Rowan approached, overhearing their exchange. "We have to remember how much we've prepared. If we stand together, we'll face whatever awaits us," he chimed in, supporting Aveline's perspective. The atmosphere in the square began to shift. More villagers began to rally around Aveline and her allies, their previous reservations fading. A sense of purpose filled the air, and Aveline noted how her leadership inspired action among her peers. However, a flicker of doubt still trailed behind her commands, and she made a mental note to address it. Aveline understood that fostering open communication and trust was essential for the village to unite against the Frost King. As preparations continued, she overheard snippets of conversations from the villagers, discussing their fears and unease as they braced for confrontation. It was clear that despite her leadership, the fear of what the Frost King might bring lingered. "Let's take a moment to reaffirm our goal," Aveline said, raising her voice to cut through the chatter. "What we're fighting for is not just our village, but for each other. Protecting our loved ones is paramount." Her words struck a chord. She could see heads nodding as unity solidified among them. Aveline felt a renewed surge of energy as they moved diligently to finish their preparations. This was a pivotal moment. The experiences Aveline had gathered ignited her passion and willingness to lead. She embraced the responsibility, understanding that how they moved forward now would shape the outcome of their encounter with the Frost King. With every task completed and idea exchanged, Aveline's confidence grew. They were not merely preparing for battle. They were forging a community bound by resilience and trust. Every small victory today was a step closer to the triumphs she envisioned for their future. As the preparations unfolded, Aveline felt a mix of determination and urgency propelling her forward. The village buzzed with activity, a chorus of voices rising in anticipation. But she also sensed the underlying anxiety still present among the villagers. "Let's finish up our tasks," she called out, her voice steady as she directed everyone toward their roles. "We must ensure our defenses are set and that we are ready for anything that comes our way." The villagers moved with purpose, gathering supplies and reinforcing barriers. But Aveline noticed a few lingering doubts among her allies. Celine, a skilled mage, approached her with a furrowed brow. "Aveline, are we truly prepared for the Frost King's forces? I still worry that we may not have adequately fortified ourselves." Aveline paused, understanding the weight behind Celine's concern. "Practiced and trained for this. Remember, we faced challenges together before. And we've come out stronger. We can adapt our strategies as needed," she replied, her confidence aimed at reassuring both Celine and the others. With a nod, Celine stepped back. Her expression slightly softened, but Aveline could sense the uncertainty still lurking beneath the surface. The situation was precarious, and Aveline knew it was imperative to solidify trust within her team. "Let's take a moment to evaluate our position," Aveline suggested, glancing around at her allies. "If something feels off or if you have suggestions for improvements, now's the time to speak up." Rowan chimed in, pointing out areas in their defenses that could be bolstered with additional wards, leading to a constructive discussion about logistics. Aveline felt a rush of pride as they engaged in meaningful dialogue, recognizing how far they had come since their earlier hesitations. As they worked through their assessments, Aveline felt the camaraderie and trust beginning to solidify, each mage contributing to the collective effort. She realized that her growth as a leader allowed her to navigate these discussions, fostering an environment of support and resilience. "Together we will be a force to be reckoned with," Aveline declared, her voice strong and unwavering as they finished up their final adjustments. The energy in the village shifted. She could sense the resolve strengthening among her allies. With the preparations reaching completion, Aveline felt a clarity of purpose enveloping her. They were ready to face the Frost King, their bonds fortified through teamwork and trust. The experience of leading them through uncertainty had transformed her, not just into a mage, but into a true leader, committed to protecting her home and her people. The sense of unity they had built would be their greatest weapon moving forward, and Aveline was prepared to wield it as they stepped into the challenges awaiting them. Chapter 13. The Encounter. Aveline stood at the mouth of a narrow canyon, the scent of damp earth and the cool breeze brushing against her skin. Today was the day of reckoning. She would lead her team into the heart of danger, determined to retrieve vital information about the Frost King's forces. The walls of the canyon loomed high above them, casting elongated shadows that mingled with the swirling fog. A sense of urgency distilled the earlier excitement in the air. Every moment counted, and the stakes had never been higher. "Stay sharp," she instructed, glancing at her team, each member poised with anticipation. "We need to move quickly and quietly to avoid being detected." Rowan stepped up beside her, nodding vigorously. "We've trained for this. Remember to stick together and communicate." As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the sound of rushing water echoed in the distance, creating a haunting backdrop to their mission. Aveline felt her heart race, each beat echoing the weight of responsibility that had settled firmly on her shoulders. "Let's keep a lookout for any shadows or signs of movement," she cautioned, her senses heightened as they navigated the rocky terrain. The thrill of uncertainty coursed through her, but with it came a deep-rooted determination. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught her eye, a figure darting between the rocks. Aveline froze, signaling her team to halt. The pulse of adrenaline quickened, and she held her breath, carefully watching the shadows dance around them. "Did anyone else see that?" Aveline whispered, leaning closer to Rowan. Her instincts hinted at an impending threat, and she knew they had to be prepared. Before Rowan could respond, a rogue mage from their faction, Varen, emerged unexpectedly from behind a boulder, panting and wide-eyed. "You've got to hurry! The Frost King's scouts are closing in!" Aveline felt a surge of urgency course through her. The tension that had been building among her allies shifted dramatically. This was not just a training mission anymore. This was real. "Quick, we need to find cover and regroup," she instructed, her voice steady despite the rising pressure. "We can't allow them to catch us off guard. Everyone, follow me." The team sprang into action, moving swiftly to the safety of a nearby alcove, their hearts pounding as they maneuvered through the rocky landscape. Aveline felt the weight of leadership pressing upon her, but she refused to waver. "Rowan, can you scout the area?" she asked, confidence lacing her voice. "We need to know how many we're facing." "Right," he responded, already on the move, his agility a comforting sight among the chaos. As they settled in, Aveline took a moment to breathe deeply. She could feel the stakes rising around them, but she also knew that together they were capable of overcoming whatever challenges lay ahead. This mission was not just about gathering information. It was about standing united against the Frost King, and she was ready to lead them into the unknown. As they crouched in the alcove, Aveline felt the tension in the air thicken as Rowan scanned the perimeter, his eyes darting between the shadows and the rocky terrain. The sounds of distant footsteps echoed, sending a ripple of apprehension through the group. "Keep quiet," he mouthed, signalling for the others to remain still. Aveline's heart raced as she listened intently, the footsteps growing louder, mingling with the rushing sound of water from a nearby stream. She could feel the anticipation mounting. They were so close to uncovering crucial information about the Frost King's forces. Suddenly, a pair of Frost King scouts emerged into the clearing, their icy armor glinting ominously. Aveline's breath caught in her throat as she observed the minions communicating in low, urgent tones, unaware of her group hiding just a few feet away. "We need to get closer to overhear their plans," Aveline whispered, her mind racing with possibilities. "If we can find out what they're discussing, it might give us an advantage." "Are you sure about this?" Cale replied, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with concern. "What if they spot us?" Aveline decided to push past the uncertainty. "We need this intel. We can't let fear stop us now. Rowan, can you provide cover?" Rowan nodded, understanding the importance of her request. "I'll create a diversion if things go sideways," he assured her. With newfound urgency, Aveline and her team hurried back to the road mage encampment, determination fueling their every step. The chilling revelation about the Frost King's plans weighed heavily on her mind, compelling her to act swiftly. As they reached the encampment, Aveline gathered her allies in a circle, her heart racing. "We've gathered crucial information about the Frost King's strategy. He intends to draw the villagers into a trap during their gathering," she explained, urgency peppering her voice. The faces around her shifted, the gravity of the situation settling in as her team absorbed the news. Rowan stepped forward, eyes wide. "Then we have to warn the village immediately. We can't let them walk into a slaughter." Cale, still processing the implications, took a deep breath. "But how do we strategize our approach?" "We need to go in without drawing attention to ourselves." Aveline felt the tension in the air, but also sensed the trust beginning to solidify among them. "We can create diversions along the paths leading to the gathering area," she proposed, her mind racing with possibilities. "That will allow some of us to slip in undetected and warn the villagers." The plan began to unfold as they discussed details, the energy among the group shifting from fear to collaborative determination. Aveline could see the budding resolve in her allies, each contribution building on the last as they worked together to devise a comprehensive approach. "Let's split into teams," Aveline instructed, taking charge as she divided the group. Some would distract any scouts, while others would carry the warning back to the village. "Communication is key. We need to stay sharp and adapt as the situation unfolds." As they prepared to execute the plan, Aveline felt the adrenaline coursing through her. The earlier doubts that had lingered among her allies started to fade, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. "Remember, we're fighting for our homes and our loved ones," she reiterated, the intensity of her voice igniting their collective spirit. "We must act now, and we will not let the Frost King win." With confidence bolstered, Aveline led the way as they set off, the adrenaline surging through her veins. Each step felt purposeful, a direct reflection of the growth she had experienced along her journey. This mission was not just about gathering intel, it was about standing united and fighting for their future. As they neared the village, Aveline understood that the strength of their bonds would guide them through the darkness ahead, and she felt ready to confront whatever awaited them, her heart steeled by the commitment she had forged with her allies. As Aveline and her team approached the village, a deep sense of urgency propelled them forward. The sun hung high in the sky, but the shades of anxiety among her allies clouded the atmosphere. "Quickly!" Aveline urged, her voice slicing through the silence. "We need to warn the villagers before it's too late!" Her heart raced as they moved through the familiar streets, the hustle and bustle of daily life surrounding them. Villagers went about their routines, unaware of the impending danger. Aveline felt a knot tighten in her stomach at the thought of them walking into a trap. Rowan broke away from the group, rushing ahead to find the village elder and relay the warning. "Aveline, I'll make sure the elder gets the news," he called back over his shoulder, determination etched in his features. "Good, be quick," she replied, sensing the urgency echoing in his voice. She turned to the remaining mages, ready to coordinate their next steps. "The rest of you, help me spread the word to those nearby. We need everyone ready." As they fanned out, Aveline encountered a group of villagers gathering near the market square. She rushed forward, urgency underscoring her every word. "Everyone, listen. We have information that the Frost King's minions are preparing to raid during the gathering. You must prepare to defend yourselves." The villagers exchanged wary glances. "To his Harl! Calling!" Confusion morphing into concern as they processed her words. "What do you mean?" one villager blurted, his expression incredulous. "How do we know this isn't just another false alarm?" Aveline felt the frustration rise within her as she realized the weight of their skepticism. "Because we've fought them before. We've seen their tactics and their cruelty. This is not a drill. This is real." Rowan returned then, breathless. "The elder has warned the townsfolk."
"Into town before anyone find for me."
"They're starting to prepare," he said, offering Aveline hope amidst the rising tension. As the villagers began to react, Aveline noticed some of them hesitating, uncertainty etched across their faces. She could sense the fear lingering, fear that threatened to undermine the unity they had worked so hard to build. "Gather what you can, reinforce your homes, and protect your families," Aveline urged, her voice carrying urgency and strength. "We must operate as one unit." "Fight to the death! And together, we can withstand whatever comes our way." Aveline felt the collective resolve shift, a flicker of determination igniting among the villagers. Even those who had been skeptical began to move, spurred into action by her impassioned plea. As preparations intensified, Aveline took a moment to reflect on her journey. She had grown from a cautious mage into a committed leader. Her words and actions now had the power to inspire hope in the hearts of those around her. She steeled herself for the challenges that lay ahead, confident in her ability to guide her allies through the turmoil. Aveline knew that the strength of their bonds would be the key to facing the Frost King, and she was ready to lead them into battle, embracing the fight that awaited. "Out!" As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the village in a warm golden light, Aveline felt the urgency of their situation intensify. The air buzzed with activity as villagers moved quickly, gathering supplies and reinforcing defenses in response to the impending threat. Aveline moved among them, her heart racing with purpose. "We need to stay organized," she called out, her voice firm as she directed people to check homes and enlist help from those with skills in defense and magic. "Make sure everyone knows their role." The atmosphere buzzed with a mixture of fear and determination. Aveline could sense the stakes rising with every passing moment, and she felt the weight of leadership settle more heavily on her shoulders. As preparations progressed, she caught sight of Rowan, who was rallying a group of young mages to help fortify the entrances to the village. His confidence radiated, inspiring hope within those who looked to him for guidance. "Set up barriers at the main entry points," he directed, his voice invigorated. Aveline felt her spirits lift, grateful for his support and leadership during this critical moment. However, as they pushed forward, an unexpected voice broke through the bustle. Kale stood at the edge of the group, his brow furrowed with doubt. "What if this preparation can't save us? We're still vulnerable," he stated, concern heavy in his tone. Aveline approached him, sensing the vulnerability hidden behind his bravado. "Kale, I share your concerns, but we cannot let doubt undermine our efforts," she replied, her voice steady. "We've worked too hard to build this community and prepare for this battle. Remember how our trust has carried us through other challenges." Kale hesitated, his body tense, but Aveline could see a flicker of understanding in his gaze. She recognized that this was a pivotal moment. Unity could only be forged through mutual trust and open dialogue. "Let's focus on what we can control. Together, we're stronger," she reinforced, determination firm as she turned back to rally others. "We'll face any challenge that comes our way, but we must do so with conviction and purpose." As the villagers resumed their tasks, Aveline felt a profound sense of camaraderie enveloping them, the weight of their shared mission lifting her spirit. She understood that their resilience now formed the foundation for their upcoming battle against the Frost King. With renewed energy, Aveline stepped back into the throng, ready to lead her community against the darkness, fully aware that their journey would continue to test their strength and resolve. Aveline felt a profound sense of camaraderie enveloping them, the weight of their shared mission lifting her spirit. She understood that their resilience now formed the foundation for their upcoming battle against the Frost King. With renewed energy, Aveline stepped back into the throng, ready to lead her community against the darkness. "We'll face any challenge that comes our way, but we must do so with conviction and purpose." As the villagers resumed their tasks, Aveline stepped back into the throng, ready to lead her community against the darkness, fully aware that their journey would continue to test their strength and resolve. Aveline understood that this was a pivotal moment. Unity could only be forged through mutual trust and confident that they were prepared to fight together. As the evening settled in, the village square was filled with the sounds of preparation, muffled conversations, the clank of tools, and the occasional crackle of magic being practiced. Aveline moved through the busy square, feeling the pulse of determination reverberate in the air. The villagers worked in tandem, each person focused on their assigned tasks, united in their mission. "Let's ensure we're all ready," Aveline encouraged, offering words of support to her neighbors as she passed by. "Every effort counts, and together we'll stand strong." The atmosphere began to feel electric as people responded to her encouragement, a bond forming through shared purpose. Aveline felt the warmth of community, recognizing that trust was growing among them. She caught sight of Rowan, who was overseeing the crafting of defensive enchantments, his hands deftly working with magical components. "How's it looking?" she called out, her energy resonating with excitement. "Almost there," he replied, glancing up with a smile. "The villagers are really stepping up. They're eager to protect their home." Aveline felt a swell of pride. Unity was taking root. She watched as Kale helped a group of fighters practice their formations, his confidence evident as he guided the younger villagers through their stances. "Kale is really coming into his own," she noted to Rowan, who nodded in agreement. "It's great to see how everyone is stepping up, especially after everything we faced together. Suddenly a chill rushed through the air, sending a shiver down her spine, a stark reminder of the danger that still loomed. Aveline paused, concern flickering through her thoughts. She had fought hard to cultivate this sense of teamwork, but the uncertainty of the Frost King's next move loomed over them. Determined not to let fear take hold, Aveline called the gathering to order once more. "Remember, we will face whatever comes together. Our strength lies in our trust and unity." As she looked around, she saw confidence radiate from her allies, their determination bolstered by her words. This moment was pivotal. She realized that by addressing their doubts head-on and reinforcing their bond, she had taken a significant step in her journey as a leader. The villagers began to finish their tasks, sharing stories and laughter as they prepared for the confrontation ahead. Aveline's heart swelled with gratitude for their collective effort, knowing that they were forging more than just defenses. They were building hope. As the night deepened, Aveline felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through her veins. She was ready to confront the Frost King's forces, confident in her ability to protect not just her allies, but the entire village. Today marked a turning point, a moment where she had truly embraced her role, prepared to lead them into whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 14. Lessons from the Past. Aveline stood in the center of the training area, the air thick with anticipation and purpose as her team gathered around her. The sun shone brightly above, casting an encouraging light on their faces, but a sense of urgency crackled beneath the surface. Today was the day they would focus on integrating the binding spells that Eldric had taught her. And Aveline felt both a thrill and a weight of responsibility as she faced her allies. She understood that what they learned today could determine their success against the Frost King. "Let's begin with the binding spells," Aveline said, her voice steady as she outlined the exercises. "These techniques will help us contain the Frost King's magic, allowing us to gain control over any encounters." As she spoke, she noted the eagerness in her team's expressions, a sign that trust had been built through their shared experiences. Yet she also sensed a lingering tension among some, particularly Kale, who hovered at the edge of the group. "What if we don't have enough power to pull off the bindings?" he questioned, skepticism coloring his tone. His eyes darted toward the others, revealing concerns that echoed the doubts that had plagued them in the past. "Power comes from knowledge and collaboration," Aveline replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. And Aveline met his gaze with unwavering confidence. "We've trained hard to strengthen our magic, and now we need to lean on each other to succeed." Kale hesitated for a moment before nodding, though uncertainty still lingered in his stance. Aveline felt the pressure of her leadership, knowing that this moment required her to reinforce both her approach and her allies' trust. "Let's start practicing in pairs," Aveline suggested, her excitement bubbling beneath the surface as she envisioned their progress. "Rowan, you can partner with Kale. I want you both to work on the initial components of the spell." Rowan grinned as he stepped alongside Kale, offering encouragement. "We got this, Kale. Just remember to trust the process." As the others began to pair off, Aveline could see flickers of apprehension slowly dissipating. With each spell they practiced, the energy shifted, infused with a sense of unity and purpose. Aveline moved gracefully between pairs, offering guidance and corrections, her confidence growing as she witnessed their collective effort. With each casting, they struggled and succeeded, their progress evident in the growing mastery of each technique. Aveline's heart swelled with pride, a testament to how far they had come together, every step paving the way for the ultimate confrontation with the Frost King. But just as the session reached a critical juncture, Aveline felt a wave of doubt crash over her. What if they weren't truly prepared? The moment urged her to push through the fear as she rallied her participants. "Let's refocus," Aveline called out, drawing their attention once more. "Remember, adaptability is key. If something doesn't work, don't hesitate to alter your techniques. We can't let failure stop us." This reminder resonated in the air, fueling her team's determination as they resumed their practice. Aveline felt solidified in her role, understanding that her journey had transformed her into a leader, capable of guiding her allies through the complexities of their shared fight. With the training session underway, Aveline stood back to observe her team as they began to practice the binding spells. She felt a swell of pride at how eager they were to master the techniques she had learned from Eldrick. Rowan and Cale worked together, focusing intently on the incantations while Aveline watched closely, ready to step in if needed. Cale furrowed his brow, facing the challenge head-on. But Aveline could see his doubts creeping into his technique. "Remember to visualize the binding," Aveline called, trying to keep the energy positive. "You have to see the magic working together." As they practiced, Aveline felt the tension in the air begin to shift. The mages around her focused hard. Some succeeded in executing the bindings, while others struggled to create harmony between their elements. "Let's try it again, but this time really concentrate on connecting your magic," she encouraged. Walking among them and providing guidance, reminding herself of Eldrick's teachings. But just as confidence began to build, a loud crash echoed from deeper within the forest, disrupting their practice. The sudden noise sent a jolt of panic through the group, and Aveline's heart raced as she instinctively turned toward the source. "What was that?" Cale exclaimed, high alert, his previous focus now replaced by apprehension. Aveline felt the urgency rising. "They could be under threat." "Stay calm and focused. We can't panic," she commanded, her leadership instincts kicking in. "Rowan, check it out with a few others. Cale, stay with me to reinforce the barriers just in case." Rowan quickly nodded and took charge of a small group, moving toward the noise while Aveline turned back to Cale. "Let's not lose our footing here. We need to be prepared for anything," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil around them. "I didn't think we'd be practicing our spells in a war zone," Cale muttered, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "Neither did I," Aveline replied, feeling a small flicker of irritation as she worked to maintain focus. "But that's why we're training. We need to be ready for the unexpected." As she mentioned the concept of adaptability, Aveline could see Cale registering her words, slowly calming down. He straightened, ready to follow her lead, his focus returning. The crash echoed again, closer this time, and Aveline's instincts surged to the forefront. She could feel the determination crystallizing within her. They could handle heightened fear together and be ready to protect what they had built. As Rowan returned, his face grim but resolute, Aveline felt the weight of the moment. "It's nothing yet, but we should prepare for anything," he said, urgency threading through his voice. With the training session disrupted but not defeated, Aveline rallied her team again. "We push forward," she said, bolstered by her earlier resolve. "We adapt to whatever challenges come our way, because that is what we've learned. We will face it together." The shared energy of commitment surged among her allies, reaffirming Aveline's burgeoning strength as a leader, ready to embrace both the challenges and responsibilities ahead of them. As the echoes of the crash faded, Aveline watched her team adjust to the sudden shift in atmosphere. The tension hung thick in the air, but determination surged as they quickly refocused on their training. "Back to the binding spells," Aveline called, her voice steady as she sought to regain control over the situation. The sudden interruption could not derail their progress. The young mages returned to their practice, but Aveline sensed lingering unease among them. She stepped to the side of the training circle, making herself more accessible as they worked through the exercises. "Let's iterate what we've learned. Take a moment to visualize the spell before you begin," she encouraged, remembering Eldric's advice about the importance of intention. "Imagine how your magic will feel and flow together." Kale was the first to step forward, muttering under his breath as he conjured his ice magic. As he struggled momentarily, Aveline recognized his frustration. It mirrored her own past difficulties in mastering spells. "Kale," Aveline said, walking closer. "Remember to let go of your doubts. Trust in your training and in your allies. You've got this." With a determined nod, he tried again, this time channeling the energy more effectively, allowing the ice to intertwine effortlessly with the fire spell Aveline had demonstrated earlier. "I did it!" he exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy lighting up his features. The success of his efforts didn't go unnoticed. The other young mages began to cheer him on, their energy lifting the spirit of the training session. Aveline could feel a newfound camaraderie knitting the group closer together. As they resumed their practice, Aveline observed how the mages began to adopt her leadership style, supporting one another and offering advice freely. It was a clear testament to her growth as a mentor and the impact of their shared experiences on the group. The energy in the air felt electric, rich with the promise of collaboration. Aveline smiled, her heart swelling with pride as she witnessed her team embrace the challenge with enthusiasm. But just then, as they prepared to move onto more complex binding spells, Aveline felt a flicker of doubt slink back into her mind. What if all this preparation wasn't enough? No. She shook her head, grounding herself in the present. She had come too far to give in to fear. Drawing on the lessons learned, she understood that this was precisely why they trained, to equip themselves not just for the battles ahead, but to fortify the trust and resilience within the group. "Let's work on those elements of trust in our magic," Aveline declared, ready to guide them into the next phase of their training. "By focusing our strengths together, we can create spells that resonate as a unit." The group nodded, a renewed sense of determination lighting their eyes. Aveline felt invigorated by the progress they had made, ready to push through any doubts and face the Frost King as a unified force. As practice continued, Aveline felt the energy palpable in the air, each spell cast fueling their collective determination. The young mages embraced the lessons she had imparted, their laughter mingling with the bursts of magic that illuminated the training area. But just as their focus solidified, a sudden sound broke through their concentration. A thundering crash echoed from the nearby woods, causing the group to freeze in place. The familiar buzz of excitement was replaced by uncertainty, and Aveline's heart raced with concern. "Is everyone all right?" she called out, scanning the faces of her allies. Rowan was quick to respond, his brow furrowed. "What was that? It sounded like something fell," he said, his voice laced with tension. Kale glanced toward the tree line, a flicker of apprehension darting across his features. Could it be the Frost King's minions? They might have found us. Aveline felt a surge of adrenaline, recognizing the need to address the potential threat head-on. We need to stay calm and assess, she instructed, her voice firm but measured. Let's split into teams, one group to investigate, another to reinforce our defenses. As Aveline began organizing the groups, she noticed an argument brewing between two mages about how to handle the situation. We should go right now. They'll catch us off guard, one shouted, frustration evident in their tone. No, we can't rush in blindly, the other retorted, doubt shadowing their voice. Aveline stepped in, her presence commanding, wanting to dispel the rising panic. Listen, there's value in caution, Aveline said, her voice steady. But there's also danger in hesitation. We must balance our approach. Let's gather information first, and we will act strategically. The group nodded, and just as the tension began to ease, the figures of a few Frost King scouts came into view, their icy forms edging closer. A chill crept in the air around Aveline, reminding her that time was running short. Prepare yourselves, she commanded, adrenaline surging through her as she raised her hands, ready to channel her magic. On my signal, we'll create a diversion and take them by surprise, she instructed, her resolve crystallizing as she felt the weight of her team's trust behind her. As they positioned themselves, Aveline sensed the power of their collective strength resonating in the air, each mage preparing to follow her lead. This moment would not only test their skills, but also her ability to unite them in the face of danger. With her heart pounding in her chest, Aveline focused intently on what lay ahead. They were on the brink of confrontation, and she was determined to confront it head-on, ready to solidify her growth as a leader and protect her friends from the shadows of fear. Aveline felt a surge of adrenaline as the Frost King's scouts approached, their icy forms moving silently through the underbrush. The urgency of the situation heightened her senses, urging her to act decisively. On my mark, she called out to her team, her heart pounding in tune with the tension that filled the air. She could see the scouts sniffing the air, their attention shifting dangerously close to their hiding spot. Rowan stood beside her, ready to unleash his wind spell, while Kale prepared his ice magic, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the mission ahead. The teamwork they had cultivated throughout their journey was palpable, a thread of unity that sparked hope amidst the looming threat. Now, Aveline shouted, igniting her flames and sending a burst of fire toward a nearby tree, creating a distracting explosion that illuminated the area. The flames erupted, catching the scouts off guard as shadows danced across their faces. As the minions turned towards the distraction, Aveline signaled for her allies to move towards the gathering, their feet whispering against the forest floor as they stealthily maneuvered through the chaos. Rowan, redirect the wind, she shouted, a wave of urgency propelling her words as she pointed towards a group of enemies beginning to flank them. Rowan unleashed his spell, guiding the gusts in Aveline's direction, creating ripples that further disoriented the minions as they stumbled back, their formation breaking apart under the sudden shift. Kale, now's your chance, Aveline directed, her confidence and authority shining through as she focused on the minions struggling to regain their footing. Kale took the opportunity, launching a series of sharp, icy shards aimed at the nearest scout. The sharpness struck true, catching the minion off guard and preventing it from regrouping with the others. Aveline felt a rush of triumph as they executed their plan flawlessly. But just as quickly as that surge came, a cry rang out. One of the scouts had spotted them, raising the alarm as the danger escalated. Fall back to the perimeter, Aveline commanded, her instinct kicking in as she quickly turned to reassess their position. We need to regroup and fortify our defenses." The team followed her lead, moving swiftly to create a defensive wall around their valuable position. Aveline could see Kale working diligently to reinforce the ice barriers, while Rowan redirected focused gusts to keep the incoming scouts at bay. In that moment, Aveline recognized how vital their collective efforts were. Each person contributed something essential. No single mage's strength could sustain them, but together they became formidable. Feeling the weight of leadership, Aveline reminded herself of how far she had come. The lessons learned from earlier encounters were proving invaluable as she molded both tactics and morale. She was prepared to adapt as the situation demanded, resilient in the face of uncertainty. As they established their defenses, Aveline felt the tension dissipate slightly. She was confident that despite the unexpected rise in danger, they would protect their home. With her allies at her side, she knew they could stand firm against the shadows threatening to engulf them. Aveline could feel the tension building as the scouts retreated to regroup. The air hung heavy with anticipation, and she knew that the next moments would define the outcome of their mission. "Fortify our perimeter!" she shouted, her voice resonating with authority as she surveyed the scene. The team instantly sprang into action, working together to establish defenses that would hold against the approaching Frost King's forces. With fire crackling in her hands, Aveline readied herself, anchoring her focus amid the flurry of movement. She could sense her allies moving seamlessly, each mage contributing their unique powers to strengthen their position. "Kale, keep working on those ice barriers," Aveline directed, not taking her eyes off the perimeter. "Rowan, prepare that wind gale we discussed. We may need to redirect any incoming foes." As they established their defenses, a momentary sense of control washed over Aveline, bolstering her confidence. She recalled her earlier hesitations and how far she had come. Now she was a leader, guiding her team through uncertainty. But just as they settled into their positions, a loud roar erupted from the distance, chilling Aveline to her core. The Frost King's minions were regrouping, the menacing sound heralding a wave of fear rippling through her team. "Don't let fear weaken us," she called out, urging them to hold strong. "This is what we prepared for." The mages rallied around her, the firelight glinting off their determined faces as they drew strength from her words. Aveline felt the pulse of their unity. Together, they would withstand whatever the Frost King unleashed. As the first wave of minions charged forward, Aveline looked at her allies, recognizing the trust they had formed. "We are strong together. Let's show them our might." With swift confidence, she unleashed a wall of flames toward the advancing foes, leading her team into the fray. The heat surged, and she felt the magic course through her, invigorating her spirit as they faced the oncoming threat. "Rowan, now!" she shouted, as he directed a powerful gust of wind, fanning the flames and pushing the minions back momentarily. Aveline could see the fire and wind dancing beautifully between them, a testament to her leadership and their collective strength. As the minions struggled against the disruption, she felt her heart swell with pride. In the chaos of battle, the earlier doubts that had plagued some of her allies began to fade. A sense of purpose and camaraderie ignited within them, reinforcing their resolve to protect one another as they pressed forward together. Aveline pushed through the storm of darkness, her determination unwavering as they continued their fight. The lessons learned along their journey molded her actions and strengthened her leadership, and she felt ready to face whatever danger lay ahead, confident in the unity they had forged in the fire of adversity. Chapter 15. Implementing Knowledge. Aveline stood before her allies, the weight of their shared mission resting heavily on her shoulders. The air buzzed with anticipation as they prepared to confront the Frost King directly, knowing that gathering their strength was vital for the impending battle. With their collective experience fresh in her mind, Aveline called for a final strategy meeting in the center of their camp. The flickering fire illuminated the determined faces of her team, casting shadows that intermingled with the seriousness of their task. Today we stand not just for ourselves, but for all those who cannot fight against the Frost King, she said with conviction, feeling the energy swell around her. This is our moment to show him what we are made of. She moved through the circle, locking eyes with each member. We need to tighten our plan, ensuring everyone knows their role and expectations, Aveline continued, her voice resonating with authority. As she outlined their strategy, she felt the excitement pulse through the group. Each mage would contribute their unique skills to the attack, their roles clearly defined, and the camaraderie among them included everyone's strengths. Rowan, I want you to coordinate with the healers. They need to be ready to jump in when spells go astray, she instructed, feeling her confidence deepen as she directed their efforts. Kale, you'll lead the front line, she added, glancing at him and noting his serious expression, which was now focused with determination. Your ice magic will be essential in holding back reinforcements. As each mage acknowledged their responsibilities, Aveline noticed the atmosphere shift. She could see their trust in her leadership growing, but there was still a flicker of doubt in some eyes, especially in Kale's. Are we truly prepared to confront the Frost King's full force? He asked, frustration threading his voice. What if we're unable to defend our position once we're inside? Aveline took a breath to gather her thoughts, recognizing the weight behind his question. We've faced challenges together before, and we've learned to adapt as a team. Trust our unity. We will cover each other's weaknesses, she replied, the determination in her voice unwavering. The team began discussing adjustments to their earlier plans, considering Kale's concerns and ways to bolster their defenses. Aveline felt invigorated by their collective problem-solving, every exchange strengthening the bond between them. Let's ensure we stay flexible, Aveline added, knowing that a successful mission depended on their ability to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. If we need to modify our tactics in the moment, we must do so without hesitation. With their plan set and the mood of the team shifting toward optimism, Aveline felt a newfound clarity. This was her path as a leader, not just through power, but through unity and consideration for her allies. She prepared to lead them into the unknown, confident in both their skills and the trust they had cultivated among one another. As Aveline and her team prepared to implement their strategy, the air buzzed with anticipation. A sense of urgency filled the camp as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. Aveline took a moment to collect her thoughts, recalling the spells and tactics they had practiced. Let's move to our positions, she commanded, her voice steady, cutting through the excitement and nervousness that rippled through her team. The mages quickly dispersed, executing their roles with precision as Aveline's earlier confidence began to flow through the group. She felt invigorated, knowing that they were all committed to this mission. As they took their places, she focused on the task at hand, connecting with the magic around her. A quick glance to Rowan reassured her. He was preparing to launch his spells diligently, the sense of purpose clear in his demeanor. Kale, make sure to stay on the lookout for any signs of movement along the perimeter. We can't afford any surprises, Aveline called out, wanting to ensure everyone understood their responsibilities in maintaining the integrity of their positions. Kale nodded, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. I will. Just be careful up there. With a final check of her equipment, Aveline felt a mix of excitement and pressure. She drew in a deep breath, ready to be the anchor for her allies. As she prepared to follow through on their plan, the call came through the camp, the signal that it was time to engage. Aveline felt her heart race as they heard the first stirrings of the Frost King's minions in the distance. The sounds of growling filled the air, sending a shiver down her spine, but she held fast to her resolve. "Now's our chance," she declared, a fierce determination igniting within her. "Stay focused and remember your training. We've prepared for this." As the minions began to close in on their position, Aveline quickly remembered the adaptability they had practiced. "Rowan, now! Let the wind create the diversion," she shouted, signaling for him to initiate the plan. With Rowan unleashing his magic, Aveline felt the energy build. The wind picked up, swirling around them, creating a whirlwind that distorted the view of the approaching enemies. The chaos it created provided a perfect cover for their next moves. Empowered by this distraction, Aveline summoned flames to create a path through the oncoming horde, guiding her allies to engage as a united front. She felt alive in the moment, every spell she cast reflecting the growth she had achieved. They were not just fighting against a foe, they were doing it together, embodying the very strength of their unity. As the battle erupted around them, Aveline stood ready to lead her friends into the heart of danger, emboldened by her journey and the bonds they had formed. As Aveline led her team into the heart of the fray, the intensity of the battle surged around them. The Frost King's minions surged forward, icy cores slashing through the air. But Aveline felt the power of their unity strengthen her resolve. "Keep moving," she shouted, directing her team with clarity. "Let's focus on the larger groups. We have to break their formation." Like a well-rehearsed dance, her allies responded to her command without hesitation. Rowan conjured gusts of wind, using his magic to keep the minions off balance, while Kale unleashed his ice spells to ensnare any who ventured too close. Aveline unleashed a wave of fire, pushing back the icy attackers while maintaining her focus. She felt invigorated, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the battle. But as she fought, a surge of self-doubt crept in. What if her decisions faltered in the heat of combat? Just then, a particularly aggressive minion broke through, its sharp claws aimed at Kale. Aveline's instincts kicked in as she shouted, "Kale, look out!" The urgency of the moment propelled her forward, a fireball igniting in her palm as she directed it at the beast. The flames erupted, forcing the minion to retreat, and Aveline felt a swell of relief wash over her. Kale turned, eyes wide, expressing gratitude for her quick response. This moment reinforced the bond they shared, reminding her that they were in this fight together. "Thank you," he exclaimed, determination now renewed. But as soon as she turned back to the battle, Aveline noticed a shift in momentum. Another wave of minions approached, this time stronger and more organized. "Regroup," she commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos, directing her allies to fall back to a more compact formation. With every challenge they faced, Aveline felt her leadership skills evolving. She began to see the dynamic not just as a series of battles, but as a series of shared experiences, each one teaching her something valuable about trust and resilience. As they moved into position, Rowan looked at her, a spark of admiration in his eyes. "Your strategy is working. We're holding them back," he shouted, his confidence building as their spirits lifted. Aveline felt a rush of pride at his words, knowing that she was leading them not just through power, but by creating an environment of support and camaraderie. This conviction anchored her even as the battle raged on, reinforcing her belief in their collective strength. With each direct command, she could feel the trust solidifying among the team, their unity shining brightly as they faced the challenges together. Aveline knew that this moment was pivotal, shaping them not only as combatants, but as a close-knit unit, ready to confront whatever awaited them in the darkness. The battle raged on as Aveline and her team executed their strategic maneuvers, but the Frost King's minions were relentless. An unseen ice shard struck Aveline's shoulder, causing her to stumble slightly as pain radiated through her body. Gritting her teeth, she pushed through the discomfort, aware that hesitation could lead to dire consequences. "Focus!" she shouted, rallying herself and her allies once more. "We can't let them break our formation!" The team reacted instinctively to her command, rallying around her as they held their positions. Aveline directed her fire magic toward a nearby cluster of minions, her flames morphing into a protective barrier that kept the attackers at bay. Around her, Kale and Rowan displayed remarkable teamwork, casting their respective spells in sync to bolster Aveline's defenses. The intricate dance of fire, wind, and ice created a powerful rhythm that pulsed in the air, a testament to their growth as a team. But despite their efforts, a sudden wave of minions surged forward, their icy forms advancing with renewed ferocity, pushing the boundaries of their defenses. Aveline's heart pounded as the pressure mounted. They couldn't allow themselves to falter now. "Rowan," she called out, sensing the situation spiraling. "Can you create a diversion?" Without hesitation, Rowan called forth a gust of wind, amplifying the chaos with a relentless force that scattered the minions, momentarily disorienting them. "Now's our chance," Aveline commanded, seizing the moment to press the attack alongside her teammates. As they surged forward, a sense of urgency pushed Aveline to embrace her growing confidence. She was no longer just casting spells, but leading her friends into battle, each of her actions reflecting the lessons learned throughout their journey. "Stay together! Use the momentum!" she shouted, coordinating their efforts with precision, her voice cutting through the din of battle. The unity among her team grew stronger. Their trust in one another became an unbreakable bond. Aveline could see them responding to her leadership, their abilities flowing seamlessly as they supported one another. A surge of adrenaline flooded through her as they pushed against their enemies, their strategy taking shape with every spell cast. Aveline realized that in this moment, she wasn't just fighting for survival. She was fighting for the very essence of their community. Her emotional growth shaping her actions and her ability to lead. As the tide of battle turned, Aveline felt the thrill of triumph as they began to gain the upper hand against the Frost King's forces. This was not just a victory, it was a realization that they could face the darkness together, a collective strength forged in understanding and perseverance. With each spell cast, Aveline felt her confidence crystallize. This battle was just one of many, but today they had shown that together they could weather any storm. Her heart raced with pride as she recognized the transition. This was the moment where she had truly embraced her role as a leader. The battle continued to intensify, every moment becoming a blur of magic and determination. Aveline could feel the weight of the confrontation pressing heavily on her. Yet among the chaos, she found clarity in their purpose. As they pressed forward, Aveline noticed a few of her allies beginning to tire, the consequences of their fight evident on their faces. Rowan was panting, sweat glistening on his brow as he struggled to maintain his wind spells, while Kale's icy shields began to weaken under the relentless pressure of the Frost King's minions. "Rowan, take a quick breather! We can't afford to exhaust ourselves," Aveline shouted over the din of the battle, her concern accentuated by the energy surging around them. Rowan nodded, stepping back as Aveline stepped forward, ready to reinforce their defenses. She summoned her fire magic, creating a wall of flames to protect her allies as they regrouped. The heat pulsed in the air, a sign of their shared strength rallying around her. "Kale, can you freeze the minions' advance?" she called out, encouraging him to tap into his remaining energy. "I'll try," he replied, channeling his focus into freezing the ground beneath the attackers, effectively creating a barrier that caused several minions to slip and falter. Encouraged by their teamwork, Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline surged through her.
This is it. Let's push back and show them our power,
she declared, her voice ringing with conviction as she reignited the flames surrounding them. The mages rallied behind her, their spirits rekindled by Aveline's confidence. Each spell cast became a testament to their hard work, the connection among them evident in the fluidity of their movements. However, just as they began to gain ground, Aveline noticed a particularly fierce minion charging toward Kale, its icy claws poised to strike. "Kale, watch out!" she shouted, fear pooling in her stomach as she acted instinctively. Before he could react, Aveline redirected her fire spell toward the oncoming threat, creating a barrier that deflected the minion's attack away from him. The flames surged brightly, illuminating Kale's startled expression as he regained his balance. "What would I do without you?" he panted, his admiration evident. "We do this together," Aveline replied, her heart racing, confidence swelling within her. They had trained hard for this moment, and every threat they faced reinforced the bonds they shared. The tides of battle started to turn, and as Aveline continued to guide her team, she embraced the realization that true leadership meant fostering unity and guiding others through uncertainty. The chaos around her transformed into an opportunity for growth, for herself and her allies. And with each decisive action, she felt herself stepping further into the role of protector and leader. With a final surge of energy, Aveline shouted, "Let's end this." They charged forward together, ready to confront the Frost King's forces with renewed determination, embodying the strength of their collective resolve. As the battle raged on, Aveline felt a surge of adrenaline empower her every move. The Frost King's minions surged with determination, yet Aveline's team held strong, drawing upon the bonds they had formed throughout their journey. Aveline instinctively moved to bolster her allies, directing her fire magic in swift arcs that kept the enemies at bay. Each spell felt more potent than before, her confidence growing with every successful strike against the relentless onslaught. "Rowan, go left! Kale, cover the right!" she commanded, feeling the rhythm of battle synchronize with her leadership. With each instruction, she felt her role as a guide solidifying, and her allies embraced their responsibilities, working in harmony alongside her. But as they pressed forward, the tide suddenly shifted. A flurry of minions emerged from the trees, their icy forms a chilling threat on the horizon. A wave of uncertainty rippled through her team. Aveline sensed the fear beginning to creep in once more. "Stay focused!" Aveline shouted above the echoes of chaos, rallying her comrades. "Remember our training. We have faced worse." Her words resonated in the air, a reminder of their strength when united. Kale hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, but Aveline quickly turned her attention to him. "We're not here to hesitate. We're here to fight." With determination renewed, Kale summoned his icy magic, creating defensive barriers while Rowan unleashed powerful wind gusts, redirecting the incoming attack toward the outskirts of the forest. Aveline felt everything click into place. Their trust in one another provided the foundation for their success. "Now, let's push back," she urged, channeling her magic with precision. The flames flared brightly, illuminating their surroundings as they delivered a combined counterattack. Suddenly, a deep roar resonated from the stronghold, a reminder of the larger enemy they faced. Aveline's pulse quickened, realizing this battle was only a precursor to the real conflict ahead. They had to stay sharp and adaptable. "Regroup and prepare for the next wave," she called, quickly assessing where they could best fortify their defenses. "We can't let fear dictate our actions." As the minions regrouped, Aveline noticed the charge of energy among her allies. Their determination surged forth, the earlier doubt replaced with fierce resolve. They were not acting solely as individuals, but as a formidable unit, ready to confront whatever threatened their future. In that defining moment, Aveline embraced her role as a leader fully. The lessons learned from their journey flowed through her, igniting a sense of confidence as she prepared to take on the challenges that lay ahead. Whatever awaited them, they would face it together as one, driven by the bonds forged in battle and forged from trust. Chapter 16. The Betrayal. Aveline stood on the precipice of the Frost King's stronghold, the weight of the moment settling heavily on her shoulders. The chaos of the previous battle still echoed in her mind, but now a chilling silence enveloped the area as they approached the fortress. The icy fortress loomed before them, its walls glinting ominously in the fading daylight. Aveline's heart raced, but she forced herself to focus on the mission ahead. This was a critical juncture. Their mission hinged on the decisions made in the coming moments. "Stay sharp, everyone," she instructed, her voice steady as they moved closer. The tension among her allies was palpable. The stakes were high. Now was the time to confront the source of their troubles. As they neared, Aveline couldn't shake the sense of dread pooling in her stomach. The memory of Varen's betrayal loomed large. They had fought hard to build trust and camaraderie. Aveline stood on the precipice of the Frost King's stronghold, the weight of the moment settling heavily on her shoulders. The tension among her allies was palpable. They had fought hard to build trust and camaraderie. As they neared, but the spectre of doubt still haunted her thoughts. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the air, more intense than before, and Aveline's instincts screamed that they were not alone. "We need to split up and scan for signs of movement," she decided, looking at her teammates. "If the Frost King's forces are here, we must be prepared." Rowan and Kale nodded, moving swiftly to carry out her orders. The urgency pushed them into action. Aveline could feel the tension in the air. But the spectre of doubt still haunted her thoughts. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the air, more intense than before, and Aveline's instincts screamed that they were not alone. "We need to split up and scan for signs of movement," she decided, looking at her teammates. If the Frost King's forces are here, we must be prepared. The fear of what lurked within the fortress mingling with their determination. As they split into smaller groups to scout the area, Aveline took a deep breath, steeling herself. She understood that she would need to adapt their strategy based on whatever they encountered in this treacherous location, and she sensed the eyes of her allies upon her, waiting for her commands. Let's meet back here in 10 minutes. Be alert and ready to communicate any findings quickly. But the spectre of doubt still haunted her thoughts. As they split into smaller groups to scout the area, Aveline took a deep breath, steeling herself. She understood that she would need to adapt their strategy based on whatever they encountered in this treacherous location. And she sensed the eyes of her allies upon her, waiting for her commands. If the Frost King's forces are here, we must be prepared. Rowan and Kale nodded, moving swiftly to carry out her orders. The urgency pushed them into action. Aveline instructed, the weight of her words hanging in the air as they moved into position. As they began to walk, she caught Rowan glancing back at her with an encouraging smile, and she felt a flicker of gratitude for their bond. His trust in her gave her the strength to lead in the face of uncertainty. Remember, it's not just about gathering strength. We need to remain strategic, Aveline reminded herself, as she prepared to face whatever dangers lay ahead. But the spectre of doubt still haunted her thoughts. As they split into smaller groups to scout the area, Aveline took a deep breath, steeling herself. She understood that she would need to adapt their strategy based on whatever dangers lay ahead. As they split into smaller groups to scout the area, Aveline took a deep breath, steeling herself, and prepared for whatever dangers lay ahead. The urgency pushed them into action. Aveline could feel the tension in the air as they moved into position. As they split into smaller groups, this was their moment to confront the Frost King, and she was resolute in her commitment to protect her allies and fight for their future. With each step, Aveline felt her heart racing. The confrontation was inevitable, and this time they would not falter. They had come too far to allow fear to dictate their actions. All that remained was to uncover the truth within the icy walls and confront the darkness waiting for them there. Aveline instructed, the weight of her words hanging in the air as they moved into position. As she split into smaller groups to scout the area, Aveline took a deep breath, steeling herself, and prepared to face whatever dangers lay ahead. He had to fight before he could protect them. The confrontation was inevitable, and this time they would not falter. As Aveline moved deeper into the shadows of the Frost King's territory, the icy air wrapped around her like a shroud. sending chills down her spine. The path was treacherous, littered with remnants of past battles and the lingering scent of frost, a reminder of the malevolent presence that ruled these lands. The group had split up, and Aveline felt the heaviness of being alone push against her, but she knew she needed to focus. She whispered a reassurance to herself, reminding herself of the trust placed in her by her allies. With each step, she reflected on the lessons learned, drawing upon that knowledge to fortify her resolve. Suddenly, a faint sound caught her attention, an echo of movement nearby. Aveline crouched low, heart pounding as she strained to hear more. The tension within her built, knowing they were engulfed in enemy territory. Determining to get closer, she navigated quietly through the snow, careful not to make a sound. A faint glow emanated from a nearby cave, flickering like a beacon that sparked her curiosity. Aveline felt compelled to investigate, wondering if they could uncover valuable information. Approaching the cave cautiously, she paused, peering inside. Shadows shifted against the walls, and she could barely make out figures huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. A label was visible on one of the gear bags nearby, the insignia of the Frost King's minions. Aveline's heart sank. A wave of urgency washing over her. She needed to gather information, but doing so risked exposure. Taking a deep breath, she weighed her options. Moving in now might jeopardize everything, yet failing to seize the chance could cost them valuable intelligence. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts, belonging to a rogue mage from a rival faction. "We need to redirect our focus. If we don't act soon, we'll miss our opportunity to gather intel," he murmured, glancing nervously at the entrance of the cave as if sensing her presence. Remembering the importance of trust and teamwork, Aveline decided to confront him. "We need to work together to gather the necessary intelligence. We can't risk the safety of our allies by acting solo," she stated, stepping out from her hiding place to show her solidarity. The rogue mage looked startled at first, but recognition flickered in his eyes. "Aveline, we didn't expect a gathering of forces here," he replied hesitantly, weighing the implications of collaborating. Aveline quickly took control of the conversation. "We can accomplish more together. We need to exchange information. What have you learned about the Frost King's movements?" The rogue mage relayed what he knew, detailing shifts in the Frost King's plans that added weight to the urgency of their mission. Aveline felt unease settle in her stomach. Each revelation reinforced the necessity of their unity. With every piece of information shared, Aveline recognized the importance of adaptability in leadership. This was not just about her strength. It was about harnessing the strengths and knowledge of those around her. As the rogue mage and Aveline formulated a tentative plan, she felt the bonds of collaboration begin to form amidst the lingering tensions. This moment was pivotal. It demonstrated her growth as a leader capable of uniting disparate groups for a common cause. Aveline knew that the challenges ahead demanded that they maintain clarity amid the chaos. Today would not only be a test of physical strength, but a demonstration of the power of collaboration against the Frost King's looming threat. With the rogue mage's information fresh in her mind, Aveline felt a mix of urgency and relief as they regrouped to share insights with the team. The atmosphere was charged with intensity as they prepared to refine their plans based on the new intelligence. "Gather around," Aveline called, her voice cutting through the murmur of hushed conversation. The mages quickly assembled, their faces a blend of anticipation and fear as they focused on her. "We've heard valuable information about the Frost King's movements," she continued, determined to instill a sense of purpose. "We need to adapt our strategy accordingly." The group listened intently as she recounted the details relayed to her, about the enemy's patrol routes and their plans to reinforce defenses. A sense of camaraderie began to solidify in the air, but Aveline could see the apprehension lingering in some of the mage's eyes. Kale stood at the forefront, fingers tapping nervously against his weapon. "Are we sure we can trust the rogue mages? What if they're trying to lead us into a trap?" he questioned, skepticism lingering in his voice. Aveline understood his fears, but knew they needed to move forward. "We have to take calculated risks," she replied, emphasizing the importance of trust in their situation. "But we also need to keep our eyes open for any signals of betrayal." Rowan stepped in to support her, pointing out how the rogue mage's intelligence aligned with their previous encounters with the Frost King. This information could pinpoint his weaknesses, and we can adapt our approach to exploit those. The conversation flowed as the group began discussing their new strategy, tensions slowly easing with shared ideas and suggestions. Aveline felt the energy shift, recognizing the bonds of trust forming among them. As they delved into the specifics, Aveline noticed a younger mage, Mira, lingering at the edge of the group, her expression uncertain. "What if we fail again?" she asked quietly, vulnerability seeping through her words. Aveline stepped closer, sensing the impact of her response was crucial. "Failure is part of the journey. Each setback only makes us stronger," she said, her voice filled with conviction. "We learn from our experiences and adapt. That's how we'll defeat the Frost King." The determination in Aveline's eyes sparked hope within the group, and she felt the warmth of unity grow. Her confidence began to solidify as ideas bounced back and forth, melding into a cohesive plan. "You've shown us what teamwork can achieve. Let's put this plan into action," Celine said, her tone resolute, acknowledging Aveline's ability to foster trust and cooperation. With that declaration, Aveline felt a swell of pride. This was more than just a mission. It was a testament to their shared growth, and she felt prepared to lead them through the challenges that lay ahead. The group quickly established roles and responsibilities for the upcoming operations, feeling the weight of their commitment solidify in the shared space. Aveline recognized that the lessons learned from their past battles would guide their next steps, paving the way for the upcoming confrontation with the Frost King. Together, they were readied to face whatever darkness awaited. As Aveline and her team moved further into the Frost King's territory, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. The once familiar forest grew darker, shadows stretching ominously under the canopy of twisted branches. Tension hung thick in the air, and Aveline could feel the weight of her responsibility pressing down. Every step was marked by the escalating sense of danger that loomed ahead. "Stay close and watch for signs of movement," she instructed, her voice steady, as a shiver of anxiety ran through her. She glanced over at Rowan, who walked beside her, his expression mirroring the concern she felt. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed through the trees, reverberating against the silence and sending a chill down Aveline's spine. "Did you hear that?" Kale whispered, tension coiling in his muscles. "Yes," Aveline replied, instinctively glancing toward the sound. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." As if on cue, the ground trembled slightly beneath them. Aveline's heart raced. This was the moment they had anticipated. She felt the surge of adrenaline, fueling her purpose as she rallied her teammates. "We've trained for this. We'll face whatever comes together." The moment felt electric. Aveline's earlier doubts melted away, replaced by a determination grounded in her growth as a leader. She could sense the unified resolve growing among her allies, their trust instilling courage within her. Just then, figures emerged from the foliage, Frost King's minions closing in, their icy glares glinting in the dim light. The sight of them unleashed a wave of urgency among the group. "Now's our chance," Aveline commanded, summoning her fire magic to toast their surroundings, casting light into the darkness as the enemy approached. "Kale, freeze their movements!" Kale quickly chanted the incantation and sent an icy burst toward the oncoming minions, effectively halting their advance. Rowan positioned himself to bolster Aveline's flames, directing wind currents to create a barrier around the group. Aveline felt the surge of teamwork flow through her, proud of how they adapted, even amidst the chaos. But a momentary glance showed her that not all the minions were incapacitated. One was still advancing toward them. "Kale, watch out!" she yelled, instinctively redirecting her flames to deflect an attack aimed at him. The fire burst forth, illuminating the space while forcing the creature back. "Fence for that!" Kale called out, regaining his footing as he refocused on the remaining minions. "This is our moment," Aveline affirmed, leading the charge as they pressed against the minions, their determination palpable. She felt a connection among her allies, each acting in harmony with their collective strength. The battle began to unfold with ferocity, and Aveline realized that every action they took relied on their trust in one another. This was about more than fighting against the Frost King. It was about proving their unity and resilience. Aveline rallied her team, her earlier fears dissipating as they gained momentum in the confrontation. With every rallying cry, she reinforced the bonds of trust forged through their journeys. This was their time to make a stand. And Aveline felt ready to lead them with the strength of their shared commitment. As the battle raged on, Aveline felt the tide shift in their favor. Her allies fought valiantly, each spell cast and maneuver executed, showcasing the trust and unity they had built together. The Frost King's minions began to retreat under the relentless assault of fire, wind, and ice. "Keep pushing!" Aveline shouted, adrenaline fueling her as the last wave of minions staggered back, confusion flickering in their cold eyes. But just when victory seemed within reach, a deeper growl resonated from the backlines. An even larger Frost King minion emerged, its hulking form dwarfing the others, eyes glinting with malice. A chill ran through Aveline as she recognized the creature as a commander, likely leading the charge from the shadows. "Fall back to the trees!" she shouted, realizing they needed a new strategy to confront this formidable opponent. Rowan aimed a powerful blast of wind to push against the massive creature. But it barely budged, and Aveline felt the despair weighing on her allies. "We need to regroup and re-strategize," she said, raising her voice above the din. "If we focus on our strengths and adapt, we can take it down." Kale threw a glance at Aveline, uncertainty lingering in his eyes. "What if we can't hold it back? It's too strong," he exclaimed, frustration coloring his tone as panic threatened to creep back in. "No, we use its size against it," Aveline said, her voice laced with determination. "If we can lure it into one of the traps, we'll gain the upper hand." Seeing the fear in her ally's eyes, Aveline felt a flicker of doubt, but forced it aside, channeling the courage she had built through their shared experiences. "Trust in our teamwork," she rallied, her words reinforcing their bond. "We can do this." With renewed focus, they strategized quickly, reshaping their positions to draw the minion closer to the trap-laden area. Aveline led the charge, making fervent gestures to direct her team, their movements becoming synchronized as they prepared to execute her plan. "Now, create a distraction," she commanded, signaling Rowan to unleash another gust of wind, while Kale summoned a volley of ice magic. As the minion lunged toward her, Aveline felt a surge of power and responsibility. She invoked her fire magic, aiming for its feet to draw its attention. Aveline led the charge, making fervent gestures to direct her team, their movements becoming synchronized as they prepared to execute her plan. "Trust in our teamwork," she rallied, her words reinforcing their bond. With renewed focus, they strategized quickly, reshaping their positions to draw the minion closer to the trap-laden area. Redirecting its path toward the trap set for it. "Keep it moving," Aveline shouted, her heart racing as the plan unfolded. Each adjustment they made reflected their growth, her willingness to adapt, allowing them to remain one step ahead. The minion, now entangled in their trap, roared in frustration, and Aveline's confidence soared as her allies pressed the attack. Together, they embodied everything they had trained for, their unity shining brightly against the darkness of their foe. With renewed determination, Aveline focused on the minion, guiding her allies to press the advantage. The confrontation had transformed. It was no longer merely a battle. It was a testament to their resilience, a moment to prove they could adapt and thrive even in the face of overwhelming odds. But it barely budged, and Aveline felt a surge of power and responsibility. Each adjustment they made reflected their growth, her willingness to adapt and thrive, even in the face of overwhelming odds. And the minion, now entangled in their trap, roared in frustration, and Aveline's confidence soared as they pressed the attack. With the massive minion now ensnared in their traps, Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline and relief wash over her. The creature struggled against the magical bindings, its growls echoing in the clearing. "Now's our chance!" she shouted, rallying her team as they pressed forward, fueled by determination. The earlier doubts, fears, and uncertainties began to dissipate with every coordinated spell they cast. Aveline directed a wave of fire toward the trapped minion, forcing its energy to redirect, causing it to falter as her allies joined in with their respective spells. Rowan unleashed gale force winds, pairing with Aveline's flames to create a storm of fire that flickered brilliantly against the darkening sky. "Keep the pressure on," Aveline commanded, her confidence shining through as she guided the group. The minion, now distracted and engulfed, was isolated, and hope surged within her. But just as she felt a moment of victory blossoming, a loud roar erupted from the distance. The Frost King himself was approaching, anger radiating from his presence as his minions began to rally behind him. "Aveline, we need to regroup," Cale shouted, urgency lacing his tone as he furrowed his brow in caution. "Not yet," she replied, her heart racing at the sound of impending doom. They couldn't afford to retreat now. They had to hold their ground. "We must finish this first." Aveline felt the fire within her ignite. This was her moment of transformation, where she would prove not just her strength, but her place as a leader among her peers. They had come too far to turn back now. As they prepared for the next phase of attack, Aveline recalled the importance of adaptability. "Cale, if we can take down this minion quickly, we can use the chaos to hit the Frost King's forces directly. We have to be bold." The group tightened their formation, trust palpable in the air as they acknowledged Aveline's directive. Each mage prepared to fight, Her leadership had ignited a fire, not only within herself, but in her allies as well. As the Frost King's shadow darkened the clearing, Aveline felt fear mingling with determination. In that moment, she recognized that every victory they had secured had shaped her into the leader she was becoming. With her eyes fixed on the approaching threat, she steadied herself, ready to face the challenges before her. "Together!" she cried, a rallying call echoing across the clearing, solidifying their purpose as the team prepared for the imminent clash. This confrontation would define them, testing their resolve and unity as they prepared to take on the Frost King head-on. Chapter 17. Conflict in Leadership. Aveline stood at the center of the camp, her pulse racing as the weight of the impending confrontation settled heavily upon her shoulders. Tension hung in the air, thick and electric, while her team gathered anxiously around her, their expressions a blend of confidence and fear. "Today we face the Frost King," Aveline declared, her voice resonating with authority. "We have trained for this moment, and we will not let doubt dictate our actions." The group hushed, all eyes on her in the tense silence, and Aveline could feel the magnitude of the moment pressing against them. There was no turning back now. They had committed to this mission, and she would ensure the confidence they had built would carry them through. As she laid out the details of their plan, Aveline noticed a few murmurs among her allies. Some were still wary about the enormity of their task, while others were visibly excited, ready to defend their home. "We need to stick to the plan," Aveline emphasized, her gaze piercing through any hesitance. "Kale, you'll take the flanks. Rowan, you and I will hold the center. Let's draw the Frost King's forces into our traps." Kale shifted uneasily but nodded in response. "What if we can't hold our position? We might be overrun before we even get a chance to react." Aveline felt a flicker of frustration rise, but swallowed it down. "We've prepared for this, Kale. We trust in our training and each other. Let's focus on what we can control." Yoan stepped in, offering support. "We can adapt our tactics as needed, just like we practiced. We won't fail because we are uncertain." His resolve resonated through the group, rekindling the burgeoning confidence. Aveline watched her allies come alive with energy. They shared determined glances and reaffirming nods, the fear from moments before beginning to dissipate as they rallied around her leadership. As the surrounding trees swayed with the wind, Aveline felt a sense of clarity. The burdens of self-doubt had transformed into a weight of responsibility. She was no longer just participating in the fight. She was leading it. "Let's move out," she commanded, conviction grounding her voice. They made their way toward the Frost King's territory, the adrenaline surging as they prepared for the confrontation that would define their journey. With each step, Aveline felt the strength of her allies beside her, the bonds forged in unity, an anchor against the impending darkness. They were ready to face the Frost King, and she was determined to guide them through whatever awaited, prepared to prove that their shared strength could overcome any obstacle. As Aveline led her team deeper into the Frost King's territory, the tension in the air became almost tangible. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, as if the very landscape was alive with the sentinels of danger. The path twisted and turned, and Aveline remained vigilant, her senses acutely attuned to their surroundings. The whispers of past battles echoed in her mind, reminding her of the stakes they faced. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded nearby, causing her heart to race. "Everyone, stay sharp," she called, raising her hand to signal a halt. The moment felt suspended in time as they all froze, assessing the source of the noise that threatened to disrupt their covert approach. The group huddled together, the tension thickening as Aveline scanned the area, her instincts dancing on alert. "Rowan, can you check it out?" she asked, motioning for him to lead the way while keeping a sharp eye on the perimeter. Rowan nodded and crept forward, his quick movements nearly silent against the snowy ground. As the group waited, Aveline felt a mix of anxiety and determination build within her. This was the moment they had trained for, and she couldn't afford to show fear. When Rowan returned, his expression was grave. "It's worse than we thought. There are more minions stationed up ahead than we anticipated, and they seem to have set traps of their own." Aveline's heart sank as she absorbed his words. The reality of the stakes loomed larger than well-planned strategies could accommodate. "We must use their own traps against them," she stated, her resolve hardening. "We can't let our uncertainty stop us." Cale stepped forward, uncertainty still evident in his eyes. "Are we sure we can make this work? What if we set one off ourselves?" he asked, concern flickering across his face. Aveline met his gaze with steady determination. "We'll approach carefully and coordinate our movements. If we act as one, we can avoid their traps and catch them off guard." Rowan nodded, bolstered by Aveline's confidence. "Once we draw them out, we can funnel them into our defenses," he said, his excitement rekindled by her leadership. With a strategic plan forming and a clear direction in mind, Aveline felt the atmosphere shift among her allies. They realized they had the potential to adapt to the unexpected obstacles. It was a moment of clarity that reminded her just how interconnected their journey had become. With hearts coming together as one, Aveline signaled for them to proceed cautiously, her determination shining through. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but she felt reassured by the strength of her team and their collective resolve to confront whatever lay in waiting. As they pressed deeper into Frost King territory, Aveline felt the thrill of excitement surge within her, matching the urgency of their mission. She was ready to lead, ready to face the upcoming challenges, united as a team, and ready to inspire the courage needed to emerge victorious. As they moved silently through the shadows of the Frost King's territory, Aveline felt the tension thickening around them. The cold air bit at her skin, a reminder of the danger they faced. Her heart raced, not only from fear, but from the adrenaline pulsing through her veins. This was a pivotal moment in their journey. A sudden rustling sent a jolt through her spine, and Aveline froze, signaling for the group to halt. They crouched low, breaths coming in quiet bursts, the urgency of the moment sharpening their focus. "Listen," she whispered, straining her ears to the sounds drifting through the cold. The cacophony of distant growls mixed with the soft crunch of snow beneath unseen feet. Rowan nudged closer, his brow furrowed. "What if we're spotted?" he asked, nerves creeping into his tone. Aveline tightened her jaw, feeling the weight of leadership settle upon her. "If they spot us, we adapt. We're here to gather information. And that requires risk," she replied, her voice resolute. With her heart hammering in her chest, Aveline initiated a plan. "Let's split into 2 groups. Rowan, you take a couple of mages to scout the left flank. Cale and I will move toward the central path. We need to understand their movements." "Be careful," Cale cautioned, eyeing the path ahead with suspicion. "If we're too exposed, it could easily turn into a disaster." "I know the stakes," Aveline replied, meeting his gaze while steeling her resolve. "But we have to gather intel. The longer we wait, the stronger they grow. Together we'll watch each other's backs." As the groups formed, Aveline felt a richness of trust bubbling within her, affirming the connections forged during their trials. She was no longer simply following, she was leading, and the responsibility felt both exhilarating and daunting. Once the teams were in position, Aveline glanced at Cale, ready to move. The atmosphere buzzed with possibility as they crept forward, eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. Suddenly, from the depths of the shadows, a pack of Frost King minions appeared, their icy eyes gleaming as they prowled closer. Aveline felt her heart drop, the weight of their presence underscoring the urgency of their mission. "Hold!" she commanded, tension rising within the group as they froze, instinctively becoming more alert. Aveline could see the intensity in their eyes, all prepared to act. "Let's use the patrols to our advantage," Aveline whispered, formulating a strategy on the spot. "If we herd them toward the traps we set earlier, we might be able to surprise them and gather the intelligence we need." Her immediate problem-solving instinct kicked in as they prepared to execute the plan. The energy among her team shifted, the moment illustrating how their training had prepared them for confrontations like this. "On my mark," Aveline instructed, her focus sharpening as the minions closed in. Together, they were ready to embrace the risks, and she felt the weight of her choices driving them forward toward potential victory. As Aveline and her team watched the Frost King's minions prowling closer, tension surged through the air like electricity. Aveline sensed the urgency. They had to act strategically before the enemy became aware of their presence. "Now!" Aveline commanded, determination kicking in as she released her fire magic, directing it toward the advancing minions. The flames burst forth, lighting up the area around them in a fierce glow that momentarily illuminated the shadows. Rowan swiftly joined in, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that propelled the flames and created a swirling vortex of fire and air. The combined forces startled the minions, causing them to stagger back in confusion. "Kale, block their exit!" Aveline shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. She glanced at Kale, who was immediately on the move, summoning ice barriers to cut off any potential retreat for the oncoming foes. With the initial assault a success, Aveline felt a swell of confidence. "Keep pushing! Let's break their ranks!" She could sense the exhilaration surge among her team, the doubts that had lingered before now replaced with determination. But just then, more minions emerged from the shadows, their numbers overwhelming. A surge of panic coursed through Aveline as she quickly reassessed the situation. They couldn't afford to become separated. "Regroup!" she shouted, her urgency bleeding into her tone. "We need to maintain our formation!" As they adjusted, Aveline felt a flicker of fear threaten to creep back in, but she pushed it away, reminding herself of the strength they had built together. "Focus on our strategy! Keep the pressure on!" The team responded, their movements becoming more synchronized as they fell back into their defensive positions. Aveline's leadership shone as she directed each mage's actions, creating a well-structured front against the oncoming threat. With every spell cast and every order issued, Aveline felt the resolve of her allies strengthening. They had trained for this, and her ability to adapt under pressure showcased the growth she had undergone throughout their journey. "Look for openings!" Aveline called, urging them to work as a cohesive unit. The fire and ice combined in breathtaking displays as they fought back against the Frost King's minions. As the battle escalated, Aveline realized that each moment tested not only her leadership, but also the bonds they had forged. Her confidence surged as she witnessed their collective strength rising against the tide of enemy forces. Together they pressed on, ready to face whatever the Frost King would unleash upon them, standing united in their purpose and the shared journey that lay ahead. The fury of battle enveloped Aveline and her team as they stood their ground against the Frost King's relentless minions. The air crackled with the intensity of magic, flames intertwined with gusts of wind and icy barriers blending into action, each member boldly executing their roles. Despite the chaos, Aveline had never felt more alive. She shouted commands, guiding her team with sharp clarity. "Push forward! Focus on the center!" The resolve in her voice cut through the confusion, her confidence growing as she navigated the fray. But just as they made a significant advance, a loud roar echoed through the clearing, sending a shiver of fear through the group. A larger minion emerged from the depths, its eyes glinting menacingly in the dim light, and Aveline's heart sank for a moment. A wave of uncertainty crept into her mind, reminiscent of earlier encounters. What do we do now? Kale asked, his tone revealing the rising panic within him. Aveline quickly assessed their position, activating her instincts. We adapt. We know it will be tougher, but we must use the terrain to our advantage. Rowan, brimming with determination, jumped in. We can separate it from the others. If we can lure it away from the pack, we stand a better chance. His quick thinking provided a ray of hope in the brewing crisis. Holding on to that glimmer of possibility, Aveline nodded, her confidence returning. Right, let's create a diversion. Rowan, use your wind to divert its attention while Kale and I push from the front. As they executed her plan, Aveline felt the pulse of teamwork surge through them. The minion roared, distracted by the gust created by Rowan's magic, allowing Aveline and Kale to close the distance. Now, strike, she commanded, her heart racing as they launched their combined magic, a devastating mixture of fire and ice, designed to overwhelm the creature. The blast of elements surged forward, crashing against the minion and stunning it momentarily. Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline as she watched the creature stagger back, recognizing the trust that had been reinforced within their group. But as the minion rallied, anger blaring in its eyes, Aveline knew they needed to be relentless. Stay on it! We can't let it recover! With laser focus, she propelled herself into the fray, weaving around the minion as Kale unleashed ice shards, pinning it back further, while Aveline directed blasts of fire to keep the pressure on. The stakes felt higher than ever as they fought, each moment filled with both danger and the realization of how far they had come together. Aveline was doing more than leading. She was inspiring her allies. In the meantime, Aveline felt the pulse of teamwork surge through them. The stakes felt higher than ever. She was inspiring her allies. Aveline was doing more than leading. She was inspiring her allies. And by now, the moment when she engaged with another enemy, she felt hope inside her. Aveline brought brimming with determination. Aveline felt a friend pushing her, demonstrating that their combined strength could overcome any obstacle. Each action reinforced her growth as a leader. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for unity. Aveline felt emboldened by their shared commitment. She understood that these defining moments would shape their futures, and together, they would confront the darkness that threatened their realm. As the dust began to settle from the fierce confrontation, Aveline stood among her allies, the adrenaline of battle still coursing through her veins. The aftermath of their fight lay scattered around them. Wounded allies, remnants of Frost King minions, and the evidence of their hard-won victory. Aveline took a moment to catch her breath, the weight of what they had just achieved washing over her. They had pushed through doubt and fear, emerging stronger as a team. Despite the chaos, hope flickered through her, igniting her spirit with possibility. "Everyone all right?" she asked, looking around at her companions, each face telling a story of determination and resilience. Rowan, leaning against a nearby tree, nodded, though exhaustion seeped into his posture. "We did it, but we need to tend to the wounded and secure this position before we consider further action." "Agreed," Aveline responded, stepping closer. Keenly aware of the fatigue evident among her team, "Let's ensure everyone is taken care of. Together, we can manage the aftermath. As they began to regroup, the mages quickly formed teams to carry out triage on the injured, their earlier doubts beginning to fade away. Aveline directed the stronger mages to reinforce their defenses, while others tended to their companions in need. Kale approached her, an appreciative look crossing his face. "You handled that minion like a pro. I didn't think we'd get through it," he admitted, his usual skepticism replaced with respect. "It was a team effort," Aveline replied, feeling warmth at his words. She knew that the trust they had built during their training had been crucial in this moment. "We each played our part, and that's what makes us strong." But as the reality of their situation settled around them, Aveline felt a twinge of concern. The Frost King was still out there, and they needed to prepare for whatever threats might follow. This reinforcement of defense was not just about coping with the aftermath, but ensuring their future safety. With the villagers joining their efforts, the scene morphed into a portrait of communal resilience. Aveline's heart swelled with pride as she watched the sense of unity flourish among them, each member engaging actively in recovery. "Let's keep our guard up," Aveline urged, her voice rising above the murmurs of conversation. "We've faced enough danger. Together, we can fend off any upcoming challenges." As the preparations unfolded, Aveline reflected on her journey. The lessons learned, the trials faced, and the bonds forged throughout their experiences shaped her actions now. Her commitment to protect her home had only strengthened, and the path ahead felt clear. "We're building something powerful here," she said, addressing the group with fresh determination. "Let's keep this momentum going. The Frost King won't stop, and neither can we." Feeling charged with purpose, Aveline felt ready to face the uncertainties ahead, armed not just with magic, but with a deeply rooted sense of leadership and trust in her allies. Together, they would rise up to confront whatever lay in wait, pushing forward with courage and resolve. Chapter 18. The Confrontation. Aveline stood at the forefront of her assembled allies, the air crackling with energy as they prepared for the final confrontation with the Frost King. The light of the morning sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the tension-filled faces of her friends, each one a testament to their shared journey and the battles they had fought together. "Today, we stand for our future," Aveline declared, her voice resonating with newfound strength. "We've trained hard for this moment. We will face the Frost King as one." Her words hung in the air, and Aveline swelled with confidence as her team responded with nods and murmurs of agreement. It was clear that her leadership had sparked a fire within them, igniting a collective determination to protect their home. The plan was set, and Aveline's heart raced as she reviewed their strategies one last time. "Remember, we'll move as a cohesive unit. Communication will be key in the chaos of battle," she continued, ensuring everyone understood their roles before they set off. Kale stepped forward, still fiercer than ever, but Aveline noticed a shift in his demeanor. "I'm ready, but we need to ensure we keep the villagers safe too," he reminded them, showcasing his growth and awareness of their situation. Aveline smiled at his commitment. "Absolutely. We'll protect them first. Our victory hinges on their safety." The team began to prepare for their approach, each member checking their supplies and magical components, an efficient flurry of movement that highlighted how far they had come. Aveline felt pride swell within her as she watched the trusting dynamic gel among them. As they moved away from the village, Aveline took one last glance back at the familiar surroundings, the home she was fighting to protect. Memories flooded her mind. But now they were intertwined with the urgency of their mission ahead. "This is it," she murmured to herself, steeling her resolve. With reflections of joy and loss mingling together, Aveline felt a surge of determination as she led her team deeper into enemy territory. They were stepping onto the battlefield, equipped not just with magic, but with the strength of their bonds and shared experiences. The Frost King awaited them, and Aveline was ready to confront him. She understood that this battle would define them further, but she was bolstered by the knowledge that they were more than just fighters. They were a family forged in adversity, united in purpose, and prepared to face whatever darkness awaited. The team began to prepare for their approach, each member checking their supplies and magical components, an efficient flurry of movement that highlighted how far they had come. As Aveline and her team approached the heart of the Frost King's territory, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once vibrant landscape transformed into a realm of icy shadows, each breath visible in the cold air, laced with an uneasy tension. Aveline felt the chill seep into her bones, but she steeled herself, knowing the importance of their mission. "Stay close and keep your eyes open," she instructed, her voice steady despite the intimidation of their surroundings. They moved cautiously, magic at the ready, feeling the anticipation building with every step. Aveline's heart raced, determined to confront whatever lay ahead, while relying on the strength of her allies' support. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the darkness, reverberating through the trees. A shiver raced down Aveline's spine as she signaled the team to halt. Tension rippled through the group, all eyes scanning the shadows. Nerves heightened as they waited for the threat to reveal itself. "Do you see anything?" Rowan whispered, his eyes sharp as he peered into the gloom. "Not yet," Aveline replied, her heart pounding. "But stay alert, we know they're here." Just then, a group of Frost King's minions emerged from the underbrush, icy fangs bared and eyes glimmering with malice. A wave of fear washed over Aveline's allies, and she felt the atmosphere thicken with uncertainty. "On my mark, we strike," she commanded, channeling the energy of their training as adrenaline surged within her. The strength of their bond urged her forward, reminding her of the responsibility she bore as their leader. With a swift motion, Aveline ignited her flames, sending a burst of fire toward the approaching minions, illuminating the area in a flash of radiant light. The startled creatures halted, confusion flickering in their eyes as they hesitated, giving her team the opening they needed. "Now!" Aveline shouted, signaling her allies to launch their attacks. Rowan unleashed a powerful gale, directing it toward the minions to keep them off balance, while Kale directed his ice magic to create barriers that would protect the group. Aveline felt the energy shift as they moved as one, their efforts synchronized and fluid, a product of their training and unity. They pushed forward, but as the minions recovered and charged at them with renewed fury, Aveline knew this could easily turn into chaos. "Your group," Aveline commanded, her mind racing as she assessed their situation. "Focus on the larger groups and draw them into the traps." Engaged in the battle, she witnessed her teammates responding to her commands, adapting quickly. The feeling of camaraderie surged within her. They were more than just allies. They were a family, fueling her determination as they pressed on against the minions. In that moment, Aveline reflected on her journey, how she had evolved from a young mage to a leader prepared to confront adversity. Each challenge had shaped her, reinforcing the importance of unity against a common foe. With fire blazing in her heart and magic pulsing in her veins, Aveline led the charge, ready to face the Frost King alongside her allies, committed to protecting everything they held dear. As the battle unfolded around them, Aveline could feel the tension in the air rise with each passing moment. The Frost King's minions fought fiercely, their icy fangs bared as they surged against Aveline's defenses. But Aveline knew that this was their opportunity, a chance to cement their resolve and prove their strength. "Keep your formation," she shouted, her voice ringing clear as they pressed forward. "Focus on the traps, draw them in." Her team responded with fierce determination, executing their roles with precision. Rowan's gusts of wind whipped through the clearing, disorienting the approaching enemies, while Kale's ice spells formed barriers that momentarily held the line. Aveline felt a rush of adrenaline, her clarity of purpose sharper than ever. Each spell they cast wasn't just a defense. It was a statement of their unity and resilience. She tracked the movements of the minions, staying one step ahead as she directed a fireball toward a group threatening to break through. But as they engaged, Aveline felt the surge of doubt creeping back in. What if this moment fell apart, just like the last? She pushed the fort aside, drawing upon the strength of her allies, channeling it into every incantation. "Now focus," Aveline urged, her words igniting a fire within her team. They rallied behind her, their combined magic creating a vibrant display of elemental power. Suddenly, a fierce growl from behind signaled an unexpected ambush. A large minion emerged from the shadows, its massive form barreling toward them, cutting through their defenses as it charged. "Regroup," Aveline commanded, command lighting her eyes as she raised her flames high. The minion's strength was overwhelming, but she wouldn't let fear dictate their actions. "Kale, freeze its feet! Rowan, create a diversion!" The urgency in her voice propelled her team into action, each member responding with a fierce commitment to their roles. With their combined efforts, the minions stumbled, and Aveline seized the moment, redirecting her magic to strengthen their defense while preparing for a counterattack. As the battle unfolded, Aveline felt the weight of leadership settle firmly upon her. This was not just about fighting anymore. It was about protecting their home and the bonds they had forged. They pressed onward, their resolve unyielding. In the face of adversity, Aveline's spirit soared, Each challenge they overcame was a testament to their growth. She felt inspired by the energy and trust radiating among her team, recognizing how far they had come and how their shared experiences had prepared them for this moment. Together, they would face the Frost King, and Aveline stood ready to lead them into the heart of danger, her heart pounding with confidence and the unwavering belief in their collective strength. With the clash of magic and the cries of battle resonating around her, Aveline felt a surge of clarity as the intensity of the confrontation pressed against her. Each spell cast and every decision made was not just a reflection of her abilities, but a testament to how far she had come in her journey as a leader. Despite the chaos, she took a moment to reassess the situation. A quick glance at her allies revealed the trust they had cultivated. They fought fiercely beside her, each contributing their strengths to the battle. "Regroup!" she shouted, feeling the energy shift among her team. "We need to establish a fallback position and re-evaluate our strategy." Rowan moved to her side, nodding as he prepared to cast a wind spell to create a shield against the incoming minions. Kale positioned his ice barriers to protect the more vulnerable members of their group. Each mage responded seamlessly to her commands. Evidence of their training and the bonds forged through countless battles. As the minions grew more aggressive, Aveline felt the weight of leadership settle deeply within her. This was more than just a confrontation with the Frost King. It was a moment to protect everything they had fought for. A sudden thought struck Aveline as she considered their resources. "Let's lure them into the traps we set earlier. We can outmaneuver them if we play this smart," she suggested. The group moved in unison, flanking the minions strategically. Aveline could see the determination igniting in the eyes of her teammates, each person embodying the spirit of resilience baked from their journey together. "Now!" she commanded, as they combined their magic, redirecting fire, wind, and ice into a well-coordinated ambush. The explosion of energy caught the minions off balance, giving them the momentary advantage they needed. With each successful tactic executed, Aveline's confidence surged. This was not just a battle. It was a defining moment where they would prove their unity and strength against the Frost King's forces. As Aveline led her allies forward, the stakes were clear. Her decisions reflected the growth she had undergone, and each step affirmed her commitment to lead with purpose and courage. They would face whatever challenges awaited them together, their bonds forged in fire and resilience, guiding them through the chaos. As the battle raged on, Aveline felt the adrenaline surge through her body, amplifying her senses. Each spell cast by her allies resonated with power and purpose, forging a rhythm of collective strength amidst the chaos. The Frost King's minions were relentless, but the unity of her team began to turn the tides. "Keep the pressure on," Aveline shouted, her voice cutting through the din of combat. She directed a column of fire toward the nearest minion, the flames roaring as they struck, sending the creature reeling. Around her, the other mages executed their roles with precision. Kale summoned icy spikes, redirecting them toward a cluster of advancing foes, while Rowan coordinated their efforts with gusts of wind that disrupted the enemy formations. Aveline pushed through the confusion, her instincts guiding her to where the battle was most intense. But just as the minions began to falter, she noticed a flash of movement behind them, more minions appearing from the shadows, attempting to flank her team. "Kale! To the right!" she called out, urgency threading through her words as she repositioned her focus toward the oncoming wave. "We need to split them before they regroup." Kale quickly shifted his magic, creating a blockade of ice that forced some minions back, while Aveline concentrated on creating an area of fire, effectively containing the enemy's advance. Rowan remained at her side, casting spells to keep the heat at their backs. "We're making ground, but we need to be careful. They're regrouping," he shouted, his voice filled with the challenge of the moment. Aveline glanced around. Her allies were fighting with more cohesion than ever before, trust evident in their synchronized movements. The bonds forged through their trials had transformed them into a formidable unit. Drawing strength from that realization, Aveline pushed forward, feeling the power of her magic swell as she directed flames toward the larger group of minions, attempting to flank them. This was not just about survival. It was about reclaiming their place against the shadows, about embodying the growth she had experienced through every challenge faced. "Together!" Aveline cried, her voice booming as they executed the plan, weaving spells in a mighty display of elemental magic against the rising threat. As the minions faltered under their combined onslaught, Aveline's heart swelled with pride. Every member of her team had stepped up, showcasing the power of their training and the unity they had forged. This moment of triumph not only represented a victory against the Frost King, but marked a significant chapter in their journey. Feeling invigorated, Aveline recognized her role as a leader was more than just guiding spells. It was about fostering support, inspiring courage, and reclaiming their narrative against darkness. They would not just endure, they would thrive, together as one, prepared for whatever lay ahead. The battle echoed around Aveline as she felt the tide shift in their favor. The Frost King's minions were struggling against their coordinated efforts. The fire flickered vibrantly, flames ranging high, as Aveline stood at the forefront, directing magical attacks with fierce resolve. But just as victory seemed within reach, a chilling roar reverberated through the air. The Frost King himself appeared, his presence sending a wave of dread crashing over the battlefield. His icy aura seeped into the ground, chilling the air and disrupting the flow of magic as he surveyed the scene. Aveline felt her stomach drop. The stakes had just escalated. "Stay together," she urged, her voice laced with determination, aware of the fear creeping back into the hearts of her allies. Kale, brimming with adrenaline, leaned forward. "He's coming for us. We need to step back and form a solid defense." Aveline felt the tension in the air. This was no longer just about dealing with minions. It was a direct confrontation with their greatest enemy. "No," she countered, defiance igniting within her. "We need to show him that together we can fight back. We won't let fear guide our actions." With renewed fervor, Aveline directed her magic at the Frost King, summoning all her flames in a substantial surge. The heat pulsed as bright light erupted from her fingertips, a fierce declaration of their defiance against his cold dominance. "Now, everyone, use everything you have," she commanded, watching as her allies rallied behind her, drawing on the strength of their bond to bolster the attack. Rowan conjured a torrent of wind that swirled around them, amplifying the flames and creating a powerful whirlwind that surged toward the Frost King. Kale joined the fray, launching shards of ice that whistled through the air before impacting the icy barrier surrounding their foe. As the battle raged, Aveline adapted her strategy on the fly, observing the Frost King's movements and the response of her team. She was not merely a caster of spells, but a leader guiding her allies through the storm. Each spell felt like a statement of unity, a promise that they would not yield to darkness. With every surge of magic, Aveline felt her own confidence grow, a reflection of her internal transformation over the course of their journey together. "We stand together," Aveline cried, feeling the power of her voice resonate deep within, pushing back against the Frost King's defiance. This battle was no longer just a fight for survival. It was a testament to the strength they had forged together. As the Frost King unleashed his own barrage of ice magic, Aveline and her allies remained vigilant. Ready to adapt, ready to face whatever came next. They were stronger together, and Aveline was prepared to lead them into the heart of the conflict, an unyielding front against the shadows threatening to engulf their